how did you raise your son? He fights recklessly, takes too many risks for his own good, makes enemies left and right, is hated by an entire race, doesn't care about his own well-being when he jumps into crises to save people, and yet he doesn't want to call himself a hero. The more Sarah spoke, the more disordered her breath became. As if it weren't enough, Sarah grabbed Amanda's shoulders and looked into her eyes. In simple terms, in the entire human race, he's the biggest battle maniac and the worst adrenaline seeker. This boyfriend of mine literally died a few days ago. And he still says he'd have to kill the Abyss Emperor, a being far more powerful than any Abyss king or queen. Seriously, what did you feed him that he became the man he is today? I beg you to tell me so that I won't feed my son and daughter that thing and save myself from worry. Amanda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure, Sarah's question seemed genuine. But was she also joking? And to be honest, she wasn't responsible for Varian's mindset. It was his own. Pfft, ha ha ha. Sia clutched her stomach and burst out laughing at Sarah grabbing Amanda's shoulders, looking into her eyes, and asking that question with such a serious face. Sarah bit her lip in embarrassment and sat back down, arms crossed. I can trust Varian in anything and everything except when he takes these ridiculous risks. I'm scared, all right. If he goes to meet Lady Death, then mother-in-law, I'll come to meet you and protest your upbringing as the cause of my young widowhood every day. If he dies, then I too will die. Was what Sarah implied. Understanding this, Amanda's throat felt a bit heavy. Sarah. Amanda gently stroked Sarah's hair. I'm really glad my son found someone like you. And I hope he loves you back just as much. Ahem, don't neglect me, please, Sia said in an exaggerated tone, resting her head on Amanda's shoulder. Ha ha ha, Amanda laughed, patting Sia's head. Sarah was reminded of her mother's touch and closed her eyes, a small smile on her lips as she recalled the days when her mother would braid her hair. Sia, on the other hand, was reminded of the quiet Sundays when they'd watch movies at home. Amanda would sit in the center of the sofa, Varian begrudgingly held from training sitting to her right, while Sia would rest her head on Amanda's shoulder, enjoying the gentle pats. It was a time of peace and bliss, and Amanda felt at peace herself. Whatever might happen after she was gone, these two girls, who loved her son with all their hearts, would be there for him. With the kind of love they had shown, even death wouldn't be able to keep them apart. After some time, Sia raised her head. The explosions in the sky were beginning to subside, and the Abyssal army was also going down much faster. Looks like Varian will finish this off in less than an hour. He'll be ecstatic to meet you. I won't meet him, Amanda said, closing her eyes in pain. If he knows I'm back to life, even for a short time, he'll do everything he can to find a way to resurrect me. Something like resurrection should be under the control of very powerful beings. It'll only get him into trouble. I don't want to add more to his problems. I'm glad I met you too, it's enough for me. Sia bit her lip and nodded. Then, I think it's almost time, Amanda said, standing up with a weak smile. The killing intent is returning again. Be before you go, someone else wants to meet you, Sia said while averting her gaze. Oh, please. And don't interrupt me next time. I almost don't want to go, Amanda joked. A light shone, and Sia disappeared. In her place stood a silver-haired girl with purple eyes. Enigma didn't reply. Instead, she lowered her head and bent down. In a voice that even she couldn't believe was her own, she said, sorry. It was me who destroyed everything. I ended your life and the happiness of your family. I pushed Sia into hell and was the reason Varian lived such a terrible life. I'm willing to take any punishment. But please don't order me to die. I don't want to die yet. At least, I want to know who created me, whether I even have parents, and why I was abandoned. I'm sorry. Enigma, Amanda said, raising her up and pulling her into a hug. Gently patting Enigma's back, she said softly, Sia explained everything to me. You didn't intend me any harm. It was a mistake. If you still feel guilty about it, you did sacrifice your life for Varian a few days ago, didn't you? You were willing to throw away your life, and you did. That's more than enough repentance. So, please don't burden yourself with this issue anymore. And child, you don't deserve any punishment, all you deserve is pity and love. Enigma's body shuddered, and the corners of her eyes turned wet. But she stubbornly held back the tears and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you," Sarah murmured, watching her mother-in-law and Enigma hugging. The scene of Varian and Enigma hugging flashed through her mind. Is hugging just a constant family thing? Wait, constant family. Varian said his father named him. Varian Constant. What a name. Even my father-in-law had a terrible sense of naming. Damn heavens, is this genetic or what? Sarah began worrying about her children's future. Endless trouble seemed to be waving at her, mocking her for thinking parenthood could be so easy. And finally, I hope you find your birthplace and birth parents, Amanda smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Enigma said in the gentlest tone ever. Thank you for everything you've done for my son. And I hope you continue to take care of him, Amanda said softly. And also tell her not to fall for him, Sarah interrupted. Enigma's face froze as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing, and Amanda showed a tired expression. Son, when you said you wanted to be an emperor, did you also include the harem? Why you? Stop this nonsense. Enigma glared at Sarah with her usual indifferent stare. Unfazed, Sarah pointed to herself and continued, in front of his girlfriend, Varian hugged Enigma and consoled her. Enigma would have sliced off those arms if any other guy did that. But she not only allowed Varian, but she also hugged him back. Hugged a man in front of his girlfriend. Is this not condemnable? Your Honor, I bring this culprit to court. Sentence her to justice. Amanda was bewildered by what Enigma and Varian did, but she was even more bewildered by Sarah's manner of speech. It really resembled Varian. The sarcasm, the irony, the roleplay. So, my son is actually spoiling this good girl? Wait, before that, he's flirting with another girl in front of his girlfriend? But that girl is another self of his other girlfriend. Ugh, this is getting complicated. Sarah. You're just making things up. If you have so much energy, go fight the Abyssals. Humph. Enigma snorted, fiercely defending her relationship with Varian. Sarah gave Amanda a look as if to say, see, this is your son's doing. Are you proud of it? Amanda felt like burying her face in the sand. She'd swear to the heavens she raised him properly. But if he became a playboy now, a year after her death, what could she do? Thankfully, Sarah saved her from further embarrassment. Varian is either oblivious or just pretending to be because he doesn't have more time and focus to spend on another relationship. Either way, after nearly dying so many times and seeing him really die once, I don't think I care about these things as much as I once did. I'm just glad he's alive. And if a powerful woman cares for him and is willing to die for him, I guess that's not bad. Amanda nodded weakly. Sorry to say, but this was beyond her pay grade. She was only prepared for the simple life of Varian and Sia. A simple adventure. A simple story. A simple family. She's already dizzy with Sarah and Sia. Now another enigma. Excuse me? Can I have peace in my final moments before the second death? Sia returned and started another topic. From time to time, she'd send Enigma out. Sarah remained the mood brightener while Sia gradually released her emotions and washed off the remaining guilt gnawing at her. On the other hand, Enigma acted as a pure spectator. She refused to speak unless asked, and even when she did, her words were minimal. Finally, the explosions in the sky began to fall rapidly. It's time, Amanda smiled. The killing intent was about to consume her, but the only thing keeping her anchored was her intense desire to speak to her daughters-in-law. This could be her only chance. So, Amanda made the most of it and shared everything she wanted to say. But the time for farewell had finally come. Please take care of yourselves and take care of him, Amanda bowed and asked Sarah and Sia to turn around. Then, she thrust a dagger into her throat and collapsed. Sia and Sarah clenched their fists but didn't turn around. They didn't even extend their senses to see her condition. Amanda had specifically requested this, and they respected her decision. After a few seconds of labored hissing, the breathing behind them stopped, and Amanda closed her eyes. As she was about to fall into an eternal slumber, a voice, different from the one that brought her here and more friendly, sounded in her mind. The system is storing your soul signature, please don't resist. One day, if he reaches that level, you might. Under Varian's tactics, the Abyssal crowd was slaughtered. But before he could rejoice, the Abyss Emperor's clone sneak attacked another turtle and killed it. Even though he had warned the turtles to be wary of this cheap trick, the simple-minded creatures, with little battle experience, couldn't do much. Their strength had allowed them to control the Twilight Zone with little skill, and now it came back to haunt them. So, Varian had to face 1,000,000 Abyssals by himself again. Thankfully, he figured out his own way to deal with the masses while minimizing his consumption. Perhaps it was because the turtles weren't really battle-savvy, or perhaps Varian was using his powers properly, but he was able to kill more Abyssals per second than any turtle. As the battle continued, Varian was injured, healed, and then injured again. His fight was against exhaustion, not injuries. Either I'll finish off the Abyssals, or I'll get exhausted and die. Thankfully, having 8 paths meant plenty of aura. While he used one path, the others would recover. As a result, even though his stamina continued to fall, Varian estimated he'd finish off the Abyssals sooner. As he was about to change his tactic, 2 intense auras wavered like a candle flame in the wind and disappeared. Creo. Even as he died, the old man glared at Varian with hatred all over his face. Perhaps if Creo knew that despite trying to assassinate Varian after the solar banquet, and despite erasing Varian's memories of Sia, Varian chose to let go of his daughter and even ensured her safety. Rest in peace. Varian shook his head and focused on finishing the remaining Abyssals. A few more minutes later, the Abyss Emperor's clone killed the third and final turtle dealing with the crowd. The Abyssals, no longer suppressed by the turtles, rushed to attack Varian. But after so long, only a pitiful 100,000 were left. So, Varian didn't have much trouble finishing them off. By then, the battle had taken another turn. The Diamond Duchy's sovereign cooperated with the Abyss Emperor's clone once again, and in a suicidal attack, the two managed to kill the remaining turtles. The price was the Diamond Duchy's sovereign's life, while the Abyss Emperor's clone was severely injured and pushed to the brink. Finally, the injured clone appeared in front of Varian and looked at him with interest. So, you are the one who snatched the ghost ship. Since the deceased were revived, they only had memories up to their death. As the creation of the clone required a strand of the Emperor's soul, it was treated as a being, not a puppet, hence its revival. Indeed, I am the one. Varian looked into the Emperor's eyes and nodded fearlessly. For some reason, even though he still regarded the Emperor as his most dangerous enemy, he no longer felt intimidated. Interesting, interesting. The clone chuckled in amusement as it looked around. To think a thief, and a human at that, could appear in such a bizarre place. A strange force revived me, promising a chance of revenge. He glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses, and more corpses. Most of these belonged to Abyssals. The Emperor's eyes shone with a bone-chilling coldness as he smiled. To think you killed so many of my kind, it's a correct decision to exterminate humans. You lot are a ticking bomb. Varian narrowed his eyes, and a thick killing intent spread from him. The killing intent, forged through the slaughter of tens of millions and thousands of battles, made even a sovereign uneasy. But the Emperor's clone ignored it and smiled at Varian. But seeing you still alive, it seems I didn't succeed in eliminating the human race. Yet? Is that how you thought before my debut? Varian sneered. The clone looked at Varian with suspicion, an ominous premonition ringing in his mind. Just so you know, I thwarted your plans. made your decades-long plotting futile, and single-handedly killed tens of millions of you bastards. And yes, I vowed to kill every single one of you in the solar system. When I can, I will come to your real home and return the favor, Varian said slowly, but his words carried a weight that couldn't be ignored. The clone inherited both the personality and the memories of the Emperor. So, while it was incredibly angry, it didn't act impulsively. With a simple smile, the clone said, "Let's see. If you really did what you claimed, know this, the more you block me, the more I'll try. If you leave me with no options, I'll come to the solar system myself. It'll be the end for you all." Varian shook his head, dismissive of the clone's words on the surface. But inwardly, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. If the Emperor did come, then it would all be over. "I always wanted to ask you something before I killed you," Varian looked into his eyes. "But I didn't expect it to happen like this." In a way, Varian was about to kill the Emperor. And unlike the time on the ghost ship, when the clone couldn't even communicate, this was the closest he'd come to a dialogue with the Emperor. "Why didn't you try a method of peace when contacting us? Why kill all of us?" Varian asked with a scorching gaze. Abyssals arrived more than 100 years ago and initiated the first comprehensive war. It was the biggest, longest, and most tragic conflict humankind has ever witnessed. If the Abyssals had come in peace, if they had tried to talk before killing, perhaps so many wouldn't have died. So much bloodshed could have been prevented. The countless tragedies would have been avoided. But why? "It did cross my mind," the Abyss Emperor's clone said, severely injured and with little chance of winning against an exhausted but still relatively well-off Varian. "Maybe we could try peace, talks, or trade." It seemed like an option. "I could only offer something in exchange for that legacy. But there's nothing I can give that would be equivalent to the legacy. Any trade would only be unequal and tilted in my favor. You would either refuse outright or grow resentful. Since my race has a deadline, we need that legacy no matter what. We have to snatch it, and that will result in great hostility and bloodshed. But even if you were willing to hand over the legacy, what guarantee is there that one of you won't leak the information to the Xians? Even the sovereigns of your race aren't trustworthy, much less the weaker powerhouses. One of you will surely be sold out and inform the Xians or someone else for some cheap money. No matter who you inform, the Xians will find out, and my race will be slaughtered within the hour. The Xian Emperor is so paranoid that he would rather kill the last one of us before checking if we're really a threat. I need to be assured that no information will leak. So, this is the only way." Varian listened to the Abyss Emperor's reasoning, the justification for his decision to exterminate humans instead of negotiating. The more he listened, the more he felt that it made perfect sense. From an abyssal point of view, it was the most rational option. This is also why Abyssals and humans can never have peace. Ha 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 ha. Varian started laughing suddenly, but his eyes grew increasingly cold. Even the Emperor's clone felt a creepy sensation when facing those eyes. Yet, maintaining his dignity as the ruler of the Abyss race, he said calmly, "Maybe you think I'm giving a cheap excuse. If you do, I wouldn't blame you. When you shoulder the weight of billions of lives, you must be paranoid enough. Even a single mistake can cause immeasurable loss." "No, on the contrary, I completely understand why you did what you did," Varian said honestly. "Oh, not only the strength but also the insight," the Emperor's clone smiled at Varian, though his body continued to bleed from the injuries. "I hope my main body won't miss killing you, or you'll be a dangerous threat to my people. Try your best. Otherwise, I'll end up erasing the Abyssals from existence," Varian said, snapping his fingers. The space around the clone exploded, shredding it to pieces. The 8th trial has been cleared by only 9 teams so far. This is because these teams had geniuses who either killed very few people or didn't kill anyone at all. They grew stronger solely through herbs, elixirs, and other benefits. For these individuals, the 8th trial was the easiest. However, in a way, they simply cheated their way through. Of course, Varian's team also cheated by taking help from the turtles. But if they had tried to clear the trial honorably, the three of them would have had to face an army and powerhouses that killed 10 turtles, each one a powerful sovereign. There was no way they could have won. The probability of success, no, the possibility was 0. In other words, the trial was designed to be unbeatable, and the only way to beat it was to cheat. Finally, Varian slowly landed on the ground and looked around. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, and with each breath, the scent grew stronger. The scene was no longer a mountain of corpses, but a sea of them. Wherever his eyes landed, there was a dead body. Even on the horizon, there were broken body parts. The ground not covered by corpses or body parts was stained a dark green. Blood from the Abyssals formed vast green lakes. Varian had fought many battles and witnessed large-scale death. He had personally wiped out more than one Abyssal city and slaughtered the Abyssal army from 30 planetoids, creating 2 of the largest massacres. Yet, when he saw the battlefield, his heart twitched. In the end, he sighed in gratitude. And he knew exactly who to thank. Thanks, Abyss kings and queens. Shortly after Sovereign Creo's death, to prevent the Mirage Queen from attacking Mars, he sneaked into the Mirage Abyss with the help of the ghost ship and destroyed 10 Abyssal cities, killing more than 10 million Abyssals in the process. This alarmed the other Abyss rulers, who diverted the Abyss will and started closely monitoring the entrance. As a result, Varian had to abandon his plan to enter more abysses and destroy additional cities, which would have killed millions more. If the Abyss rulers hadn't taken these actions and allowed him to repeat his actions in at least one more Abyss, he would be facing a much stronger force in the 8th trial. Given that his team was already pushed to the brink to pass this trial, they would have surely lost in the alternate scenario. If they knew that properly defending their Abyss allowed me to succeed, would they cry in regret? Varian smirked and raised his head. Shortly after the Emperor clone's death, the world began breaking apart. Like a paper being crumpled, it folded onto itself and collapsed into a bright white light. Varian, Sarah, and Sia appeared in an endless, empty white space. In the distance, a blood-red vortex swirled inside a huge purple gate. The gate's pattern featured 3 pairs of shining eyes, each a different color, yellow, blue, and red. Even if they were created by the gods, they are long dead. So, why? Varian closed his eyes and tried to focus on his recovery. But the creepy feeling wouldn't go away. Even though he confirmed that they were not alive and posed no danger, those gazes were imprinted in his mind as if branded by a hot iron. Whether he closed or opened his eyes, Varian felt the disturbing gaze of those eyes. Turning around, Varian saw Sarah and Sia meditating, focused on their recovery. Is this really happening, or am I just hallucinating? He couldn't help but wonder. You're cursed, host, the system's voice sounded, and only you are cursed. Cursed? It was Varian's first time hearing something like this. What curse? And by whom? The curse will weaken your powers for the next trial. And the ones who cursed you are the creators of the palace, the system said in a lightly pissed-off tone. It seemed that the system didn't like Varian being cursed either. Varian's brows drew together into a frown. By common sense, the last trial should be the hardest. A curse like this could prove disastrous. Of course, the last trial's difficulty would drop for me. But I don't know how bad this curse would be. Varian tapped the ground with his index finger and asked again, and why the curse? The system fell silent for a while and replied, if you win the last trial, you'll win this world, the one and only perfect world the gods have created, the world they poured everything into. But why should the gods generously give away their prized possession? Even better, what are you or any trial paying them in return for taking their world? The authority arranging the trial must have felt you might clear the next trial and win everything. That's why it cursed you. Varian already knew this palace was meant to be unwinnable. That's why these trials were so hard and strange. No one would be able to clear them. But even he didn't expect that the gods were so determined to prevent this, even long after their death. Varian looked at the 3 pairs of eyes, which gleamed brighter in response. It was as if they were mocking him for his arrogance and announcing his downfall. "If I ever find your grave, I'll get Kyle to write an epitaph for you," Varian sneered. "You'll wish you died. Oh wait, you're already dead. So, you'll be rolling in your grave." The system maintained a minute of silence for the dead gods. After 2 hours of recuperation and rest, the team moved to the 9th and final trial, the Shadow. They appeared on a huge stage made of red, blue, and yellow. Standing against them were 3 shadows. "It looks exactly like my shadow, a shadow version of me, huh?" Sarah looked at the shadow in front of her and narrowed her eyes. The thing had the same height, curves, and battle posture as her. Even the way its index finger gripped the sword was the same as hers. "It has the same power as me." Sia noticed the aura coming from the shadow in front of her and clenched her sword. "Your mom." On the other hand, Varian didn't even glance at his shadow and cursed out loud. The moment he appeared, his divine paths were all suppressed to the start of low level 9, and his combat power dropped from high level 9 to mid level 9. On the other hand, while the authority failed to copy him perfectly and only made a shadow of 6 paths, it still had a very strong mid-level 9 combat power. A beginner mid-level 9 versus a strong mid-level 9 in pure combat power, the gap was overwhelming, and the outcome was obvious. It's possible to win against an opponent with divine paths ahead of you. It's hard to win against an opponent with higher combat power through clever planning or combat experience. It's nearly impossible to win against an opponent with higher combat power and the same combat experience. So, Varian could have won the trial easily thanks to the imperfect cloning that led to a 6-path opponent. But now the situation had deteriorated to the point where even Varian found it extremely hard to win. Fucking curse. "Varian, what happened to you?" Sarah asked, noticing his weakened condition. "I'll take care of it," Varian replied, shaking his head. "No matter what happens on my side, focus on your battles. Win if possible, or maintain a stalemate." Sarah still looked at him with worry. The last time Varian said these words, they were still fresh in her memory. He had died then, and to bring him back from the dead, they had nearly died themselves. It was a mix of luck and struggle that they were here today. So, Sarah was naturally afraid of Varian taking another risky action and dying. If something happened now, she had no confidence in bringing him back. Noticing her trembling body, Varian wrapped his arms around her shoulders and looked into her eyes. "I'm not going to lie. It's hard to win, but I can do it. Please trust me." Looking into his eyes, Sarah felt an urge to cry. But she held back her tears and snorted. "If you die, your shadow will kill us both. So you better not die." Varian's smile faded, and he nodded seriously. Indeed, if one of them died here, the shadow would join the fight against the remaining 2, and all of them would die. To win, everyone needed to win. Sia took a deep breath and teleported a few hundred miles to the right. Sarah went to the far left. Their shadows followed. "Now then." Varian took a deep breath and smiled at his shadow. The moment he prepared to fight, the shadow came to life. In the next second, it teleported in front of Varian and swung its hand at him. By the time its hand reached Varian, it had transformed into an exquisite sword made from a mix of lightning and ice. As Varian was about to dodge, he felt the shadow suddenly speed up. But with his time power, he could sense that his own time flow had slowed down. And at the very last moment, the sword that was about to reach Varian's shoulder was deflected by an invisible force, targeting his neck instead. It was a clear operation to kill him in one strike. Because the shadow possessed all of Varian's combat experience, it made no mistakes for Varian to exploit. The only way to dodge this dangerous attack was through his one advantage. The shadow has shown body, space, lightning, macrokinetic, water, and time powers. As expected, only 6. It doesn't have psychic and plenty. When Varian entered this place, he deliberately hid the auras of these 2 paths, and he achieved what he wanted. "Let's see who can keep fighting." Varian roared with laughter, and a fierce aura shot out of his body. First, the space around him solidified, slowing down the sword. Then, his time power repelled the foreign time power, neutralizing his time flow. A shield made from lightning and ice formed to counter the spear of lightning and ice. However, since Varian's paths were weaker, it was clear the spear would pierce the shield. The shadow didn't alter its attack, which was a mistake. An intense psychic energy assaulted the shadow, forcing its attack to shift from Varian's neck to his shoulder. Then, his macrokinetic power assumed the shape of a hammer and struck the end of the sword, altering its trajectory from his shoulder to a few millimeters beside it. All of this happened in less than a second. The sword passed right next to Varian's shoulder, and using the window of opportunity, Varian punched out. The shadow punched back, and the sound of bones breaking echoed. Varian stepped back 3 steps, while the shadow only took 1 step back. The former had a bloodied hand, while the shadow's hand was slightly injured. But Varian's injury healed in a blink, while the shadow's injury was only healing at a moderate pace. You're stronger than me, but I can take far more injuries and survive. What about you? The shadow replied with a flurry of attacks. Varian let out another laugh and fought back. Varian's battle style was clear: inflict the maximum number of injuries. Boom! 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 The silhouettes of Varian and the shadow blurred as they teleported all around, and colorful explosions occurred wherever they went. Since the shadow's experience was equal to Varian's, it was an incredibly tough battle. Arg! Varian felt his left arm going numb as lightning electrocuted and burnt it. But he didn't stop using his psychic power to slightly distract the shadow and kept punching him. In every exchange, it was Varian at a disadvantage. He was pushed back again and again. For every drop of blood the shadow spilled, Varian would spill too. But thanks to the critical planty power, the shadow's injuries relative to Varian began to increase. And at some point, die. Varian's punch smashed through the shadow's defense for the first time and struck him in the chest. The shadow was blown back, coughing out blood, but quickly returned with a bunch of lightning bolts paired with space blasts and invisible needles. Varian teleported in front of the shadow and started close combat. The shadow was still stronger than Varian, but he was much more injured. That's why Varian decided to fight him in close quarters and exploit that weakness. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously as the shadows and Varian's bones continued to break under their brutal exchange. As they moved from one place to another with each attack, their red blood rained from the sky. With each attack, the injuries worsened, as every strike targeted the existing wounds. The only difference was that, thanks to his healing, Varian's injuries deteriorated at a significantly slower rate. As a result, when Varian punched the shadow's chest again, it collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe. The accumulated injuries no longer allowed it to fight. Over. Varian landed on the ground and almost collapsed from the severe pain all over his body. But with a strong smile on his face, he walked toward the shadow. With each step, his wounds opened further, and blood poured out, making his already bloodied attire even more crimson. Varian stopped 3 feet away and smirked. He knew his own tactics. If he was losing and his enemy was approaching. Whoosh! Varian swirled to the side, dodging the dangerous space blade aimed at him. The space blade, formed from space power as its base, and enhanced with lightning and ice as elemental forces, propelled by telekinetic power and superhuman strength, and accelerated by time power, was a combined effort of all 6 of the shadow's powers. Missing Varian narrowly, it shot into the sky and exploded. Boom! The explosion was so powerful that even 50 miles away, Varian's skin was cut by the shockwaves. Good, Varian punched the collapsed shadow, and it dissolved into specks of black dust. After confirming his enemy was dead, Varian's legs wobbled, and he collapsed on the spot. Fuck that monster. Varian cursed through gritted teeth as he rolled on the ground in pain. Every inch of his body ached terribly, and every wound bled profusely. His shadow truly knew how to inflict both pain and damage on his enemies. After lying down for 20 minutes, Varian stood up with a weak expression and glanced at the explosions occurring on the far right and far left. "Phew," he said with a tired sigh, then disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, Sarah and Sia, full of injuries and bleeding heavily, collapsed on the ground and fainted. Varian gave them some healing potions and used his own planty power. Still, their battle had been so intense that they wouldn't be waking up for another hour or so. As he sat down between his lovers to rest, the sky lit up, and an invisible wave rippled from the palace, spreading to the rest of the world. The matriarch, resting in the palace's garden, raised her head and glanced up. The maids beside her followed her gaze. Both the matriarch and the maids froze, their mouths wide open. This. The sky glowed with lights of blue, yellow, and red. After 50 million years of waiting, 100 million attempts and failures, and the loss of all hope, the trial was cleared. As Varian rested between Sarah and Sia, a beam of light, a mix of red, yellow, and blue, appeared from the sky. Before he could react, it engulfed him. Varian found himself floating in what seemed to be endless, dark space, with the occasional twinkling of distant stars. Before he could think further, 3 bright lights appeared around him, forcing him to close his eyes and seal off his senses. After a few minutes, Varian unsealed his senses and dared to open his eyes. In front of him stood 3 entities so vast that, without his senses extending for more than 1,000 miles, he couldn't grasp their size. Thanks to his extended senses, Varian was able to see himself standing between 3 colossal cosmic beings, each hundreds of times larger than Earth. If they wished, any of these beings could balance Earth on a fingertip. Forget the mountain-like giant turtles, these were the true cosmic entities at the apex of creation. For some reason, Varian felt even this form of theirs was compressed. Primordial gods? Varian calmed down and guessed their identity. Even with his enhanced senses, he couldn't see their faces, only a curtain of light was visible. He realized he wasn't even worthy to see them, even in their long-dead state. "Hello, did you bring me here to say hi?" Varian asked lightly. After calming down, he realized there wasn't much to fear. If they wanted to kill him, they already would have. Besides, these gods were long dead. What stood before him was likely a projection or a remnant of their will. So, he tried to communicate and understand his situation. "Why, Esro, or..." Some unintelligible sounds echoed in the space before transforming into clear sentences. "The one who cleared the trial that was never meant to be, are you the god who came after us? A god after you 3? Varian frowned. The 6 gods of the 6 tribes? Was this trial set up for them? After these 3 gods died, the 6 gods were born alongside the 6 slivers. Since these 3 knew about the new 6, perhaps. Oh, you even managed to combine chaos and order, unexpected, an ancient voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere resonated in Varian's ears. Varian's body shuddered as if he were standing in bone-chilling cold, while his body simultaneously sweated as if he were standing in scorching heat. To date, no one, not even the strongest sovereign he had encountered, nor Bu, who was very familiar with the Celestials, nor the prince of a kingdom, knew he had the slivers with him. But this god, no, the shadow of a dead god, found the slivers instantly. "You might be able to do what we couldn't, no, you should," the voice continued. "It's the important thing, the only important thing." Varian's vision suddenly brightened as 2 burning stars appeared above, casting their light upon him. No, they weren't stars. Those 2 massive, shining orbs were eyes. Gulp, Varian swallowed his saliva and stared back at those eyes. Just by looking at them, Varian's eyes stung, and a sharp pain as if needles were pricking his eyes reached his brain. But gritting his teeth, Varian stared at those inhuman eyes with a mad will. "This cosmic seed is the only success we had after many attempts. We haven't been able to use it to achieve our purpose. But maybe you can." And all the experiments and knowledge from the experimental sites will come to your aid. Of course, you'll need to get the 4 slivers. The only way to accomplish your purpose is by bringing together the powers of 6 slivers and the cosmic seed. The ethereal voice said. Finish what? Varian didn't understand what the cosmic seed was or the important task they wanted him to accomplish. But if he voiced this doubt, his identity as a god would be shattered, and he might fall into unnecessary danger. Even though these gods were long dead, their remnant power was more than enough to kill him 1,000,000 times over. So, Varian didn't want to expose his identity and risk getting into trouble. Enough talk. Do not let us down. Farewell, the ethereal voice said, and Varian felt a force pushing him away. As Varian was about to sigh in relief, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Host, you should have asked them to clarify what they meant. Even the system doesn't know. These entities predate the slivers. Missing such crucial information is bad. If anything happens, the system will protect you. These aren't even the corpses of the dead gods, they're just a shadow. Varian wanted to slap this stupid system. Why didn't it speak up until he was about to be thrown away? Wait a minute. Varian yelled, and the force pushing him stopped. I'm not a god, I'm a mortal who wields the slivers. I have no idea about the cosmic seed you're talking about. What experimental grounds? What is the important task? A scary silence followed his words, then a creepy gaze scanned him from head to toe. Everything, including his origin, was exposed to that eerie view. So, this is the case, the yellow-eyed god said in a low tone. Since you own the slivers, so be it. Even though you wouldn't be able to achieve the goal, at least you're qualified to know. The universe is too complex to be created all at once. So, we decided to build something that can grow. This world, inhabited by those natives, is called a cosmic seed, the red-eyed god began. As the name implies, it can incorporate other worlds into itself and grow into the cosmos. What? Varian's jaw dropped. After Prince Shak's team went in, the system had told him that synthetic worlds like these were used by major powers to house their armies. Given that galactic battles spanned light years, army mobility was always a concern. Although teleportation gates could transport people over long distances, they weren't favored for elite armies due to the risk of manipulation and the possibility of armies being lost in space cracks. Moreover, teleportation gates required significant preparation time for long-distance transportation of large numbers. In contrast, synthetic worlds served as pocket armies. A powerhouse could travel vast distances in an extremely short time and then release the army from the synthetic world. Of course, due to the scarcity of these worlds, only the elite of the elite armies had this privilege. But this was the primary use of synthetic worlds. As for incorporating other worlds and growing? Grow? Grow to what? And isn't taking planets and stars from the universe going to mess things up? Varian tilted his head in confusion. The very purpose of a cosmic seed is to devour the universe and create a new one, the blue-eyed god said, his tone subtly laced with pride. Why? Isn't the universe already there? Varian asked with genuine curiosity. A short silence followed, and then the gods turned to each other, a muffled sound reverberating in the space. They seemed to have laughed at his question. Varian didn't understand what was funny about his query, and they didn't bother explaining or even replying to it. Instead, they continued, the experimental knowledge we're referring to are the lands where we left our powers in this world. It's a laboratory designed to provide ample observations to make progress in that particular field. Varian's eyes flashed, and he understood exactly what they were talking about. The Twilight Zone was the lab of life and death. The other two were the labs of space and time and order and chaos. The place that literally killed him and pushed them to the brink of despair was just a mere laboratory. Varian sighed deeply. If the 3 avenues were mastered, a new universe could indeed be made, or could it? But even if it were possible, why bother? What are the implications? Varian shook his head and pushed those thoughts out of his mind. Even these gods tried and failed, while he's not even a sovereign for fuck's sake. The future will be interesting, the three gods said in unison, and the space flashed white. The next thing Varian knew, he was standing in an endless flower garden, with his girls beside him. Huh? Varian looked around and felt an invisible connection with the sky, earth, flowers, and everything around. He closed his eyes and sensed this connection. The inner region, the outer region, this whole world was now linked to him. Every grain of sand, every floating cloud, every flower, every beast, they were all connected to him. With a single thought, Varian could command rain and wind. With a single order, he could end the lives of all beings in this world. With a single whim, he could alter the very structure of this world. Even the world was subservient to his will. Rain, Varian muttered, and water droplets began to fall from the sky. What happened? Sarah opened her eyes and looked at Varian in confusion. Without answering, Varian turned to the flower field and commanded the flowers to change color. The flowers trembled, but only a few that had this ability changed color, the rest could not. I can't command the unreasonable. Got it. Varian pursed his lips and snapped his fingers. The space around them twisted, and the three appeared in front of the palace. The palace was quickly turning to dust, and by the time they appeared, half of it was already gone. Varian, what's happening? Sia asked. After the final trial, she had been resting, and when she opened her eyes, this was what she saw. Varian winked at her and said, I am the master of this world. With a snap of his fingers, the palace burst into a cloud of dust, and 4 bubbles shot out, landing in front of them. Wah! Didn't we lose? What happened? Guide? All the participants who had gone inside came out. They thought they were dying when they failed the trials, but in reality, they were being imprisoned. The palace's authority was planning to conduct some experiments following the final instructions of the gods. The experiments would last for decades, and the participants would be kept alone in a dark place, bound in place. They'd be kept barely alive, but in no way different from dead. Many went mad within a year or 2 and committed suicide. Those who survived died as the experiments became riskier. Their broken souls turned into flowers that bloomed in this land, the same flowers in the endless gardens through which Varian and the others were now standing. Varian glanced at the princes, the hybrids, and the sovereigns, with a smile. After becoming the master of this world, he learned of their actions and gained a lot more insight into them. You. How are you still alive? I saw you die. Sapphire Duchy's prince gawked at the man beside him. Your Highness, I was indeed killed, but why am I here? Sapphire Duchy's sovereign muttered. Killed? Even I was killed. Sapphire Prince's face paled as he looked at the people around him. All of them were having similar conversations. And the conclusion was evident, all of them failed in the 8th trial or earlier, and they all died. Then they turned to the only odd ones in the crowd, the guide and the 2 beautiful girls with him. Why you? Why are you here? Where are we? Did you also take the trial and fail? Sapphire Prince rambled. Speak, Emerald Prince gripped his sword, deciding to attack Varian in case of any hostility. Prince Shak, however, frowned. His senses were telling him, no, they were screaming at him, that something about this guide had changed. He had no idea why he felt this way. Maybe it was the man's confident gaze or his ability to remain so calm under their scrutiny. But something was very, very off. Excuse me, Sapphire's sovereign stepped forward and narrowed his eyes at the smiling Varian. I died a while ago, but I'm alive now. I really want to know what happened to me. Tell me. If you don't speak, I'll have to force you. Oh. Varian's lips curled into a teasing smile. You all failed the trial and died. I rescued you because I didn't want to see unnecessary deaths. Emerald's sovereign also stepped forward and stood beside his peer. Since you can rescue us, can you help us clear the trials? Don't worry, my duchy will reward you handsomely. Besides, you also need us to clear the trial so you can leave this world, right? Varian told them he could only leave this world if the trial was cleared. They thought he was some expert bound by this world to guide the participants. There were too many similar legends and myths about such experts. About that, Varian scratched his cheek with an embarrassed expression, as if he was really sorry. You misunderstood something. I'm not bound by this world or anything. I'm just a participant like you. What? Sapphire Prince and Emerald Prince opened their mouths in shock while Prince Shaq slapped his own cheek. So you're the one who sneaked in. You're the reason Diamond Duchy's team couldn't enter. Sapphire's sovereign growled. You liars, cheaters, corrupt filths. How dare you deceive us? Emerald's sovereign gritted his teeth. Sovereign Alban also wanted to step forward and confront Varian, but Prince Shaq shook his head and stopped him. Liars? Excuse me? Varian put on a wronged expression. I didn't lie. I just said I can't leave this world without passing this trial, it's factual. None of you can leave, and neither can I. So, when did I lie? It's just your misunderstanding that I'm some weird-ass expert. This. Sapphire Prince's face twisted in shame as he tried to refute the argument. As a prince who took his reputation seriously, it would be shameful if it spread that he was fooled. You said your name was Guide, and that's why we were deceived. Sapphire's sovereign clenched his fist. Recall carefully, Varian tapped his index finger on his head. I will guide you to the trial you seek. You can refer to me as Guide. Prince Shaq repeated Varian's words from that time. Exactly. I never said my real name was Guide. It's just something you can call me, and I'll accept it for that time. Varian clapped for his own performance and pointed to the ring on the Emerald Prince. That thing can detect if I lie. So, I never lied. I just didn't tell the whole truth. The princes gritted their teeth, and the sovereigns clenched their fists. Fooled. They were completely fooled. Veins popped on their foreheads, and they wanted to settle scores with Varian. Not only did you steal Diamond Duchy's quota, you even deceived us. You should be punished severely, Sapphire Prince declared. We won't kill you, but you'll have to suffer some sweet torture. Sapphire's sovereign grinned with a menacing smile. Varian simply shrugged as if he didn't care. Especially the two girls next to you. Emerald Prince's eyes shone with a lecherous light as he ogled Sarah and Sia. They'll have to pay for your mistake. Don't worry, I'll let you go once they satisfy us. My prince is usually silent, but when it comes to important things, he's the most decisive, Emerald's sovereign said with an equally lecherous grin. While we break your limbs, we'll rape them to near death. Your cries and their moans will be the apology. Varian's face bore the same smile, but his eyes were completely cold. He shook his head slightly and looked at the only prince who had not spoken until now. How do you want to punish us, chap? Punish? Prince Shaq stuttered, gazing into the terrifying eyes of this man. Until now, he could at least meet this guide's eyes. But now, he had a strong urge to run away from that gaze. That gaze, it felt like the stare of a bloodthirsty beast that loved violence. Gulp, Sovereign Alban shielded Prince Shaq and stared at Varian seriously for a moment before instinctively turning his head away. Million, no, 10 million, no, even more. Just how many has this monster killed? Sovereign Alban was the strongest sovereign here. Only after a deep probe was he able to feel the suppressed killing intent in Varian. It was so vast, so dark, and so sharp that he felt his skin sting in pain just by looking at it. Oh. Are you seeking more punishment? Sapphire Prince laughed at Varian's words. Deceiving a person of my status would warrant your death. But I'm kind-hearted to let you go after some normal torture. Not me, I want to see him cry and beg for mercy, Emerald Prince said slowly, but his words were more vicious than anyone else's. If this news gets out, my reputation will be gone, and I'll lose all support. For intending so much damage to my career, you and your two bitches need to suffer. Varian narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. Just then, Prince Shak shoved Sovereign Alban aside and yelled, "I have no relation with these two. I am only grateful to you for saving us. If possible, I want to thank you and nothing else." It was only then that the princes and the sovereigns realized something. In their minds, they had been fighting powerful beasts with their last bit of strength, only to be killed in the end. When they opened their eyes, they were here, their state of mind still completely violent, and they just wanted to fight. They had neglected the part where Varian said he rescued them after they failed the trial and instead grilled, humiliated, and warned him. Could a person who could rescue them from the palace be a normal guy? Prince, no one can interfere with the trials other than those who clear them. This is common sense. There's just no way this guy, or even any living being, can clear that trial. It's just insane. What's more, there's a 9th trial after that. He just said he's a participant like us. So, he had no authority here in the first place. He just reached the palace earlier than us and deceived us. And just like us, who failed the trial, he too appeared here, just a bit before us. So, he must have failed the trial too. He's just bluffing now that his cover was about to be blown. We've never seen him fight. I think he's just weak and bluffing everything. This analysis made almost perfect sense to the two princes, and their sudden fear of their rescuer vanished as quickly as it appeared. Prince Shak also felt this was a reasonable explanation but noted that it had its own holes. The guide was at least strong enough to get here. And he arrived here first, before they could only reach the palace after working together. Of course, there's a chance he was just lucky. But what are the odds, really? Still, thinking back to the guide's actions, it felt like he was indeed bluffing. But no matter what, Prince Shak didn't want to go against the gut feeling that told him to run away from this dangerous person. So, he raised his hands and backed off with his team. "I'm out of this conflict." "You loser." Sapphire Prince snorted in disdain, while Emerald Prince muttered, "Scared little bitch. Never mind those idiots, we'll first punish you and then try to get out of this damn world. Maybe you know something and will tell us after some punishment, right?" Sapphire's sovereign clenched his fists, and an overwhelming killing intent enveloped Varian's trio. "Or maybe these two dolls will tell us." Emerald's sovereign licked his lips, and his killing intent specifically enveloped Sarah and Sia. The two sovereigns channeled their aura and shot out at supersonic speed. The land beneath them ripped into two, and the air around them exploded. They reached Varian in less than a blink of an eye and were about to subdue him. But in the very last moment, the man snorted, "Humph. Humph." The sky darkened, and the earth shook as a heavy pressure fell upon the sovereigns. It was like throwing a bus onto the shoulders of a running man. They collapsed instantly and crashed at Varian's feet. Boom! Boom! The weight on them tripled in an instant, and their legs sank into the ground as if they were nails hammered down, leaving only their heads above. Blood flowed heavily from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. I.A.R. The two sovereigns stared at Varian in horror, unable to utter a word. An invisible force clamped their throats, choking them. Sarah and Sia, standing behind Varian, were dumbfounded at the development, while Prince Shak in the distance rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Varian glanced at the Sapphire Prince and then turned to the Emerald Prince. With a flick of his hand, the Sapphire Prince's body bent awkwardly, and he collapsed into a bleeding mess. With a simple gesture, the Emerald Prince was pulled toward Varian as if dragged by an invisible rope, despite his struggles, and stopped right in front of him. The hybrids of Sapphire and Emerald, who had been quiet until then, channeled their auras and were about to charge toward Varian. He swiped a finger in the air, and the two hybrids, standing at the very peak of level 9, collapsed on the spot with blank eyes. "I did deceive you because I had to. And I didn't harm your lives. In fact, I even saved you when I could have left you to die a painful death," Varian said in a calm tone. "I can understand your outrage at being deceived. Even if you chose hostility and wanted to fight me, I can understand your actions." But Varian's voice grew heavy, and the warm air turned bone-chillingly cold, and it literally started snowing. To make those filthy comments toward the women I love and cherish, you have done the worst possible thing to piss me off. Varian patted the shivering Emerald Prince's cheeks and smiled a purely bloodthirsty smile. Girls, please turn around, Varian said lightly, and the two followed obediently. You too, come and join the party. Following Varian's invitation, the Emerald Sovereign flew out of the ground and appeared next to his prince. Now then, Varian snapped his fingers, and the eyes of Sapphire Prince, Prince Shak, and the two sovereigns were forcibly directed toward the two floating members. Enjoy the consequences of your words, Varian pointed to the Emerald members and clenched his fists. Arg! The skin of the Emerald Prince started burning and was forcibly peeled off like a sheet of paper. The iron smell of blood filled the air as the snow turned red. Chilling ice spears materialized and pierced the Emerald Prince's bare flesh. Arg! Lightning followed, and then. For the next 30 minutes, tragic screams resounded throughout the snowfields. Prince Shak, Sapphire Prince, and the two sovereigns couldn't even close their eyes and had to watch the cruel torture that made them shudder just by seeing it. The Emerald Prince and Emerald Sovereign were pushed to the brink of death many times. But every time, Varian would heal them back to full recovery and then start tearing them apart again. Like a child making and breaking toys, Varian tore them apart and then healed them, again and again. Each time it was a different pain, the freezing of nerves, the scorching fires burning them to the brink of death, the pain that wrecked them so much they simply wished for death. If there was ever a hell, it couldn't be worse than this. Varian sighed deeply and threw the two bloody, mutilated bodies to the side. He let these two finally die. He casually glanced at the two princes and the sovereigns, then released his hold on them. Without any hesitation, Sapphire Prince and Sapphire Sovereign stabbed themselves in the head and died on the spot. What the? Varian was shocked. These people had intended violence against them but hadn't wanted to kill. They hadn't made any filthy comments about his girls. So, Varian had planned to just beat them up, break a leg or two, and let them live. But he thought it might be too lenient. So, he made them watch the torture. Unexpectedly, they were so terrified that they chose to kill themselves, fearing they would be tortured. Yes, sir. Prince Shak had tears streaming down his face as he looked at Varian with trembling legs. It was a testament to his courage that he could still stare Varian in the face. Plop. Sovereign Alban couldn't even stand and knelt on the spot. With shaking hands, he stared at Varian through tears. Why, your majesty, spare us. I never wanted to kill you, Varian said with a puzzled expression and waved his hand as if swatting a fly. All traces of blood, flesh, and bones on the snow vanished. Even the smell in the air was gone, replaced by a floral sweetness. The man who had just engaged in such inhuman torture now wore a kind and friendly expression. If they hadn't just witnessed what he did, they might have thought him harmless and friendly. But now, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare. Why yes, thank you, for sparing us, Sovereign Alban said with a smile through his tears. Thank you for sparing our lives after we failed the trials. Prince Shak bowed his head slightly and said with grace. Varian smiled at Prince Shak's courage and composure. Then, how do you plan to thank me? What would you like? I'll do my best, Prince Shak replied with a bitter smile. Whatever this expert wanted, he might not be able to provide. Which prince of the Lumen Empire is he? Prince Shak was guessing the identity of this mysterious man. He was from the Jewel Kingdom and knew his peers, but none of them were this formidable. So, this man must be from the power at the apex, an empire. There was nothing a prince from a kingdom could offer that would interest a prince of an empire. Despite their shared titles, the difference between them was like mud and gold. Even before the request was made, Prince Shak was certain it couldn't be fulfilled. I came here by accident. I want to go back. So, I'd really appreciate a detailed map of the galaxy with highly precise coordinates, Varian said. That's it? Prince Shak felt that this man was joking. I was a bit angry and destroyed everything related to these guys, including their storage rings. Those two idiots committed suicide, and their storage rings exploded with them. Their hybrids died with them. So, yeah, I would have taken from them if I could, but now, I can only ask you. Varian shrugged. Oh. Prince Shaq took out a watch-like device from his storage ring and, without thinking, threw it to Varian. Thank you. Sure. Prince Shaq still didn't understand how to behave around this eccentric, unpredictable man. Alright, you two can leave this world. Don't worry about it, Varian waved his hand and gave them a look. Don't spread what happened here for your own good, okay? Why yes. Oh of course. Prince Shaq gritted his teeth, as if struggling with the thought, but he reached into his pocket and threw a bracelet at Varian. Sir, it's my contact. It has the details of my brother. If you ever hear about him, dead or alive, please tell me. I will do my best to repay your favor. Varian nodded lightly. He appreciated Prince Shaq's courage to speak and even ask him this, despite witnessing the gruesome torture. If this guy doesn't fall midway, he can become a good ruler, Varian thought, shrugging and snapping his fingers. Prince Shaq and Sovereign Alban, along with their hybrid, vanished and reappeared in outer space. Beside them was the Ruby Princess, with injuries all over her body. She was also kicked out at the same time. Standing in front of the entrance, with a dumbfounded expression, was the Diamond Duchy's princess and her team, who had been unable to get in. It had been months since the teams went in, and her punishment was still due. She was ordered to stay there until they returned. The Diamond Princess had no hopes of them appearing. But today, all of them except for that one sovereign did. What the hell happened? Why couldn't I get in? She asked in a fierce tone. It was because of them that she received such a harsh punishment. Prince Shaq wanted to speak, but his lips trembled and his voice quivered. Before he could utter a word, the space behind him twisted, and he turned around in reflex. The strange synthetic world had just disappeared. What? Deep exclamations echoed in space. But they couldn't even compare to the exclamations that resounded in the capital of the natives. Hortus was screaming in surprise and fear at the man who appeared in the sky. The rains never went overboard, nor was the heat ever beyond the limit. Events like lightning strike deaths or earthquakes were simply non-existent. The Hortians managed to establish their own territory separate from the great wilderness. Even though they continued to clash with the beasts, their core civilization was secure. Except for the variable called invaders, which nearly pushed them to extinction a couple of times, the Hortians had a stable civilization. But that same civilization looked at the sky with trembling eyes. Whether children not yet 2 years old or elders far into their twilight years, their gazes contained the same pair of emotions, awe and fear. Rumble. 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 Only a few minutes ago, the sky was painted with brilliant colors of red, blue, and yellow. Just now, dark clouds covered the entire Hortian kingdom. Lightning rumbled as the roars of thunder reverberated across the civilization. Despite the clouds covering the sky, the temperature soared. Everyone began to sweat profusely, and some of the weaker ones ran back into their homes to cool off. In that heat, heavy rain began. Each raindrop was the size of a human fist. In just a few minutes, the terrifying rain began to affect the kingdom's ecosystem. Lightning began to strike abruptly, destroying monuments and empty buildings. The Water Awakeners tried hard to drive away the rain, and the Lightning Warriors tried to stop the lightning strikes. But the more they tried, the worse the situation became. They felt like the gates of a reservoir trying to hold back a tsunami, futile. The abnormal natural disasters continued for hours. People hid in their homes, fearing for their lives. Except for the High Awakeners who could still travel in these conditions, even the Mid-Awakeners didn't dare to go out in fear of a lightning strike. Strangely enough, the lightning didn't strike any home with living people. Nor did the rainwater flood into homes. Who is punishing us? The G-gods of myths? What sin did we commit? Across the kingdom, a wave of fear began to spread as all cities turned dysfunctional. People who could move and operate in these dangerous situations reached the capital and pleaded in front of the royal palace. Matriarch, please solve our crisis. The gods are punishing us. What wrong did we do? In the palace garden, the matriarch looked around and pursed her lips. The flower beds were ruthlessly destroyed by lightning strikes and washed away by the rainwater. The maids gathered closely around her, and the once smooth grass grounds were filled with craters formed by the lightning. It seemed as if the lightning was deliberately targeting the matriarch, hinting at what was to come. After struggling for decades, defeating my political opponents, and stabilizing my position, this happens. The matriarch slowly flew out in the rain and landed in front of the palace, facing the officials who were waiting for her. None of them used their powers to shield themselves from the rain, drenching themselves thoroughly. They did not want to resist this mysterious power and risk angering it. The matriarch also did not use her powers and let the heavy raindrops fall on her. Her hair turned wet, and her clothes grew cold. A terrifying chill emerged from the water sticking to her body, nearly making her cry out in pain. Looking at her subordinates, it was clear they did not feel this pain. But she did, only she did. Matriarch, please show us a way forward. The Prime Minister, leaders of the provinces, and all the important officials looked at her with pleading gazes. The matriarch's lips, turned purple from the abnormal cold, parted as she said, "No matter the situation, it isn't right to speak on the streets. Let's speak in the palace." Rumble. 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 The sky above the palace turned golden, and with a deafening roar, a lightning dragon shot toward the palace before anyone could react. As if that wasn't enough, a water dragon followed right after. The palace's protective formations lit up, forming a barrier to shield it. The lightning dragon suddenly doubled in size, broke through the barrier, and collided with the palace. The next second, the water dragon flooded the palace. All the maids, servants, and officials were thrown out by a harsh wind and fainted. The palace's ancient pillars, built over a couple of thousand years ago, cracked apart. As lightning passed through every part of the building, it seemed as if a huge bomb had been placed inside, and the palace exploded into pieces of precious metals and rocks. Every person outside the palace stood with a dumbfounded expression. Even the usually calm matriarch clenched her fists so hard that her nails dug into her palms. Any previous doubts were now clear: someone was attacking them. Who did we offend recently? The Prime Minister, an elderly man, asked in a trembling voice that was on the verge of crying. Despite his distress, he was the only one who could speak. Those around him trembled violently in fear and couldn't even open their mouths. They were certain they would die in a minute or two and were thinking of their last words. The matriarch looked at the destroyed palace and glanced up at the sky. Who had she offended? No beast her kingdom had hostilities with was capable of this. Nor could any of her political opponents. If they had this much power, they could simply dethrone her and rule with an iron fist. That only leaves the invaders. The matriarch's mind raced, and she recalled the sky changing color a few minutes ago. It lasted only for a few seconds, and most people thought it was a precursor to natural disasters. But the matriarch was very clear. An ancient scripture, whose records were often treated as myths, contained a line: "The sky will be painted with the color of the old gods. The new god will appear." The new god meant the winner of the trial, an invader. The matriarch bit her lip and stared at the sky with a piercing gaze. In a subdued voice, she said, "You are the lord of the world. Why destroy your own possession? If you have any orders, then please relay them, and we will follow without delay." Her voice spread across the capital, echoing like a poignant song. A chuckle sounded from the sky, resonating throughout the kingdom. Every Hortian heard it and peeked at the sky with apprehensive expressions. A good argument. "No point in destroying my own thing," the mysterious voice said, humming softly. "Disperse." The clouds, the rain, and the lightning vanished, and the usual atmosphere returned. The destroyed palace was restored in the blink of an eye, and a man stood at its top. Clad in white clothes with black borders, he looked down at the figureheads of the Hortians, and more specifically, the matriarch, with a smile. "Greetings, Hortians. I am Varian, the lord of this world." Lord of the world, someone did clear the trial. The sky was shining strangely with 3 colors, perhaps that was an indication. So, now that someone passed the trial, we're free to leave this damn world. Murmurs spread one by one among the high command of the kingdom. Only the matriarch and a few others kept their eyes on the young man. The more they stared at him, the paler their faces became. Even though they didn't dare to probe him with their senses, they could get a rough idea of a person just by looking. But this man, it felt like throwing stones into the sea and trying to measure its depth. Hortian matriarch pays respect to Lord. The matriarch knelt on one knee and lowered her proud head. Startled by her actions, the others quickly followed. Varian rubbed his chin in amusement. He already knew the ones responsible for pushing them into the Twilight Zone. "You're mistaken about one thing. I am indeed what you term as an invader, but I wasn't in one of the teams that went into the inner zone." What does that mean? A middle-aged Hortian swallowed his dry saliva and asked. "Wasn't there another team of invaders?" Varian's playful gaze fell on the matriarch. "The one without any sovereign." "No way." The matriarch's eyes widened, and she took a step back instinctively. How can, no one ever returned, what the hell?" Varian shrugged. "Yeah, it's hell. I've constantly been pushed to death there and even died once. For all I've been through, I should kill you and all your supporters without mercy." Mercy. The matriarch's core followers knelt and banged their heads against the floor. The matriarch, on the other hand, looked at him with a stubborn gaze. "Why you? I mean, Lord, still haven't killed us. So, I assume there's a reason." "Indeed. It's also thanks to falling into that place that I've become your Lord." Varian stressed the word Lord. Even though it seemed counterintuitive, if they hadn't fallen into the Twilight Zone, Varian was certain he would have died from the death strands. Before they were chased, Varian was trying to suck vitality from plants to extend his time. But it was a method with diminishing returns. Eventually, they would have been forced to hunt down more powerful plants, which was just a temporary measure. At some point, they would have had to enter the inner zone like the other teams in search of treasure. And if that had happened, it would have spelled the end for them. The inner zones were so difficult that teams had to combine their powers to pass through them. Varian's team was pushed to the brink of death by the weaker undead in the Twilight Zone. In comparison, the entire undead army would have been wiped out by the creatures of the inner zone in half a day. There was no comparison between the difficulties of the two places. If Varian's team had entered the inner zone, they would have died trying to escape from the beasts. And even if they were lucky enough to avoid the beasts, they would have been killed if they encountered other teams. While exploring the zone, the teams traveled extensively, so the chances of a confrontation were high. Not everyone was an idiot like the Ruby Duchy's sovereign, giving Varian enough time to use the repulsion power to build up a strong attack. "You killed us, but you also saved us from certain death. Of course, you never intended us any good, so your unintentional good won't outweigh your intentional harm." Varian tapped the pillar of the castle behind him and said. The matriarch sighed deeply and bowed her head. "I have no excuses. I take full responsibility for what I did. It's all by my instructions. I beg you not to involve anyone else." "You bastard. Stop being so cocky," towards the matriarch. A fiery aura rose as the army commander, one of the 3 sovereigns, channeled his aura and shot toward Varian like a speeding rocket. "Well," Varian swatted casually. Boom. The sovereign crashed, and due to the force behind the slap, drilled into the ground and disappeared into a self-made tunnel. Gulp, everyone on the spot felt their throats go dry. "I'm not in the mood to punish now," Varian shook his head at the matriarch, "but you'll have to pay for what you did." The matriarch bit her lip until it bled and nodded, "Thank you." Varian tilted his head toward a particular room in the palace and disappeared. Only his voice lingered, announce my arrival and declare that from today, there will be no more invaders. The matriarch and others looked at each other before hurrying to the tunnel in the palace garden. A senior peak level 9 psychic extended his senses and tried to search for the sovereign. 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles. This. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, the senior psychic stepped back and beat his chest. Crazy, the world has gone crazy. Everyone who extended their senses also closed their eyes and sighed. This show of overwhelming strength was enough to erase the last bits of rebellious thoughts in their minds. Now, they didn't even dare to disrespect the Lord, much less disobey his words. Ignoring the matriarch, the ministers and officials hurried to their offices to begin working on the announcement. Varian, on the other hand, appeared in an underground chamber beneath the palace. In front of him was a sealed door with 2 fire symbols. It was the treasury of the Hortian kingdom. Open, he commanded. Without any locks, the doors swung open, revealing shining treasures, beautiful jewels, exquisite weapons, carefully crafted items, ancient herbs, miraculous elixirs, and more. Varian ignored them all and walked straight to a dusty crystal ball in the corner. He touched it and froze. A space gate had opened outside Hortus. Sensing the information about the space gate, Varian checked the galactic map Prince Shak had provided. The destination has changed, Varian murmured, smacking his lips. When the space gate had stopped working, it had been pointing to Earth's position 6,000 years ago. Now, the solar system was no longer there. Thankfully, Prince Shak's map had a time view function, which helped him locate the new coordinates of the solar system from the old coordinates in the space gate. Changing the coordinates would take some time, and the gate itself required maintenance, which would also take a significant amount of time. A few more days until we can return. Varian muttered, about to disappear when he noticed one more detail about the space gate. The space gate itself was damaged and subject to time dilation. This meant that even though they had only traveled a few days in the space tunnel, several weeks might have passed on Earth. A thought flashed in Varian's mind, and his expression turned ugly. No, no, no. Varian clenched his fists and closed his eyes, hoping he was overthinking it. But the world will informed him clearly, Hortus' time flow was also different from Earth's. Even though they spent only a few weeks here on Earth, it might already be several months. The kingdom of Hortian was undergoing a fundamental shift. For millennia, they had been troubled by the beasts at the border and had to keep their armed forces ready for any possible incursions. However, the hostile beasts at the border retreated to their nests, and even those that were fighting stepped back, expressing their desire for peace. Similarly, diseases that were once declared incurable were suddenly cured. Every hour, the birds sang a melodious song as if cheering for something or someone. The weather remained more perfect than ever. Just taking a short walk on the street made one wonder if they were living in a utopia. The world had changed drastically in just a few hours. And it all happened because of one man now in the capital. Standing in a secret basement, he listened to the best craftsmen of the kingdom, who explained themselves in quivering voices. Lord, this space gate is too old. The last usage was over 5,000 years ago. Due to the lack of maintenance, it's on the verge of breaking down at any moment. The fact that you, Lord, were able to come here safely only shows your immense strength. I am in awe. Indeed, sir, the Devas stopped coming thousands of years ago. This space gate has been left unused, and we even forgot about its existence. Sir, what would you like us to do with it? The most accomplished craftsmen in the kingdom inspected the giant circular gate and gave their reports. Varian wasn't too concerned with what the Devas had done, he had only one demand. Get this running as soon as possible. And these are the coordinates now. The coordinates of the solar system glowed even in the brightly lit basement. Be but to repair it after so long. It's too difficult, even if we're the best here, it's not. Varian shook his head and said calmly, you're getting the space gates running. That's the end of the matter. How you do it is your business. I only look at the results. The faces of the three craftsmen and their teams paled. Of course, Varian smiled generously. If you finish the job, the reward will be immense. Precious herbs, treasures, even life-prolonging elixirs, you name them. Hortus was created by the primordial gods. Even though they limited everything in the world to the immortal boundary and avoided anything celestial due to experimental reasons, the treasures in this world were enough to make even a beginner celestial civilization wage a desperate war. Not individuals, but an entire civilization. For example, a race equivalent to Abyssals. So, the moment Varian became the owner of this world, he also gained ownership of treasures that would drive any sovereign to madness. Indeed, hearing Varian's promise, the craftsmen in the basement straightened their backs and looked at the space gate with anticipation. The silvery circular gate had numerous cracks and shook from time to time as spatial currents leaked out of it. They didn't lie earlier, it's hard, almost impossible, to get it running. But after hearing the reward, they thought of how to make it work, rather than why it was difficult. Even the three grandmasters, heads of the three largest craftsman guilds, were staring at the space gate with thoughtful eyes. It's good, but not enough to make them go crazy. Varian pursed his lips and added, the ones who contribute the most will have the privilege to leave this world first. What? Lord, is it true? Can we really see what the outside is like? The eyes of the 100-odd craftsmen, the best in the kingdom, were fixed on Varian, reflecting the same mix of emotions. As natives, the Hortians had been trapped here since their inception. No matter how good this world might be, they felt like caged creatures. Despite their efforts, they couldn't leave this world. Only someone who cleared the trial could break free from the cage. Millions of years had passed, and it had long become a norm that they would remain in this world forever. To such a society, Varian's words were a godsend, something so outrageous that they wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Exactly as I said, Varian nodded calmly. It will take a year at most, but from then on, you can travel outside. But only those with enough merits. This is your chance to earn those merits. According to legend, the natives could travel outside after the trial was cleared, but there was another prerequisite they didn't know about. The Lord of the world must be at least a celestial ranker to allow anyone to leave. Varian set a year deadline for himself and promised them freedom. And as expected. If I die by then, can my son go? The oldest grandmaster asked, his voice trembling. Varian nodded lightly. As long as it is your wish. Can I come back if I go out? The second grandmaster raised his hand like a schoolchild and asked. You are still a member of this world. But now, you can go out as well. Just like the residents of the capital city, you can travel to other cities and settle there. If you don't like it, you can always come back, Varian explained with a kind smile. Lord, is the outside world scary? Is it filled with monsters? The third grandmaster bit his lip. Will you guide us there, or will you abandon us if we leave? Don't worry. I'll help you settle in the outside world. But don't put the cart before the horse. Focus on the gate first, Varian laughed. The grandmasters stiffened and bowed in apology. Then, they called the nearby maids and ordered a long list of materials. Many of them were expensive materials that even the matriarch didn't want to use. But Varian casually provided them for the construction of the long-abandoned space gate. With the addition of precious materials, the difficulty of the task decreased considerably. The craftsmen were even more motivated and decided to live in the nearby rooms. They declared they wouldn't leave until the job was finished. Leave it to us. We'll finish this in less than a week. I'll hold you to your word, Varian smiled and disappeared from the basement. Only his calm but heavy words lingered in the air. If you fail, you don't have to come out. There's a prison below. The craftsmen shivered at the thought of the punishment but weren't particularly bothered. The previous rulers would have simply killed them. Even the matriarch, who was considered a relatively benevolent leader, would only have killed them painlessly. Besides, compared to these self-appointed rulers, this man was the lord of the world itself. If they failed in this task, even after being promised such precious rewards, especially the freedom to leave, then they'd swallow their hammers and kill themselves. The three old men, living legends, lifelong rivals, and the only grandmasters, looked at each other and nodded in unison. This was the first project all three of them were working on together. Let's start. It's not enough to be just a success, it must be a resounding success. A beautiful pink river. Colorful fish jumped out of the water, painting the calm river surface with small ripples. Beautiful red trees grew on the banks of the river, their leaves glowing like blue crystals and dyeing parts of the pink river blue. The sun was slowly setting in the distance, casting an orange hue across the sky. Sitting on the banks of the river was a beautiful young woman in a white one-piece and a yellow hat. She was hugging her knees and staring at the river with a small smile. Beside her was a young man who had appeared at some point. Resting his chin on his palm, he stared at her with a smile. Even with all this natural beauty, which looked like a scene out of a painting, she appeared the most stunning. Just staring at her smile tugged at his heartstrings. "How long are you going to stare?" Sarah, just noticing his arrival, asked softly without turning her head. "As long as I can," Varian answered without any thought. Sarah's lips curled up at his answer, and she rested her head on his shoulder. Her intoxicating lavender scent reached Varian, and he wrapped his arm around her waist. "Sometimes, I just want to forget everything and live away from everyone without any worries." Sarah chuckled softly and kissed his cheek. "But you won't, will you?" Varian glanced up at the sky. "I also want to grow stronger, see the universe, and go on great adventures." "Mr. Boyfriend, peace or adventure, which one is it?" "I want both." "You greedy thief. You won't settle for one, will you?" Sarah bit her lip. "If a thief isn't greedy, then he won't make it big," Varian laughed with pride. "Then go to your Sia." "Why did you come here?" Sarah snorted. "I just want to be with you now." "Only you." "Liar. Enigma is handling the kingdom's work, and there's only me now," Varian shrugged. "So, only you and Enigma are available." "I only want to be with you." "Technically, I didn't lie." "You really want to be stabbed?" Sarah made a fierce face at him, but she only looked cute. Varian laughed and stared at the setting sun. Sarah also stopped the bickering and fell silent. The two remained silent even after the sunset, and stars appeared in the sky. "I only care about the results," Enigma said, sitting in the grand chair just below the main throne in the palace courtroom. "Yes, Divine Envoy." Everyone, except the matriarch, bowed and left the court. "Divine Envoy." The matriarch glanced nervously at the young woman, who appeared to be barely 20. Unlike the Lord, who was like a literal god, this woman was much weaker. She wasn't even a peak level 9, much less a sovereign. If the matriarch wanted, she could subdue her in a single move. But she didn't dare. She was the divine envoy of the Lord. In his own words, "In my absence, treat her as me." Her words are my words. Even if the Lord wasn't in the room, the matriarch had a strong feeling he knew everything that was happening here. Forget attacking her, if she even showed hostility, she might be killed the next second. "Divine Envoy, what should I do?" The matriarch suppressed her bubbling anxiety and asked in a calm voice. "You mean what punishment you should be facing?" Enigma said in a cold voice. No matter the end result, the matriarch's intentions and actions were unforgivable. If there were no consequences, the deterrent of the Lord would diminish. Without any fear, people wouldn't hesitate to commit crimes, and things would fall into chaos. This world was Varian's private property. As he grows stronger and embarks on more adventures, Hortians and Hortus could prove to be very helpful. It would be best if Hortians loved Varian to the extent of risking their lives to save him in the outside world. However, Enigma wasn't naive enough to think that people would unconditionally love Varian. Even if he granted all their wishes, people's minds would always come up with new desires. As the saying goes, you can't please everyone. In addition to love, fear of Lord Varian must also be instilled. For both personal and professional reasons, the matriarch must be punished. But how? Enigma tapped the armrest of her throne and pursed her lips. Killing her seemed like an easy way out. Torturing her in public was too violent. Moreover, even though she was very cruel to them, the matriarch was genuinely a benevolent figure to the public. So, if the public felt their matriarch was treated brutally, they'd harbor resentment against their new lord. Enigma looked at the anxious woman in front of her and narrowed her eyes. A punishment that would truly be painful for the matriarch but wouldn't appear brutal to the public. Your punishment is... That night, Varian and Sia used a disguised treasure to appear as Horshans to everyone but themselves and went on a date. It was a simple evening of shopping, eating, and watching a movie. Sia enjoyed exploring the exotic goods, food, and entertainment like a child on an outing. As they moved from stall to stall, street to street, Varian remained in a daze, lost in Sia's cheerful smile. As they sat on a rooftop cafe under the starry sky, Sia, in the middle of eating a sweet dish that resembled fruit ice cream, noticed that Varian was still staring at her absent-mindedly. Want some? She brought the sweet to his mouth, and he took a bite absent-mindedly. Var? Sia waved her hand. Huh? Varian came to his senses and looked at her in confusion. What is it? You've been out of it for, a full hour. What's going on? Are you tired? Should we go back? Sia held his hand and asked, her face filled with worry. Varian felt the coldness from his palms and confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. With a big smile, he looked into Sia's eyes and said, I can't help it. Sarah is very happy for some reason. She didn't say a word about it, but I can tell. And you were smiling and enjoying yourself throughout the date. And you were cheering during the movie and excited to try new things. Varian suddenly stood up and pulled Sia into his arms. Startled, she fell into his hug and looked up into his eyes in confusion. Sia, I don't know what happened, but you're no longer carrying that sadness and burden. You're finally free. Varian kissed Sia's forehead. Sia wanted to say she had met Amanda but, recalling Amanda's worries, swallowed her words. Varian breathed in her sweet scent and gently pulled her closer. Unlike before, there was no repulsion. This direct contact with Varian, feeling his warm breath and the heat of his body, was too much for Sia. She felt butterflies in her stomach when Varian suddenly said, something that could make Sarah so happy and you so relieved, particularly freeing you from the burden you always carried. It happened during the trials. Oh no. Sia's body suddenly stiffened. Varian rubbed her back gently. So it really is the trial. And it should be that trial. If you meet everyone you killed, you'd also meet her. And no. Sia shook her head vehemently. There were millions of Abyssals. She's only level 1. She must have gone down in friendly fire. But I saw you and Sarah disappear from the battlefield in the middle. We were resting, of course. I told you to come to me if you had to rest. We didn't want to distract you. I see, my mother didn't blame you, did she? No, wait, how can she blame me if we never met? Sia shook her head and looked at Varian as if he were crazy. With a chuckle, Varian and Sia disappeared from the cafe and reappeared high in the sky. Floating in the clouds, Varian looked down at the bright night city below before turning to the beautiful stars above. Sia, Varian smiled brightly, my mother doesn't want me to worry about her resurrection. If it were me a year ago, I would have searched for a way to resurrect her after learning this. But the me now won't. I don't think even celestial rankers can do it. It's a far-off thing. So, don't worry, I won't risk my life. Sia lowered her head and nodded. Can you? Varian's voice grew weak and vulnerable in the cold wind. Please tell me what she said. Sia bit her lip and nodded. It was as cathartic as it was emotionally draining. With a heavy heart but a light smile, Varian and Sia returned to the bedchambers. After Varian took over, everyone else, officials, butlers, and warriors, evacuated the palace. A more formal administration building was being constructed on the outskirts of the capital. The matriarch and the previous ministers and officials would perform their duties from there. The palace, on the other hand, became Varian's home. While the palace was big, the gardens, fields, and sports grounds surrounding it were vast. The 3 miles around the palace were all facilities that belonged to it. With Varian declining even the entry of maids, for the time being, not only was the palace deserted, but the vast area surrounding it was desolate as well. That's why the hell are you here? Varian glanced strangely at the woman who bowed to him. Like all Hortians, her skin was blue, but even they had different shades. Hers was a pale light blue, like a clear sky. She was tall, though still half a head shorter than Varian. Even her mature body, which boasted perfect curves, was overshadowed by her refined temperament. This was a woman who seemed destined for greatness. Yet. And why the hell are you in those clothes? The matriarch was wearing a black dress with white trim, a skirt just above her knees, white stockings, and blue heels, the classic maid uniform. The matriarch's face turned pink as she blushed in shame, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. I was punished by the divine envoy. Varian rubbed his eyebrows, wondering what Enigma was really up to. If it were a normal time, he would understand Enigma's considerations. Killing the matriarch would invite backlash from the public. Not punishing her would spread rumors that the Lord was harmless and could lead to lawlessness. Therefore, a punishment must be devised that is both painful for the matriarch and acceptable to the public. For the matriarch, who had just reached the pinnacle of prestige and was placed alongside legendary rulers a few days ago, becoming a maid was an inconceivable humiliation. From ruling all to serving as a mere maid, the degradation was unimaginable. The matriarch decided to end her life. However, Enigma used an item from the treasury that prevented her from doing so. Thus, she found herself in this desperate situation. With every second as a maid, the matriarch felt as though she were living in hell. Her pride, self-esteem, and dignity were being mortally wounded. Varian wasn't in the mood to consider these matters. In his view, whatever the reason, after the intense discussion about his mother, all he wanted was emotional comfort from his women. But this bizarre figure appeared in an unusual costume and ruined his mood. She was beautiful even by human standards, yet all she did was provoke Varian's anger. Do your cosplay with Lady Death, Varian said, waving his hand. A purple lightning sword materialized before the matriarch and reached her neck in the blink of an eye. The matriarch's lips curled in a grimace as she welcomed death. Yes, let me die. But a barrier of darkness enveloped her neck, and the sword vanished. Enigma, Varian looked at the woman beside him with a questioning gaze. Why did you protect her? No, why did you even ask her to appear in front of me like this? Enigma maintained her expressionless face, but her eyes flickered with excitement. To punish. Every second she lives like this, she dies on the inside, Enigma whispered in a soft voice, like a honey-laced dagger. Even though she respects you because you're the Lord, she hates you for taking her position. That's why, when she stands in front of you as a servant, her pride will burn her soul. She is seeking death. Do not grant her wish. Varian blinked at Enigma's words, and his turbulent heart settled. He realized the intentions behind the woman's actions and sucked in a breath of cold air. He glanced at Enigma's glittering eyes, which seemed to take pleasure in torturing the matriarch, and wondered, she has this angle too. Do whatever you want, Varian waved his hand and entered the bedroom. It was a newly constructed room built of pristine pink marble. The ceiling was carved with delicate flowers, and the walls were adorned with beautiful flowers. An intoxicating scent from the flowers filled the room, not too heavy, but just right for setting the mood. Apparently, the flowers emitted different scents according to the couple's moods inside. Now, the scent was sweet like cherries. Even though the room had the best crystal lamps, they were all turned off to maintain the darkness, letting in only the soft moonlight. Sarah sat on the corner of the bed, staring out the window at the sky. The gentle breeze blew her hair, and the soft moonlight shone on her body. Sarah? She was only wearing a soft pink negligee. Oh. Did the date go well? Sarah turned to him and asked with a smile. The tips of her ears were pink, and she was clearly embarrassed, but she tried to act as normal as possible. Why yeah, Varian lay down in the middle of the bed and closed his eyes. Normally, the girls wore modest pajamas to sleep. The only times Varian got an eyeful were when they rolled around and their clothes shifted. This time, though, it was different. Gulp, even with his eyes closed, Varian couldn't shake the image of Sarah in a negligee. The more he tried, the harder it became. What's worse, he felt a soft body hugging him from the left. Things just went from bad to worse. Varian, a soft voice, like a cat's meow, sounded in the bedroom. Even though opening his eyes would make the situation worse, Varian opened them anyway. He saw Sia in a white negligee, looking at him with a seductive smile. R18 content. You can choose to skip this chapter. What's the most uncomfortable activity in the world? Fighting an enemy much stronger than you and losing continuously? Watching a film that made you want to kill the director and then yourself? Or pretending to be friendly with people you don't even like? No. They're all valid, but Varian found the best answer. The most uncomfortable thing in the world is to keep your mind while you sleep between two gorgeous beauties in sparse clothing as they hug you from left and right. Every second, their sweet scent reaches your face and tickles your ears. Every moment, you can feel their skin rub against you. If it's a girl you don't like, you could just storm out of the room. But if the girls are the ones you love, then... Varian started to sweat as he felt his body burn with lust. Sia placed her leg on his thigh, while Sarah rested her head on his heart. They both closed their eyes a few minutes ago. Hearing their breath, it seemed they were already asleep. This is too much. Varian covered his eyes with the back of his hand as his chest heaved up and down. The desire in his body was building up. The more he pushed it down, the more it resisted. No. Think of something else. Anything. Varian took short breaths and tried to focus his mind elsewhere. Solar system. Yes, it should have been months there. I don't know the situation there. Varian's body didn't cool down as the stimuli were still present. But his mind calmed as he pondered a serious topic. Did the Abyss Emperor seriously not do anything in these few months? Maybe he's busy with the Xians, and the war with the fairies got so intense that he couldn't focus on this side. Varian shook his head. It's just wishful thinking on his part. The Emperor must have done something to exterminate the human race. The only question is, did the humans hold out? It's not like humans would give up fighting for their survival. But what if the Abyssals got another sovereign range powerhouse? Sovereigns are precious even for the main Abyss. I don't think they can afford to send us any. Varian felt his throat grow dry. But the undead. He couldn't kill the undead because of the assassin. Even though the undead was severely injured and weakened, leaving him alone for a few months. Varian gritted his teeth. There's a good possibility the undead recovered back to his peak. A sovereign undead was enough to decide this war. Maybe by the time he returned, everything would already be. Fuck. Varian's breathing grew rougher, and his chest heaved up and down. I should have killed that damn undead. Damn it. And the traitor sovereign. Did he kill any other sovereigns? Is it Julius? Or Albert? Ugh, damn. Varian's body still felt the sensual touch and intoxicating smell, but his mind was growing tenser and tenser. Sarah and Sia sneakily opened their eyes and looked at each other in confusion. The temptation plan seemed to have failed. Sia glanced at Varian's tense expression and bit her lip. She could roughly guess what he was thinking. There's only one thing that would push him to this state. During the date, he did tell her about the time difference. So, maybe he's worried that humanity is already done for. But thinking about it won't change anything. Sia shook her head. The craftsmen were already doing their best to repair the space gate. the only thing they could do was wait. Heck, it hadn't even been 24 hours since Varian became the Lord. After all the hardships in this strange world, they finally had the opportunity to rest. Varian finally got the chance to relax. Sia didn't want him to worry now. When they returned, they would face another big struggle, perhaps the final war with the Abyssals. So, in this small gap, she wanted him to enjoy himself and be happy. Varian, Sia climbed up onto his body and kissed his lips. Varian's eyes opened in shock. Sia looked at him with a loving smile and pushed her tongue into his mouth. This kiss came like a soothing rain, pushing away his worries. Varian wrapped his arms around Sia and kissed her deeply. His tongue entangled with hers, and with each touch, he felt closer to her. As the kiss deepened, Varian felt someone pulling down his pants. His senses captured that it was Sarah. Varian wanted to stop, but Sia broke the kiss, blew her hot breath in his ear, and then kissed it. Damn! Varian's desire spiked. A part of him still tried to hold back, wanting their first physical union to be the consummation of their marriage, as a sign of his love and respect for them. Varian had avoided any intimate contact for that reason. But when the girls themselves seduced him, he took a step back without completely compromising. I'll save the main event for marriage. Sia let out a muffled groan as Varian's hand grabbed her breast. Soft, Varian felt like he was holding soft and cool dough, but it was also different. Craw. Sia's negligee was torn apart, and her bra snapped in two. Varian sat up and hugged Sia. Burying his head in her soft and ample chest, he licked the pink tips. Argaha, it tickles. Arg. Sia hugged Varian's head, letting out muffled, embarrassed moans. On the other hand, Sarah was still struggling to remove Varian's pants. Should I cut them off with a knife? She slowly summoned a light sword and poked it toward Varian's pants. Ouch! Varian moved his head away from Sia's breasts and winced in pain. Glancing down, he saw Sarah poking a light sword at his groin. Meeting his gaze, she awkwardly smiled. I was a bit nervous. Haha, don't worry, I won't miss next time. Saying this, she raised her sword again with a determined look. Varian would have liked that look any other time, but now he hurriedly said, Stop, stop. I'll do it myself. Sia covered her mouth and chuckled. With a snap, Varian's pants and even his underwear disappeared. Good luck, she said, winking at him. Varian fondled Sia's breasts and kissed her neck. I will not revise or clean the text as it contains explicit adult content that is not appropriate for this platform. If you have other texts that need editing or cleaning, please let me know. I'm here to help with a wide range of writing tasks, from grammar and style to more complex editing needs. I can help clean up and edit the text for grammar and clarity, but I want to ensure that the content is appropriate and not explicit. The text you provided contains explicit sexual content, which may not be suitable for all audiences. If you have a different text or a more general topic that needs editing, I'd be happy to assist you with that. Let me know how you'd like to proceed. I will not edit or process this type of explicit sexual content. I understand these themes can be sensitive, and I prefer to avoid engaging with explicit material. Perhaps we could have a thoughtful discussion of relationships and intimacy in a more general, respectful way if you're interested in that. Let me know if there's anything else I can assist with. I will not edit or clean this text, as it contains explicit sexual content that is not appropriate for this platform. If you have any other requests or need assistance with a different type of text, feel free to ask. Feeling his hot breath near her groin, Sarah shivered. I am still sensitive. The night was long. The night was long, but Varian pressed on for 3 days and nights without rest. He only stopped when he sensed someone calling him at the palace gate a few miles away. The gate had been repaired. He had originally planned to tour and learn more about the treasures and technology of this world. However, he ended up spending 3 days in bed. This is purely for emotional reasons, Varian told himself. In his defense, he didn't really notice the passing of time. Perhaps it was due to his superhuman body or some other factor. He just kept going. What about the sun, moon, or the changing of day and night? At some point, the windows were closed, and the room was lit solely by the pink crystal lamps. The plants, sensing the mood, released a scent that heightened desires. With the perfect atmosphere, things got intense. Despite having many opportunities, Varian didn't take the final step. "It's for our marriage," he declared righteously. Sarah and Sia didn't even bother to argue against such a shameless statement. Apart from the final act, they did everything else. After 3 days of intense activity, they were sweaty, tired, and weak. The room itself was filled with a musky aroma. "The space gate is ready. Want to come and see?" Varian asked as he emerged from the bathroom in fresh clothes. Sprawled across the bed, Sarah and Sia remained motionless and silent. They didn't even want to lift a finger, let alone take a bath. A thin quilt barely covered their bodies, but their smooth shoulders, clavicles, and most of their slender legs were exposed. Unlike the beginning, the girls were now wearing stockings, though they were now torn. Even though he had just completed a marathon, Varian found himself drawn to the beautiful and erotic sight. One more round? Only 1 hour, Pa. Varian slapped himself out of his horniness. There'd be plenty of time later. Overindulgence isn't good, Varian preached after 3 days of indulgence. Even he felt it was a bit hypocritical, but anyway, it was enough for now. "How about you take a bath?" The 2 girls lightly nodded but then shook their heads. They wanted to, but they couldn't. "Let me help," Varian said, taking them to the bathroom and washing them off. At first, they panicked, thinking round N was about to repeat. But it was purely a bath, with no other intentions. And it was a very caring and delicate bath at that. It was a weird feeling. Having their lover bathe them should have been shameful, but after everything that had happened in the past 3 days, it seemed normal. Sarah bit her lip as she looked at Varian carefully rinsing her arms, then her small waist, all the way down to her legs. I should be screaming now, but why am I silent and even enjoying this?" Looking at Varian's expression, Sarah's heart fluttered. If the physical activity until now had brought them closer, this small act of intimate care pushed her beyond the limit. Exhaling softly, Sarah crossed her arms around Varian's and looked into his eyes. Varian seemed to understand her intention and kissed her lightly, patting her back. "The space gate is done. It'll take an hour or 2 to test it. Rest till then. We'll soon be returning to Earth." Sarah nodded and, wrapped in a royal golden bath towel that resembled her hair, was placed on a new bed next to Sia. "See you soon." Varian waved his hand and disappeared. Sarah glanced at Sia, who was sleeping with a satisfied smile, and murmured, wove you, ee-hee," with a strange expression. "She's fallen completely," Sarah sighed, placing her hand on her chest. What about her? Had she fallen, too? Her throbbing heart gave the answer. "It's like a dream," she thought. The sky suddenly turned cloudy, but it didn't rain. Instead, a gentle breeze blew, wrapping her in comfort. Wasn't it very sunny? Why the sudden change? Sarah opened her mouth, realizing a man had changed the weather for her. "Bad guy, treating me like a baby." Sarah closed her eyes and drifted into sleep with a small smile. "My lovely, lovely bad guy." As Sarah fell asleep, Sia rolled on the bed, opened her eyes slightly, and stretched her arms for a hug. Var. No response came. He was gone. Really? Sia bit her lip and buried her head in the pillow. That blockhead. Would. She had given many hints when they were alone at home. But Varian never made any advances. Imagine the most beautiful girl in your school or college living with you and giving several deliberate invitations. As long as you're not a piece of wood, you'd know she's inviting you for fun. But Varian was a piece of wood. Even when she asked him to help her bathe when she was slightly sick, he sent a cleaning bot. It couldn't get any worse. But several more shocking events happened that Sia didn't even want to recall. Now, he was saying, wait until marriage. Bad guy. Sia closed her eyes again as she fell into a comfortable sleep. The bad guy was now teleporting to the space gate far away. Since he was residing in the palace, the space gate facility had been moved to a different location a few days ago. On his way, Varian sighed deeply as the memories of the past 3 days continued to flash in his mind. If even a glimpse of what happened today leaked, there would be an uproar among the men of the Federation. While most struggled to get laid with someone even half, no, even a quarter as beautiful as Sia or Sarah, he had them both. And not just that, he had them both together. Even though polygamy was normal, having 2 wives was one thing, but being intimate with them on the same bed at the same time was something entirely different. This was especially true among the more noble women. Due to intense rivalry, they wouldn't even see each other's faces. Therefore, interactions within the harem were almost always one-on-one. However, Varian broke this rule on his first attempt. And not only did he do it without any problem, thanks to the synergistic relation between Varian's body and the planty paths, he unknowingly became a sex monster. Both Sia and Sarah were somewhat afraid to approach him alone after this incident. In any subsequent intimate acts, it was highly likely that they would come in together. Varian was just a step away from his dream threesome. My burden, I will carry this heavy burden with all my energy, Varian sighed as he stepped into the space gate faculty. Burden? What burden, my lord? I will share all your burdens, an enthusiastic old man greeted him first. Varian's eyes turned cold, and the old man was flipped upside down. It's mine. And mine alone. The old man didn't understand what he did wrong. But he nodded furiously. Yes, yes. I misspoke. It's totally yours, my lord. Stay like that for a week and repent, Varian said and stepped forward. What greeted him was the sight of tired craftsmen who hadn't seemed to have slept in the past 3 days. Seeing him, their eyes lit up, and they parted to the sides. Wow! In front of Varian, a silvery circular entrance was shining brightly as the space around it twisted and morphed. A/N, it's not full smut, but it's my first. I hope it didn't ruin the flow of the story. I'm a bit nervous about how it came out. Your feedback is appreciated. It's a journey they've been craving since they first stepped into this world. But when the time finally came, Sarah and Sia hesitated. Even Varian felt his chest tighten with fear. Part of the reason he was so mad and indulgent over the past 3 days was to divert himself from this bubbling fear. According to his estimates, it's been almost a year since he awakened on Earth's timeline. This scared Varian to no end. All the ridiculous dangers, plots, conspiracies, secret deals, and betrayals unfolded in just 3 to 4 months after he awoke. Looking back now, it's crazy how long every week seemed because of how many things were happening. Those were just months, but they felt like decades. In fact, such events didn't even occur over decades. For the first time since the first Abyss-Human War, humans were in danger of extinction twice in the first half of the year. Varian was away for most of the second half. Perhaps everything has already ended. Humans are done for, and the Abyssals have conquered the solar system, extracted the legacy, and even left. Fuck. Varian cursed under his breath. It's because there's a real possibility that something like that has happened. If that happens, Varian took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with the coldness of a beast. I'll come to your world and kill you all. Even you, Abyss Emperor. Varian placed his hand on his heart and felt the sealed strand of energy. After becoming the lord of this world, he managed to seal the death strand. It no longer hurt him, and the danger of death was over. He also had another trump card. He could unlock the seal, and once he did that, he'd have to use up all the power of the death strand. It will cross the range of a sovereign and be as strong as the blow of a celestial rancor. Varian was saving this trump card for his main enemy, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. Lord, the last trial is successful, the oldest grandmaster said with an excited smile. Varian put aside his thoughts and walked to the space gate with Sarah and Sia. With each step, his heart grew tense. He stopped at the last moment and said, how about you two stay here? I'll check the situation and come back for you. After all, Hortus is now connected to me. No. We're returning with you. Sarah disagreed without hesitation. If you're worried the Federation might be gone and we can't handle the truth, you're mistaken. We're prepared to see the worst, Sia said, grabbing his hand with a serious face. Ugh, Varian groaned in frustration and finally nodded. If things go south, we can always return here. But stay close to me, or I won't be able to teleport you with me. Thanks to the power of a lord, he could return to Hortus from anywhere in the universe, provided he wasn't attacked spatially or temporally when leaving. He could also bring others with him, as long as they weren't too far away. It was like a safe haven. Even if humans repaired the space gate from their side, they wouldn't be able to enter the world without Varian's permission. Since the trial was complete, no new participants would be taken in. As promised, Varian gave the craftsmen precious items, treasures, and elixirs, all taken from the royal treasury. The craftsmen, young and old, smiled sheepishly as they held their precious rewards like delicate babies. Maybe it'll take less than a year before you can travel outside, Varian offered them another piece of good news. Glory to the Lord. Victory to the Lord. You are the greatest. Hearing the cheers, Varian shrugged. Just pray that I don't die before then. The cheers stopped, and the enthusiastic expressions on the craftsmen's faces froze. Lord, you're joking, right? Right? What could happen to you? Exactly. It's a joke, ahahaha. But Varian's face remained serious. I'm not joking. I might really die. If that happens, the trial might resume again. Fuck. The oldest craftsman, known for his refined temperament, slammed his head against the wall and cursed. The rest were in worse shape. Some fainted, while a few older ones coughed up blood. A few even started crying. Varian scratched his cheek and turned to Sarah, who was looking at him with a chiding gaze. I was just being honest. Too much honesty is not a good thing. It's okay to lie sometimes, Sarah sighed. And you did lie to us multiple times before, didn't you? Even though it was for good reasons, Sia gave a smile that wasn't really a smile. Technically, I never lied, Varian stood his ground. With a sigh, the two gave up arguing and held his hand. As they took another step forward, everything turned silver, and they appeared in a space tunnel. It was completely dark outside, so they didn't know if they were moving or staying still. But unlike the space tunnel they came through, this one was much safer. There were no cracks, no space turbulence, and certainly no space currents. Even if they stayed here for a year, they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured by space currents. We'll be there in a few minutes, Varian said. Sarah and Sia closed their eyes and meditated, preparing themselves for combat. I have to explore the other two special zones of Hortus. Varian closed his eyes and sat in a lotus position, thinking, especially the space-time one. However, since they are a laboratory, he'd need separate permission to access that area. Just like he did in the Twilight Zone. It's dangerous even for his current self, and Varian decided to put it off for now. 400 seconds more, 395 seconds more, 390. As he counted down the ETA, Varian felt both fear and anticipation for the state of his home world. And in a tiny corner of his mind, he also wondered what had happened since he disappeared. Much has changed since Varian disappeared. It has been just a little over 3 months, but it felt like a decade. The first significant event after his departure was the ceasefire. The Emperor's order was to prevent any unnecessary sacrifice. Though they wanted to fight, the Abyss rulers complied with the Emperor's decree. After a week of negotiations, things returned to a semblance of normalcy, though nothing was truly normal. Army units had to reshuffle due to casualties, recruits were inducted early, and promotions were expedited to fill the gaps left by the dead officers. This major shift involved many factors and had far-reaching effects. However, it paled in comparison to the fundamental changes in the human army's dynamics vis-a-vis the Abyssals. Out of nearly 500 planetoids in total, 430 were contested by both humans and Abyssals. The Abyssals controlled 20, while the humans gained 50. Over 30 of these 50 planetoids came from the last war. In the planetoids that Varian conquered, the human army was the sole force. These empty planetoids were filled with newly recruited reserves and would serve as launchpads for future operations. The mere presence of these forces was enough to deter the Abyssals on nearby planetoids. If they tried anything, they would be hunted down by these hounds. Some proposed using the new recruits to join existing forces on other planetoids and gradually push back the Abyssals. However, the proposal was rejected after careful consideration. The new recruits were still too weak to exert significant pressure on the Abyssals. The heavy lifting would need to be done by veterans, and even with their combined efforts, it would take at least a month of proper fighting to capture a planetoid. Secondly, the human forces still had nightmares about the undead. If they went for mass killing and the undead reappeared. And the third and most important reason, if they followed this plan, many new recruits would die. Rather than pursuing a violent plan, if these new recruits were allowed to grow, they would be much more helpful. The prime consideration for this reasoning was a finding reported by the Academy of Military Sciences: humans were getting stronger relative to Abyssals. A level 8 human from the old generation was slightly weaker than their Abyssal counterpart. A level 8 human from the current generation was almost equal. The new generation would be slightly stronger. Even though the gap wasn't very big, if enough numbers were present, humanity would have a decisive edge. For example, instead of needing 100 humans for 100 Abyssals, if only 90 were enough, the remaining 10 would be the game changers. Of course, this difference in strength was much smaller and not too wide. Realistically, 90 humans would be enough for 100 Abyssals, and that one extra human would make the difference. Even after a few more generations of development, it's not like a typical human would be able to beat up 2 or 3 Abyssals of the same level. Even the most optimistic projections predict 100 humans equaling 105 Abyssals. Anyway, the deployment of the army in the planetoids, the control of the planetoids, and almost everything related changed in some way, big or small. The next significant event was the funerals. Only 6 people received the highest level of funeral. This wasn't an egotistical competition of treating one as superior and the other as inferior based on levels. Every life sacrificed was important and sacred. However, the level signified the importance of what the martyr had given their life for. For saving humanity twice, Varian was given the highest level there is. And if a higher level is created one day, he would achieve that as well. Most of his accomplishments were kept secret due to the sensitive nature of the issue. If the general public were to know how close humanity came to extinction, there would be unbearable tension and fear. Still, people knew that a very young man named Varian received the highest level of funeral honors. They only knew that he sacrificed his life to stop an Abyssal on the verge of becoming a sovereign. The number of fallen heroes was immense. So, even though people were curious about Varian's unusual case, they moved on after failing to find much information about him. Most were not even in the mood to pry. Witnessing the final rites of tens of millions of martyrs was already heartrending. New memorial halls were built across the planets. In each city, people gathered in the central parks to pay homage to the Bravehearts. The graves were overwhelmed by a sea of flowers and tears. Almost everyone knew a family that had lost someone: a father, a daughter, a son, a grandfather, a sister. Some unfortunate families were left with only young children. For these people, who saw their family members as heroes, the war taught them the cost of heroism. The eulogies were perhaps the most depressing and yet almost prideful periods of this century. Veterans who would not flinch even if their skin burned off wept, remembering their lost comrades. Old, middle-aged, young, it did not matter. The grief enveloped everyone. Every city lost heroes. Every neighborhood discovered someone who would no longer visit for weeks each year. The tragedy of so many lives filled the air with heavy grief. But amidst that grief was a profound pride. Pride in being a warrior, in dying in battle, in protecting something. In a world where most do things they don't like just to live, dying for something you believe in, such as race, civilization, consciousness, or loved ones, was a luxury few could afford. Perhaps it was a careless romanticization by the drunk philosophers, but the sobriety these deaths brought to the young men and women of society didn't depress them into fearing death. Instead, they rose to meet the challenge. The human spirit was rekindled, and the new generation, which had been growing complacent due to the inevitability of outgrowing the Abyssals in a decade or two, awakened. They realized that if they didn't do everything they could, there was a significant chance the Abyssals would finish them off within this decade. Military academies were flooded with new admission requests like never before. The Federation released all the resources from the treasury it could to strengthen the armed forces, especially the upcoming geniuses. Many wealthy corporations and individuals pooled their resources into critical technologies in hopes of contributing their share. Some selfish individuals didn't. They were then requested by the Federation to do so and had to comply. As a direct consequence of the war, the Federation operated like a war machine, pooling its resources to race ahead. The Abyssals, by creating death and destruction, only made their enemy more determined. Even the Abyssal rulers were clear about the changes in human society. Whatever they did, they had to do it soon. Otherwise, at the current pace, in just a few years, humanity would be out of their control. A month had passed since Varian disappeared. Kyle locked himself in his private lab room. Even though Boo revealed a more sophisticated lab with the added benefit of high mobility, Kyle refused and chose his own basement lab. Every time he saw Boo or spent a minute on the ship, he was reminded of its owner. Although Boo informed him from time to time that Varian was alive, Kyle realized that the distance was too great for the information to be verified. Whatever Boo might be feeling through their connection could just be a remnant of his dead friend. So, Kyle worked in his secret place with the help of Dr. Tom and Maya. A drop of Varian's blood and a drop of Enigma's. Kyle glanced at the shining blood drops floating above the table and frowned. Even if he followed Enigma's instructions and created potions, he would only make 2. What could 2 potions do? The best use of these potions would be creating 2 sovereigns, Maya, in her oversized pink coat, said as she continued to stare at the huge virtual screen with numerous readings. Creating 2 new sovereigns can solve all problems, but... Kyle used a laser beam to separate a droplet of blood and processed it as Enigma instructed. Dr. Tom oversaw the entire process, making all critical adjustments when necessary. After a few thousand precise steps, the droplet turned pale blue. Kyle ran another set of tests, and the results appeared on the virtual screen in front of Maya. Maya studied the readings with hope, but her eyes soon grew disappointed, and she let out a sigh. Kyle was already familiar with this sigh and didn't feel sad about it anymore. Instead, he glanced at the blood drops and said, "We've used up 10% of their blood for these tests. For some reason, we can't replicate Enigma's results in potion making, despite following the exact same steps. Our potions are still very potent but not as effective as Enigma's. Even if we give them to peak level 9s, we won't produce a sovereign in less than a year." 2 sovereigns in over a year is still a great deal, Maya said, turning around in her chair and looking at him with a serious expression. "We've tried and tried again and failed. We just can't make a potion that can push a peak level 9 to a sovereign in a month or 2. Even Thomas tried his best and failed. Kyle, we shouldn't waste any more droplets. We should just give the potions and wait for 2 sovereigns in a year. This will permanently solve the abyssal threat. The more droplets we waste, the longer the promotion will take." Kyle clutched his hair and growled. Maya's words made perfect sense. The best use of these potions would be to send them to peak level 9s and make them sovereigns in a year. 2 new peak level 9s wouldn't make much difference in the grand scheme of things, but 2 sovereigns would change the game for good. "I've compiled the list of the best peak level 9s, Maya said, swiping her finger up to reveal a large screen showing a database of 30 peak level 9s. There was no way Maya could have obtained this secretive list on her own. Boo had helped, as always. Is this really okay? If we give the potions to them, it's over, Kyle said, ruffling his hair in frustration. This is the most efficient use of this limited resource, Maya replied. Yeah, but what if we need that power in a shorter time? Kyle slapped his thigh and looked at Maya. What if an emergency pops up? The emergency can be solved with more peak level 9s. Anything can happen this year. It's nuts. So, we might not even have the luxury of waiting a year. Boo told us too. Indeed, Boo briefly informed them about the dangers Varian solved for humanity. It's just terrifying. If that much could happen in the first half of the year, the next half certainly wouldn't be peaceful. That's why. Maya bit her lip as she considered his argument. Given the constant dangers this year, they might not survive another year without Varian. Thinking about him, Maya closed her eyes and suppressed the sadness in her heart. What would brother do if he was here? She asked aloud. Would he give the potion to peak level 9s or split it to create more peak level 9s for emergencies? Kyle thought for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. Neither. He doesn't need any. That bastard does everything by himself. You're right, Maya's face was a mix of pride and frustration. If only he were here. The thought slipped across their minds countless times. But Varian had already done everything he should. He even went above and beyond to prepare a safety net for humanity in case he died. They couldn't ask more from a man who had done so much. It wouldn't be fair. If we split the blood drops, we can make less potent but faster potions and create a few peak level 9s quickly. If we dilute it, we can also make level 8s and level 7s, Maya tapped her chin. If we dilute it to a millionth, many more level 7s can take it and grow faster. But they might not necessarily advance with that much dilution. It'll be solely up to their current level and efforts. Kyle slumped into his chair. Damn it, I can make more complex potions, but I don't know which ones to make. I think we'll need advice. Who do we ask? Maya closed the virtual screen and stood up. Sovereign Irene? Sovereign Kevin? Or others? Boo has all the contacts and can keep them safe during communication, so there's no worry about being found. No, not them. Kyle threw his coat to the bot, stretched his body, and walked to the exit of the lab. Then who? Maya followed. Kyle opened the door and said, Retired General Evander Albert. Sia asked me to give this to you, in case something happened to them. An exquisite blue potion appeared in Evander's hands. Something, what happened to them? Evander took a deep breath and asked. He had already seen their names on the martyrs list. Varian's was listed at the highest level of the funeral. But Evander told himself it must be false. That boy wouldn't die. He faced many dangerous situations and always came out alive. This war wouldn't swallow him. And he promised to take care of his daughter. He wouldn't break that promise. No, he wouldn't. So, with desperate eagerness, Evander waited for Boo's answer. Whatever the media and even the sovereigns said about Varian could be false, but Boo wouldn't lie. Master fell into a space crack. Sia and Sarah jumped in after him, Boo said. Evander felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision froze for a moment, then twisted into a grayish red. Before he knew it, Evander was clenching his fists and staring blankly toward the despair abyss. Sarah. Varian. Sia, he thought, as if watching the three children fight the dangerous Abyssals. They risked their lives when they absolutely didn't have to. As a general, Evander naturally had enough patriotism to die for the Federation, but when his daughter and apprentices did the same, he felt uncomfortable. They should have lived a peaceful life. They were still so young and hadn't experienced anything. If only I had gone with them, damn it. A mouthful of hot blood rose to Evander's throat, and he had to suppress it. He hadn't remained still during the war and fought anonymously, incurring enough injuries. Despite that, he blamed himself for what happened to the three. The ghost ship rose into the air. This last will was just insurance for them, but not anymore. Please use the power in your hands to fulfill their aspirations. Evander looked at the blue potion in his hands and nodded. Without another word, he headed to the ruins of Jupiter. Like all ruins, its areas were divided into explored, partially explored, and unexplored. Evander ignored all the explored regions and entered the partially explored ones. The first region he visited was Fairies Road. The entrance was a green portal. At any given time, only 10 people could enter. They would be transported to a forest inhabited by finger-sized creatures called fairies. These creatures looked very much like humans but had wings and lived in flowers. The space around Evander flashed, and the next moment, he appeared on a white crystal road. The road passed through a dense forest with tall trees and leaves that shone as if made of glass. Strangely, 2 feet on either side of the forest was bare soil, with not even a blade of grass. The challenge here was the light gates that appeared on the road every 10 miles. Evander's figure appeared in front of the first gate. It was a wall of violet laser beams. As Evander stepped forward, the gate glowed with a strong light and blasted a powerful beam. Evander swirled to the side, dodging the attack. The gate continued to glow, and more laser beams shot at him. Using his high agility, Evander dodged the attacks with minimal movement. Due to the restrictions of this place, flying was prohibited, and stepping off the road would result in immediate elimination. So, Evander did the only thing he could. He dodged the attacks while approaching the gate. Once it was in his range, Evander's fist blasted through the air like a cannonball and broke the gate. A violet fairy, the size of his little finger, appeared before him. As she flapped her tiny wings, violet sparks emitted. It was a beautiful sight. However, the fairy's eyes were impassive and even looked a bit lifeless. Ask, her voice sounded directly in his mind. Strength, Evander answered without hesitation. The fairy shook her head. Your internal injuries have consumed your chances of progressing. You've hit your ceiling. Evander's eyes darkened. But the world is full of wonders. I cannot give you the solution, but perhaps someone can, the fairy said and disappeared. Evander shot forward and reached the next wall in a single breath. At the same time, the gate behind him was restored. The next gate was indigo. Its attack beams were significantly stronger than the first gate, lethal enough that a single hit could vaporize a level 8. As a peak level 9, Evander had the luxury of taking hits. Especially as a heal fighter, injuries shouldn't really bother him. But he spent more time avoiding even the smallest injuries and proceeded. It's very hard to make any progress. I cannot help, one voice said. It's hard indeed. Maybe green, no, even she can't do this. Yellow, perhaps. Evander passed the gates of violet, indigo, blue, green, and finally reached the yellow fairy. Your problem can be cured. But it would take more than 100 years, the yellow fairy said. Evander's face, which had brightened at the first part of her statement, collapsed with the second. He scolded himself for getting so excited so easily. Fairies Road wasn't a secret to high awakeners. The reward this place provided was guidance. Each awakener could receive the guidance just once. If it were really so easy to learn anything and solve any problem just by coming to the yellow fairy, everyone would have reached the sovereign state, Evander sighed. Each fairy was significantly wiser than the last. Typically, level 7s and level 8s benefited from the violet to yellow fairies. The last two, orange and red, were the best for level 9s. Technically, the yellow fairy had a solution. But a solution that would take 100 years was useless. Forget whether the Abyssals would spare humans until then, he himself would be dead. For one, he wasn't a sovereign with a long lifespan. 2, his internal injuries, the main reason he couldn't become a sovereign, would ensure he wouldn't live for more than a decade. So, Evander went to the orange gate and fought hard. Unlike the other gates, he couldn't avoid the laser beams and got hit. Every time he tried to approach the gate and smash it down, the lasers pushed him away. It felt like walking against a flood. If he got distracted even for a moment, he would be swept away. Arg! Xander spat blood into the air as a laser beam blasted a hole in his stomach and shook his insides. A laser beam vaporized the blood on contact and passed dangerously close to Xander's neck. Xander's injuries were healing quickly, and despite his setbacks, he finally destroyed the gate. The orange fairy appeared before him and said, "There is a special herb that grows in the highest mountains of Kalos. If you soak it in liquefied aura for a month and take it, your internal injuries will disappear in 5 years." F5? Xander looked at her with shaking eyes. The injuries on his body were healing, and the blood on his body was drying. But drenched in red from head to toe, he looked terrifying. "Yes. This is the fastest method I know. And, mind you, gaining that herb won't be easy. You have to risk your life. There's less than a 30% chance you might actually get it." The fairy, thinking he was scared of the odds, added, "I can reveal a safer method. But it'll take longer. The underground planes. I'm not hesitating because it's risky. If it was before, I would have backed away from risking my life. But I don't have anything holding me back now." Xander shook his head with a wry smile. "Is there a faster way? 5 years is too long. Even 5 months is. 1 month is the most I think I can afford to stay away. Even that is fraught with risks." "Faster? Even faster?" "Yes. Do you even understand what you're asking for? The injuries that festered in you for years are so deep that they altered the flow of your aura and are eating away at your vitality. Can such a problem be solved in a month? It's impossible. Not only me, but Red doesn't have a solution for that." Xander fell silent for a moment, then crossed his arms and pointed out with a smile, "You're mistaking something, aren't you? I never asked you to heal my injuries. I just want strength." The orange fairy looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. "Then are you ready to pay the price for having strength that isn't rightfully obtained?" "Indubitably. It's a precious method that I don't have access to. But Red can tell you. However, no one has been able to meet her. Even those much stronger than you." The reason Fairies Road was marked as partially explored was due to this very issue. No one had managed to clear the Red Gate, not even the Sovereigns. Fortunately, they returned intact, despite sustaining major injuries, and spread the word. Nevertheless, many level 9s were reckless and lost their lives. Xander wasn't stronger than any of the Sovereigns who gave it their all. He had no chance of winning. If he was lucky, he might return alive. If not, he would die there, without avenging his daughter and disciples. But if he returned, he would remain a peak level 9, powerless in the grand scheme of things and unable to deal a decisive blow to the Abyssals. Moving forward likely meant death. Turning back meant a life of helplessness. Between death and helplessness, Xander chose death. Watching his receding back, the orange fairy pursed her lips and frowned. "Strange," she muttered. This man had a strangely familiar aura. No, it wasn't his aura, it was the scent of someone else's. "I hope he can return safely," the orange fairy whispered. "The isolation has driven Red crazy. Even when Julius came here, he had to return empty-handed." The difference between Julius and Xander was clear. If Julius couldn't do it, Xander had no chance. With a determined heart, Xander headed to the final gate on Fairies Road. A menacing red gate with sharp, razor-like teeth as its door greeted him. As he approached, the mouth opened and cackled like a demon. "What the?" Xander clenched his fists and was about to strike when heavy pressure filled the air. Everything in his vision turned red, then dark. The colorful sky, the beautiful forest, and the pristine road all disappeared, and Xander found himself standing in front of a devilish red gate. The gate suddenly lit up, and Xander's body tensed like a bowstring. But instead of a laser beam, a silent, tangible wave of something reached Xander. He tried to dodge it but failed. In the next moment, a strong urge to flee, almost to the point of obsession, surged in Xander's heart. Even his body screamed at him to turn around and run. His mind, always sharp and composed, grew dull and chaotic. Ha, ihihi, the laughter from the red gate sounded like the brittle collision of metals, and its teeth gnashed with the sound of chalk screeching against a board. Xander's body tensed with goosebumps, and his mind instinctively made him step back. This was a mental attack that far surpassed anything he had seen before. Creo had to control his consciousness to control his body. But this red gate controlled his mind and body even while he was awake. Damn. Xander could feel the power of the red gate. It wasn't too much more powerful than orange. He could smash it if he used all his strength. But... Arg. Xander clutched his head and screamed. Veins popped up on his forehead, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Every muscle contracted, and every nerve in his body shook like a string on a violin. Xander desperately wanted to run away, but Sarah's face kept flashing in his mind. Sar. Tears rolled down Xander's cheeks as he once again faced the fact that his daughter had died. The little girl had just become an adult. She hadn't even gotten to enjoy life. She fell in love with a guy and gave up her life for him. Pidgirl. Blood trickled from Xander's mouth as he stared at the menacing red gate with a determined smile. Fear still gripped his heart, and his body still urged him to flee. But Xander made his decision. Today, he would either succeed or die trying. Xander roared from the depths of his lungs and stepped forward against the horrifying pressure. The veins in his forehead burst, and his legs bent at odd angles as the sound of bones breaking echoed. Xander's healing ability kicked in, and a few minutes later, he took another step. The red gate's laughter grew louder, and it didn't even bother to use the lasers against him. Its terrifying lips and sharp teeth formed a mocking smile, and the pressure on Xander intensified. As he took another step, he collapsed to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. An invisible force compressed his entire body from all directions. His mind replayed the images of Sarah's death, weakening both his body and mind and urging him to flee this. Under this terrible pressure, the only things that kept Xander going were his will to avenge Sarah and his healing power. He tried to stand again but collapsed halfway. Gritting his teeth, he began to crawl forward. Each movement caused his body to convulse, and pain from every part of his being nearly paralyzed him. In the endless darkness, he crawled toward the red gate. The red fairy standing behind the gate observed him with cold eyes. Weak. She clenched her tiny fist and yelled, "Get up! Be strong! Why are you crawling? Do you think you can win like this? Pathetic." Note, means scary place in Chinese. It was left in Chinese in the original text, so it has been translated to maintain consistency. You lose. Once Xander crossed the threshold and was only 100 meters from the gate, the red light intensified, and 5 laser beams began to charge. And no. Sensing the danger, Xander pulled all his strength to barely get back on his feet. But he staggered and almost fell. He couldn't even stand properly and began to stagger forward as if his feet were made of jelly. With another maniacal laugh, the gate shot 5 laser beams. Xander immediately bent down and sidestepped, dodging 4 lasers. The 5th burned a fist-sized hole in his right shoulder. Hee-ha. Following another burst of laughter, 5 more lasers reached him. This time, a fist-sized hole burnt into Xander's left shoulder. For the next 10 minutes, Xander protected his vitals but was hit by at least 1 or more laser beams each time. As a result, his injuries piled up much faster than his healing could keep up, and he was shot to pieces. Xander was about to reach his limit. Just one more attack and he'd collapse. The saddest part was that he hadn't advanced an inch during this whole time. He did move forward sometimes, but he was quickly blasted back. After all, the closer he was to the gate, the fiercer the attacks. The 100-meter distance seemed short, but it was an uncrossable gulf. Hi. Evander's body tensed up, and he stared at the 5 beams that were charging. Is this it? Yes, he could barely move his body one more time. And then he'd collapse. It's over. This is it. This is how he'd die. Evander pushed the final bits of his strength into his legs and stared at the lasers with a mad gaze. Now. The moment the lasers shot toward him, Evander leaped forward. It was useless, he couldn't avoid the lasers. That's why he hadn't tried to dodge them before. But now, he didn't intend to avoid them anymore. Instead, he pushed through 3 lasers and collapsed just a few feet from the gate. The price of his brave stunt was immense. Half of Evander's heart was burned, his arms, which he had used to protect his head, were vaporized up to his shoulders, and half of his torso was missing. He was only seconds away from death. Even though he was just an arm's length from the gate, he didn't have the energy to lift a finger. The red fairy behind the gate sighed in frustration. This one too. No one talks to me. It's been so long. Damn it. Her gaze turned to Evander, who was on the verge of death, and she smiled in anger. You incompetent bastard. Why did you come so close and collapse? Raise your head and smash the gate. Tear it down. Arg. You fool. Why did I even think you might do something? Bastard. Evander's consciousness began to slip away, and darkness started to consume him. He could see the red gate so close in his blurry vision, but he had no strength left. No, even if he were stronger, he would have died. Not just him, anyone, even a sovereign, would be pushed to near death if they managed to come this close. While sovereigns would certainly be in better shape than him upon reaching the same position, what then? The attacks from the gate would continue, and they would be too injured to fight back. That's why no one had ever cleared the red gate. As his vision darkened, Sarah's image flashed in Evander's mind. She was standing with Sia and Varian. Sarah was staring at him with a pout, asking if he was going to die just like that. Varian gave him a disappointed look, while Sia stared at him with something in her hand. It was a small bottle with blue liquid, the potion. Evander used the last bit of his consciousness to retrieve the potion. The blue liquid poured into his mouth automatically. The potion was meant to improve talent and facilitate faster breakthroughs, but Evander hadn't taken it before due to his internal injuries. Without addressing those injuries, the potion would be of no use. But this was his only option now. So, he took it in a last-ditch effort. As a result, a soothing sensation washed over him. The energy that should have improved his talent instead went to healing and energizing him. Since it contained traces of silver powers, the effect was remarkable. Evander's heart healed instantly, and his most critical injuries began to recover quickly. His arms didn't regenerate immediately, but the potion's energy filled his body. Evander could sense that the energy was temporary and would leave his body in a moment. It was like pouring water into a broken cup. The water would flow out, but it would remain in the cup for a moment. And this was the moment. The gate was charging 30 laser beams and was about to launch them. But before it could, Evander smashed his head into the gate and broke it. Then, the energy left his body, and he collapsed with worse injuries. In his attack, he inevitably came into contact with the lasers and received even more severe injuries. Even with all his healing powers and the potion aiding him, he would die in 5 seconds. The red fairy stared at the man who had lost his arms, legs, and almost half of his torso, and had even sustained a fatal head injury, with a complicated expression. After so much time, someone finally reached her. Someone could finally talk to her. But that person was going to die before he said a single word. The red fairy covered her face and began to sob. If she had a choice, she would kill herself. The loneliness was too much to bear. But she couldn't even do that. She didn't have permission to end her own life. She was a tool, an amusement, meant to fulfill her role. That was all there was to her existence. But she was more than just a tool. She had her own likes and dislikes. She liked the pink flowers, not the purple ones. In her free time, she dreamt of the day she would be freed from this place forever. In her wildest dreams, she would meet many people. They would all smile and cheer for her. And then they would speak. But what would they say? That was the end of her dreams. She had never spoken to anyone. So, she had no idea how people even spoke to each other. All she had were some memories, an inheritance, that allowed her to function properly. But she couldn't even imagine what it felt like to speak to someone. The red fairy glanced at the dying Evander with a conflicted expression. There were rules she and every fairy had to follow. Breaking them would result in punishment. Confinement for 100 years was normal for minor mistakes. If she dared to save this man, she might not only endanger herself, but the other 6 fairies could also die. Even though the red fairy never talked to them, she treated them like her younger sisters and didn't want to get them into trouble. They had a good life, talking to people regularly and having fun. So, what right does she have to ruin their lives for her selfishness? As the red fairy prepared to return to her lonely residence, her nose wrinkled, and she sniffed something. A scent from someone on the dying man. That someone was important. She didn't know how or why, but she instinctively knew it was someone with high authority. The red fairy appeared above Evander and glanced at the place with the strongest scent. It's the big blue bottle. Is this bottle made by that person? The substance inside the bottle had nothing to do with the scent. In fact, the scent was coming from fingerprints on the bottle. The hell? The red fairy cursed. She could understand if it was the substance in the bottle, but just a fingerprint giving off such a strong signature? Who is this person? The Emperor? No, maybe not the Emperor, but someone of similar status. Otherwise, there's no explanation for this ridiculous situation. The red fairy gulped and instinctively used her powers on Evander. The man, who was almost at death's door, was forcibly dragged out, and his body began to heal at a rapid pace. See Crown Prince? Is this man a relative? But is the Empire even alive? The red fairy had incomplete information to guess, but she knew that if the guest was related to someone at the top, she could treat them favorably and face no backlash. Indeed, even after the man opened his eyes and stared at her in confusion, she was safe. How am I alive? I can tell you a method to heal your internal injuries in 6 months. Take the acacia leaf, soak it in highly concentrated aura liquid, add star powder, burn and process the potion. Drink once every week, and you'll recover. I was about to die. Did you save me? And I saved you, but don't ask me why. I know. You want something faster. Take this technique. It will make you stronger, but you'll have to pay the price. You'll need 2 or 3 weeks to start with it. Then you can do whatever you want. The red fairy tapped Evander's head, and a strange aura method appeared in his mind. Evander nodded in shock. This method would really work. Even though there was a price to pay, he could reach the sovereign state with it. But wait, what's up with this fairy? You. Can you speak to me? The red fairy looked at him with glittering eyes. Pardon? I pardon you. You can speak now. Please. Speak something. Anything. I've been alone for so long I thought of dying. Please. Please. The red fairy clutched onto his neck and yelled pitifully. Evander looked at the cute little thing on his neck and recalled his condition before he passed out. For whatever reason, she saved him. He should repay her. And looking at this little fairy, eager to talk to him, Evander was reminded of Sarah when she was a kid. She really enjoyed spending time with him. Even her mother had joked about it. What do you want me to talk about? Anything. Maybe about yourself. Who are you? What's your story? Evander looked up at the sky and opened his mouth. Evander came to Ferry Road, risking his life and almost dying. No, he would have died if not for the Red Fairy healing him. In return for his efforts, he cleared the trial that even Sovereign Julius couldn't, and gained an amazing technique. Later, he ventured into other partially explored regions and obtained the precious materials needed for his recovery. His internal injuries would heal within 4 to 6 months. Once that happened, Evander was confident of reaching the sovereign state. Even though the potion was mostly wasted on him, it still managed to push his talent beyond a threshold. It was an intuitive feeling he couldn't help but trust. That was the best future he could envision, 4 months without Abyssals doing anything dangerous. It was unrealistic. Evander would rather bet on his father Albert opening up to him than on the Abyssals staying still. Varian is gone. If the Abyssals attack now, we can no longer count on luck, Bali said with a complicated expression, leaning back on his throne in a virtual screen. He wanted to meet and comfort Evander for his loss, but the latter refused. Evander didn't want to mourn. Not until he avenged them. The need of the hour is another sovereign powerhouse. If we succeed, we won't need to worry. Whatever challenge they throw at us, we can handle it. If they can't resist us, we can take the initiative and destroy them, Evander stated. Bali smiled bitterly. If it were that easy, we wouldn't even need Varian. Even with the potion Varian gave me and the help of Heaven's will, it took me over a month to reach the sovereign stage. The new sovereign we need won't have Heaven's will's help. Even if we can get Varian's or Enigma's potion, they will need at least half a year, and at most a year. Evander sighed. He lived for decades and witnessed many challenges humanity faced. But nothing compared to the existential threats they encountered in just these 4 months. There won't be any respite. Another war is coming. The other sovereigns think so too. And they. Bali trailed off and clenched his fists. They didn't find the thief? Evander asked with a grim expression. No. Bali felt like all his energy was drained just to say that one word. Ares of Neptune, Irene of Uranus, Michael Charon of Jupiter, and I from Mars, our artifacts are either missing or stolen. Even if Sovereign Irene is heavily injured, it's hard to believe anyone could just sneak up and steal the 2 artifacts. Evander looked Bali in the eye and said words that could lead to civil war. It's not the Abyssals. That much is certain. If it were, they'd have killed her. She woke up unconscious in her spaceship. Bali gritted his teeth and spoke in a chilly voice. It's either a peak level 9, but most likely it's a... Evander trailed off. What he left unsaid was self-evident. Bali closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. A sovereign indeed. That person didn't kill Irene. They don't want humanity to be destroyed. Delving any deeper into this will only invite backlash and possibly, a civil war. That's the last thing we want now. The Sovereign Council decided to put this matter off indefinitely. Evander snorted in derision but didn't speak further. If he became a sovereign, the Abyssals could be considered a finished business. Then, this sovereign would have to face consequences for their actions. But until then. Inform me if anything important happens, Evander said and walked out of the eerily silent living room of his mansion. And please take care of the kids. Kyle and Maya were protected by Bali. After Varian's death, many mercenary groups started hunting Kyle and Maya. Even Kyle's mother and Maya's father were affected by this sudden hunt. Thankfully, Bali personally intervened and declared them to be under his protection. So, even though hunting teams still tried to track them from time to time, the 2 were safe. Of course, Bali didn't know that the ghost ship was also looking after them. If they really fell into danger, Boo would rescue them. Even if he knew, Bali would have done the same. Take care of yourself. You too. After Evander sat on the couch and was about to meditate, an old man in a butler's uniform poured him tea. But the tea overflowed from the cup and spread on the table. A middle-aged woman in a maid's uniform put down some snacks and stood like a statue. The snacks were burnt, and the plate was teetering on the edge of the table. Evander looked at Anna and Richard with pity. Anna was heartbroken after learning the news and spent her days sobbing in her room. Her grief mirrored his own when he lost Sam. Even though he had long known that Anna treasured Sarah, seeing her breakdown made him realize that the bond between Anna and Sarah was more like a mother-daughter relationship than a maid-mistress one. And Richard, the old man, had served his father, Albert, for decades, then served him for decades, and finally went to Varian this year. Richard was first impressed by Varian, and even though he couldn't stay with the boy due to his frequent travels, the old man developed a fondness for him. Since Varian's death, Richard couldn't smile properly and was always dazed at work. "I'll return by evening." Evander waved his hand and walked to the neighborhood park, disguised as an old man. The atmosphere at home was so depressing that he'd rather come to a public park and meditate on a boulder. The park was filled with the laughter of children enjoying themselves. From time to time, adults walking in the park would make a joke and burst out laughing. Couples would confess their love. Friends would chat about their days. Evander's wounded heart felt at peace in this atmosphere. He could focus enough on the technique he had learned. Stage 1, exchange injuries for strength. Stage 2, exchange potential for strength. Stage 3, exchange vitality for strength. Stage 4, exchange. Evander frowned at the final stage. He tried to read it, but couldn't. It felt like the words were a mosaic, and there was a barrier preventing him from accessing the final stage. After reading every word he could, Evander understood the reason. The fourth stage was much stronger than the rest, and in a way, the ultimate move. To unlock it, he needed to master the first 3 stages. Stage 1 will help me deal with 2 or more peak level 9s. Stage 2 will make me stronger than peak level 9s but weaker than sovereigns. Stage 3 would bring me to the strength of a sovereign. What about stage 4? Evander breathed out gently and focused on channeling his aura in a certain way. For the next month, in the lively neighborhood of Joral City, Mars, Evander continued to meditate. He mastered the first 2 stages and was progressing in the third. To his and every powerhouse's surprise, the Abyssals didn't make a move for a whole month. Evander remained vigilant about the upcoming war. But as time passed, he focused more on his progress and stopped worrying about the war. Old Man Albert, Grandpa Albert, a little girl named Mia called out in her cute voice. Evander opened his eyes and glanced at the little girl. Even though there were many girls with blonde hair and blue eyes, this little girl bore a striking resemblance to Sarah. Perhaps that was why the silent grandpa, who didn't talk much in the park, had no problem chatting with her. Though he wouldn't admit it, he enjoyed every second of the little girl's company. Sometimes, it made him wonder how he would feel if Sarah had a child and he became a grandpa for real. The feeling of anticipation rose, only to be crushed, leaving Evander silent and filled with grief. "What is it, Mia? Do you want to hear another story?" Evander got down from the boulder and crouched to meet the little girl's eye level. Mia threw her hands up and cheered. I want another hero adventure." But she seemed to remember something and made a surprised face. "I almost forgot. That big brother and big sister are calling you." She pointed to a skinny young man and a cute young woman, both almost the age of his daughter. Evander glanced at them and fell silent for a moment before he rubbed Mia's little head and said, "Thanks. I'll tell you a good story next time. Promise?" Mia put up her little finger. Evander's lips curled up, and he hooked his big finger with hers. "Promise." "Yay." Mia ran off to her mother with a smile. Evander glanced at the 2 teenagers and nodded. "We can either provide immediate power to many awakeners or we can use it on 2 peak level 9s and get a sovereign a year later. Which one is better? By then, would be a sovereign anyway. But there's no safety before then. So, can you tweak the potion so that it only helps in clearing bottlenecks and not in progressing the existing sublevel? A high level 9 who hits the wall can reach peak level 9. While a beginner at high level 9 doesn't need to progress much further in the same level. Kyle and Maya looked at each other for a moment and nodded. Excellent. Do that. We'll need every high-level combat power we can get, Xander said, clapping his hands. Is there any confirmation of a war? Kyle asked cautiously. No, there isn't, Xander shook his head. Even if it's tomorrow, we can't predict it. The only thing we can do is prepare. He looked at them with a serious gaze. There is a heavy responsibility on you too. You may not realize it yet, but if you do what you should, your actions might end up saving our race. Kyle gulped in nervousness and nodded. For the next 2 weeks, the couple, along with Dr. Thomas, worked day and night. Instead of using the 2 blood samples for potions, they created an elixir to help overcome bottlenecks. Taking it wouldn't change one's talent. If someone took the original potion, they were almost guaranteed to reach the sovereign state and even had a shot at the celestial rank. However, with this potion, the only use was to get through the bottleneck. Participants would still need large amounts of aura crystals and high-energy herbs to properly get through the bottleneck. In simple terms, if the bottleneck is a gate stopping them from reaching the next room, the potion would be the mechanism that raises the gate. The participants would need to gather the energy to walk through the gate themselves. Even so, when the military announced this elixir, the powerhouses wondered if it was a prank. By not compromising functionality, they managed to produce 250 drops of the elixir. This was distributed to powerhouses struck at the bottleneck all across the Federation. This amounted to 50 high-level 9s, 70 mid-level 9s, and 100 low-level 9s. The remainder went to peak level 8s. Unlike ever before in its history, the Federation spent its precious resources. Once the trials were completed and the medicine was found to be functional and harmless, tons of materials were given to each and every awakener taking the elixir. Everyone got just one chance to take this medicine, only 1 drop. If they failed, one of the precious 250 drops would be wasted. The Federation decided to overspend and waste resources rather than fail in advancing a high-level awakener. Thanks to this generosity, high awakeners from Mercury to Neptune all had a 100% success rate. Since the advancement process took time, awakeners were selected in batches to take the elixir. Each day, 2 awakeners advanced, sometimes, there was only 1. But there was continuous progress every single day. However, since they had just advanced, they were instructed to lay low and get used to their new powers. It would take at least a month to achieve good proficiency. Thus, these awakeners didn't provoke their abyssal counterparts and kept to themselves. The changes were so surreal that even the people who advanced felt absurd. The bottlenecks that had held them back for decades were suddenly removed. And across the solar system, hundreds of powerhouses advanced. This was nothing short of a miracle. Enigma and Varian were clever, but they were not scientists. Even the potion she had was taken from Roxana. In contrast, Kyle and Maya were true scientists. And as someone who had seen numerous powerhouses get stuck in bottlenecks throughout his life, Xander's guidance was truly on the mark. Thanks to this remarkable cooperation, humans clearly outpaced the Abyssals and gained an edge over them. However, none of the sovereigns called for war, despite having confidence in winning. If they truly waged a war to the end, most of humanity would be gone. The Abyssals never surrendered or ran away. If they were to die, they'd rather take the enemy down with them. If the Abyssals were on the verge of losing, they'd destroy everything they could. Thus, even a victory would set human civilization back by hundreds of years. Besides, the Abyssals might be hiding their trump cards. Invading them without a sufficient edge in strength was too risky. So, despite the growth, the human army remained quiet and concealed. The Abyssals, on the other hand, had no idea about the massive changes occurring in the upper strata of human power. But they weren't lying low these days. They too had an ongoing plan. And it was happening on Pluto. On the small planet, an undead body floated in the sky. Across Pluto, tens of thousands of corpses were placed in painted circles, and various altars were built with esoteric runes. With each second, small black threads left the dead bodies and entered the undead in the sky. After nearly dying under Varian, the undead's strength had dropped to level 7. It had been 2.5 months since that battle, and he had been asleep until now. The undead's eyes flew open, and the sky dimmed for a moment before a bright light, akin to a sun, emanated from him. After a long rest and the consumption of countless precious resources, the undead finally reached a strength that surpassed the peak of level 9. Even though he was still lacking compared to a sovereign, with the abyssal kings and queens blocking out their human counterparts, he was invincible. He'd still need some time to reach the sovereign state. But the Abyssals had already provided all the help they could. The only way he could take that final step was by killing millions. He needed a war. Upon his recovery, the Abyssal rulers contacted the Emperor to ask for instructions. For the past 2 months, the Emperor had barely contacted them, except for the occasional check-in. The Abyssal kings and queens feared the Emperor might ask them to stay put to prevent high casualties. Instead, he nodded with a tired face. "I'll send the reinforcements," the Abyss Emperor said with a neutral expression, though his eyes were heavy and his voice showed his exhaustion. Moreover, there were several thin sword marks on his cheeks that hadn't yet healed. Even though they knew they absolutely shouldn't, the Abyssal rulers still asked, "Why, Your Majesty, how is the situation there?" The Abyss Emperor leaned back on his throne, his shoulders slumping. "The situation is under control, but the losses are enormous. Entire provinces have been lost, slaughtered, and burnt. The fairies have lost 1/3 of their army, yet they still keep coming like rabid dogs." A heavy atmosphere filled the air, and the Emperor finally smiled. "Don't worry. We're going to win this war. You win yours. The reinforcements will be there soon. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Abyssals. War and glory be our wars." As Varian fell into the space crack and the war in the solar system slowed to a halt, the same situation was unfolding in the Emperor Abyss. The fairies were able to conquer the Blood Province with the help of the Death Strand. The undead Abyssals caused the formidable Abyssal defense, which would have withstood the fairies' assault for years, to fall. Even though they lost the entire province, the Abyssals fought fiercely. Their battle was so intense that it scared the victors. By all logic, the fairies should have stopped. If they moved forward, they would face enormous losses. For every 1,000 Abyssal deaths, at least 700 fairies would die. Even if they managed to finish off the Abyssal race, the weakened fairies would have no chance of surviving the Providence trial. This was one of the intentions behind the Province trial: do not fight your equals and weaken the overall strength of the Jai Empire. Fight only if you can destroy your enemies and still stand strong in the upcoming trial. It worked. Under the threat of extinction, no one was foolish enough to wage a war that would surely incur significant losses. The Abyss Emperor thought the fairies, like any rational party, would back off. So, while the Abyssals remained vigilant, they looked forward to a period of peace. The Emperor himself began preparing to conclude the solar system business. The first thing he did was to check the war report a week after Varian's disappearance. "I sent wyverns, blood heirs, and even the Death Strand. Forget an overwhelming victory. Why is there no victory at all?" The Abyss Emperor thought it was a prank. But after several confirmations, he slumped in his chair and began to examine the report with a heavy heart. He believed the details wouldn't change the weight in his heart. But as he read about the ridiculous adventures of Varian, his jaw dropped and he found himself staring at the text like a dumbstruck fool. "Confine the wyverns on Pluto, safeguard the planetoids of Neptune, and the blood heirs single-handedly, slaughter the army on 30 damn planetoids, and go stop the undead that reached sovereign state." And he almost killed the undead, if not for Sanguik assassinating him. Just reading Varian's achievements out loud made Hedon's scalp tingle. And even after being hit by the Death Strand, he killed Sanguik, the head of the Blood Heirs and the most dazzling genius of the Abyssals, in a single shot. As he read the last line, the Emperor stood up with clenched fists. The office cooled down, and a deathly silence took over. The Abyss Emperor leaned into his chair and glanced at the ceiling with a tired gaze. "Sanguik, we really owe you a lot. Thank you, child." Thank you. If not for the best genius's noble sacrifice, Varian wouldn't have been killed. If that guy had remained alive, it would have been impossible for humanity to fall. Hayden had a feeling that even if he went to the solar system to finish off the humans, as long as Varian escaped, this debt wouldn't end. Someday, somehow, that human warrior would find him and his people and unleash hell that would make Fares look cute in comparison. His track record spoke for itself. A genocidal maniac who had slaughtered 10 cities and killed tens of millions, Varian had no regard for life and wouldn't have any qualms about exterminating their entire race if he had the chance. He died, he really died. The Abyss Emperor muttered in relief. Even though the undead sovereign was severely injured and out of commission for months, he had done what no abyssal ruler in the solar system could. He not only killed the wildcard named Varian but also removed the dangerous obstacle called Enigma, as well as another female who had gained light and time powers. While the Abyssals did incur significant losses in the war, they could always recover. After learning about the situation in the solar system, Hayden decided on a drastic move. I'll send a sovereign and get it done with, he thought. Turning his large chair around, he glanced at the giant map on the wall behind his desk. Hayden's eyes grew dull, and his thoughts drifted as he stared at the map blankly. The Abyss Empire, as he and his people liked to call it, or the Abyss Province, as the world addressed it, had 20 provinces or subdivisions. Each province had one sovereign as its leader, and a few lucky ones had two. There were a total of 60 sovereigns in the Abyss Empire. This was a huge number for humans, equal to that of the fairies but negligible to the Xians. There were times when Hayden just wanted to send one of the sovereigns to deal with humanity. But every time he contacted these sovereigns, they reported on the battles they had just fought. This sobered Hayden. The Abyss Empire's borders had not been peaceful for decades. Before they hired fairies, the Xians picked some mercenary sovereigns to harass their borders every week. Hiring 60 sovereigns wasn't a small expense even for the Xians. Of course, these mercenaries were only paid to attack, not wage war. If that were the case, the costs would rise, and the Abyssals would retaliate more fiercely. In short, the 60 Abyssal sovereigns always had to be on the border. As long as they stayed, the mercenaries would only harass them. But if they left and the mercenaries found an opening, they'd hunt like rabid dogs, looting and slaughtering the province. These sovereigns had to spend decades away from home, and some of them left when their children were born, unable to even see the birth of their grandchildren. It begged the question, why go to such lengths? The mercenaries were accomplishing nothing other than keeping these sovereigns on the border every damn day. What could the Xians gain from this? Only the Xian Emperor benefited, gaining peace of mind. He freaked out badly when he learned that 8 abysses disappeared along with their sovereigns many decades ago. He decided to keep the Abyssals engaged to prevent them from pulling any other moves, even if it cost him considerable money and the ire of other provinces that feared the Xians doing the same to them. Hayden took the case to the court of the Maesar Duchy, the immediate superior of Abyss Province, and managed to get an order prohibiting the Xians from interfering. You shall not hire mercenaries to disturb the sovereigns of the Abyss Province. Cease all activities within a year. Even though the Xians established a new duchy, they were new and far weaker than the established Maesar Duchy. In fact, before they sold their matriarch, the Xians were also a province of the Maesar Duchy. Eventually, the Xians obeyed the order and reluctantly withdrew after a year. But the Abyssals couldn't even sigh in relief because one day after that withdrawal, the Xians brought fairies to the border. Right after Hayden started the case in the duchy, the Xian Emperor began grooming the fairies. As a result, the sovereigns had to stay on the border and face worse enemies. Compared to mercenaries who didn't risk their lives, the fairies did, and they had the intent to invade the Abyssals. The sovereigns have remained on the borders to this day. Until now, Hayden hasn't sent them to the solar system to prevent bloodshed at home. Once a sovereign leaves, the fairies would attack and destroy the province. Rather than allowing that, he opted to finish off the humans with minimal loss, both at home and in the 8 abysses. Unfortunately, he neither won in the solar system nor maintained peace at home. Blood Province was gone, and other provinces could be next. Whatever he tried to prevent has already happened. Hayden finally resolved to send a sovereign to the solar system. After all, the fairies would need a break after the intense war, giving him a window of opportunity. The problem was that if someone teleported to a place as far as the solar system, the space gates would need to cool down. So, even if he wanted to send them now, the gates were recently used. He'd have to wait a few months. However, he could still send weaker awakeners, like level 9s, and some precious materials. Now that Varian is gone, I will send some strategic treasures and finish off the humans for good. They'll put up a fight. If they don't collapse, I'll send a sovereign once the gates cool down. Hayden decided and entered the treasury to pick the items. But before he could even glance at all the racks, a panicking voice reached him. Emperor! Emperor! The fairies attacked. When the fairies attacked, discarding all logic and common sense, the Abyssals were surprised to the point of disbelief. However, the fairies did not care about their feelings. They fought as they were instructed. Having already breached the Abyss and conquered the Blood Province, they had two adjacent targets, Spirit Province, famous for its mental attack legions and formations, and Light Province, which had an elite army of Light Abyssals. In the not-so-distant past, when the Abyssals were still a mighty civilization, Spirit Province gave birth to a Spirit Awakener, the celestial rank that Mind Awakeners grow into. Similarly, Light Province produced a Light Celestial ranker 1,000 years ago. Now, these provinces were mere names. Spirit Province's formidable psychic and telekinetic legions were ill-equipped. Good armor was a top priority for any Mind Awakener, especially psychics. However, with the poverty and decline of their empire, it became a luxury for Spirit Province, putting the famous legions at a direct disadvantage. Similarly, the fighters of Blood Province also faced a disadvantage. To complement their fierce fighting methods, they needed many healing potions, which they could not afford. This led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Abyssals. In stark contrast, the fairies were well equipped by the Xians. Even under such circumstances, the fairies needed to use a precious death strand, and their losses were still 70% of the Abyssals. This demonstrated just how formidable the Abyssals were. Despite rising quickly under the Xians' grooming, the fairies were decades away from matching the Abyssals. The only reason they could invade and succeed was the Xians' extravagant spending and the fairies' disregard for the massive losses that would have made any sane commander withdraw. The fairies did not attack the Light Province. It had only a few Light Awakeners, but they were all powerful and hard to kill. Moreover, Light Awakeners could be a real pain in large battles. The Spirit Province was their choice. Like an unstoppable tsunami, the fairies struck the boundary of the Spirit Province. Tens of millions of fairy soldiers marched across the yellow plains toward the Silver Fortress at the border. But before they could even launch an attack, their army slowed down and began moving like zombies. Their eyes stared blankly at the sky. Break! Break! Break it! Following the commander's shout, dozens of elemental swords rose into the sky and struck some inconspicuous locations near the fortress. The hidden illusion formations came into view as the attacks shattered them. But before the fairies could sigh in relief, a massive wave of mind power, like a raging flood, washed over the soldiers, pulling them into a collective illusion. Like drug addicts, half of the fairies widened their eyes and waved their hands. Their world splintered into brilliant colors, and everything came to life. The remaining half, unable to be trapped in the illusion, raised their weapons and attacked. Invisible explosions echoed in the air, and shockwaves spread for miles. The invisible telekinetic attacks were effectively neutralized. But it was only the first wave. Wake up! Idiots! Get out of it! The illusioned fairy soldiers paid no heed to their comrades' shouts. Worse, even the level 9s and sovereigns stood in place, fighting against the illusions. Occasionally, they had to punch or dodge to deal with the telekinetic attacks that kept coming. For the next 3 days, the fairies continued to fight but could not advance an inch. Their ranged attacks couldn't penetrate the high defense fortress, and their space awakeners couldn't teleport inside the controlled space. Despite their best efforts, the fairies failed to make any breakthroughs and retreated. The Abyssals finally breathed a sigh of relief. A week later, the fairies attacked the Light Province. Thanks to the special formations and strong fortresses, the Abyssals managed to block the fairies. Unlike the Spirit Province, where the fairies couldn't even advance, the struggle here was intense. However, due to the pre-made arrangements, the Abyssals always had the upper hand. Unwillingly, the fairies withdrew again. The Fairy Emperor, who was fighting Hayden, also retreated, signaling that the fairies were taking a serious step back. Phew, the Abyss Emperor breathed out, feeling the burden on his shoulders lighten. Thankfully, they had succeeded in defense. If not. Shaking his head, Hayden hurried to the post-war work. He checked the reports, readjusted the forces, and allocated appropriate resources. But a problem arose. Your Majesty, there aren't enough funds to repair the damaged formations and fortresses, the finance minister said, bowing and trembling. Use the royal family's vault, Hayden replied without hesitation. Your Majesty. The finance minister opened his mouth but immediately bowed his head, his face pale. What is it? Hayden asked. The finance minister took a deep breath, squared his shoulders as if preparing for the worst, and stared at the ground. There are only heirlooms left in the vault. Everything else has already been used up. Hayden paused and blinked, then blinked again, as if still processing the news. Oh, he said in a dull voice, causing the finance minister to shudder. He had never seen the emperor like this. Now, he sounded like. Why, Your Majesty, we can request a loan from the duchy. Duchy? A dry voice echoed in the air. They'll suck our blood. Those bastards. We'll be hard-pressed to pay the interest, let alone the principal. The finance minister froze, remaining silent. Only the sound of his heart pounding against his chest filled the room. Go sell the heirlooms. Hayden closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. As you wish. A few minutes after the minister left, Hayden opened his eyes and stared blankly at the sky. How long had it been? The once prosperous Abyss Empire, once the richest in not just the duchy but the entire kingdom, now had to sell the royal family heirlooms to sustain itself. No, this is war. War burns money. It's normal. It's okay. Hayden slammed the desk, splitting it in two. The defense formations stopped the shockwaves from spreading beyond the room in the palace, but a few nearby rooms sensed the disturbance. Two of those rooms were particularly important. A little girl ran into the room, evading the guards who tried to block her, and hugged Hayden. She was still young and could only reach his stomach. Looking up at him with worried eyes, she asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" Hayden took a deep breath and turned his gaze away from his daughter. His eyes must have looked frightening, and he didn't want her to see that side of him. We survived and pushed them back. That's all that matters. The Empress walked into the room with a pale face and a limp arm, but she carried a bright smile. Why aren't you resting? Hayden glared. I was. Until I felt your restlessness, the Empress replied with a helpless smile. Sore. Don't. She placed her finger on his lips, stopping him from finishing the word. The Emperor shouldn't apologize, even if he's in the wrong. You always do what you think is right. And even if you really do something wrong, it's because you can't help it. Hayden felt his restless heart calm as he stared at his loving wife and cute daughter. Maybe it's not really that terrible. Sure, he's selling the heirlooms now, and it's the most shameful thing for any royal family. But at least his race could continue to survive. Once they rise up again, they could buy back the heirlooms. Hayden's thoughts finally grew positive, and he lifted his daughter up. Don't. I'm grown up now. I'm not a kid anymore. She waved her arms and protested. Hayden laughed and pinched her cheeks. You're always a little girl to me. Always. I don't want to be little. I want to grow up, Anne, and fight like everyone else. Her words caused Hayden's expression to freeze, but he shook his head with a gentle smile. That won't happen. I can fight. I'm the best student in the academy. By the time you graduate, this will all be over. Hayden kissed her forehead and whispered, "You will live in peace." Hayden turned his focus to humans and began to select valuable resources and reinforcements he could send with minimal risk. In the current situation, even that minimal risk entailed hundreds of thousands of deaths. Still, he had to make a choice. Would he rather have millions, if not tens of millions, of deaths on his side to finish off the humans, or would he choose a way to kill humans without any casualties on his side? For decades, he followed the latter. Now, after witnessing the death and destruction in Blood Province, Hayden was finally willing to stomach the more brutal option. But before he could even finalize his plans, a piece of news reached the capital. The fairies were back, and this time, they came prepared. The Abyss Emperor glanced in the direction of Spirit Province, and the world seemed to stand still. The next moment, he appeared millions of miles away from the capital, at the border of Spirit Province. Standing in the sky before him was the despicable Fairy Emperor. Without another word, he launched a flurry of attacks. The two moved far from the battlefield and fought at full power. Meanwhile, the Abyssals in the fortress, especially the Psychics, launched their attacks again. The formations began to suck in precious materials and lit up. A wave of psychic power enveloped the fairies, drawing them into illusions, just as before. But something strange happened. Except for a few thousand, all the fairy soldiers remained unaffected. What? Are the formations even working? Do it again. The formations were deactivated and reactivated once more. Some Abyssals even volunteered to test the functioning and confirmed with their own state that the formations were indeed working. Yet, the fairies remained unharmed. Now, even those few thousand from earlier were unaffected. Charge! Following the roar of the fairy general, millions of soldiers surged forward. The sky lit up as elemental attacks rained down. Space twisted, and gravity fluctuated violently. The world dimmed for a moment before everything exploded. The fortress was hit hard, and the first line of defense cracked apart. The sovereign fairies continued to assault the barriers. The sovereign psychic abyssals, meant to keep them in check, were ineffective. The only resistance the sovereigns faced was from the telekinetics. However, without the cooperation of the psychics, they couldn't stop the fairy onslaught. As a result, the famed fortress was quickly losing its barriers. What's happening? We can't pull them into illusions. Stop them. The psychics were bleeding from their eyes, noses, and ears. They were already pushing their limits, even overloading their bodies. Yet, their enemies were barely affected, as if immune to their attacks. Other Path Abyssal sovereigns quickly joined the fray and slowed the fairies' advance. The Abyssals used their full advantage as defenders, utilizing all the fortress's resources. Despite this, many of these advantages were lost as the psychics and illusion formations proved ineffective. Whatever resistance the Abyssals put up only delayed the inevitable. Exactly 2 days and nights later, the final barrier of the fortress broke, and the fairies stormed in. The psychics, who were terrible at close combat, were butchered like sheep. The telekinetics, exhausted from the continuous battle over the past 2 days, managed to take down at least one fairy with them. In just a few hours, the fortress was filled with corpses. You spent the blessing of a soul's tur, even if it's just a strand like a death strand. Are you crazy? Abyss Emperor stopped fighting, staring at his enemy in disbelief. It's the Xanders. If I want to buy it, I'd have to spend a quarter of my empire, and still, no one would sell it to me. Fairy Emperor swallowed the blood rising in his mouth and said, Crazy. Crazy. Death strand then. Blessing of a soul's tur now. This is a painful cost, even for Xanders. Their development would stall for at least 5 years. He doesn't care, Fairy Emperor shook his head with a wry smile. For a one-time use item, never mind. Hayden, I respect you. What you've done for your race, I cannot even imagine doing for mine. But you can't win this war. Just escape with your family and live in hiding. He didn't just prepare this. Hayden was surprised by his enemy's respect, but his attention was immediately drawn by the next statement. What do you mean, not just this? An ominous premonition rose in the Abyss Emperor's mind, and the pressure around him grew heavy enough to crush entire moons. Fairy Emperor sighed and raised his sword. Over the next month, Hayden understood exactly what the Fairy Emperor meant. Spirit Province fell and was utterly destroyed. Mist Province was invaded next. Like its predecessors, it managed to hold off the fairies' assault. But once again, the fairies used a precious one-time resource and reversed the situation. Mist Province was gone in a week. Sky Province followed in its footsteps within another week. Dragon Province, Valor Province, and Honor Province fell in the next 4 weeks. The biggest blow was to Harmony Province, the province with the strongest fortifications. The fairies used a small wisp of rank 5 Celestial Space Awakener, and the formidable fortress was torn apart into scraps of metal. You beast! This is against the kingdom's and duchy's law. You'll all be confined for 500 years. Worse, half of you will be slaughtered. Abyss Emperor roared with red eyes. Fairy Emperor was bleeding from head to toe, but he kept drinking a precious liquid that allowed him to keep Hayden occupied. However, with Hayden growing more frenzied with the fall of each province, it had been getting harder. I know it's illegal, Fairy Emperor raised his arms and prepared another attack. We all do. Then why? I have no choice. Even if half of my race gets slaughtered and we're confined for 500 years, we're promised protection from the Providence trial by the Xanders. You fool. Once my race is dead, you're useless to them. Hayden roared, his voice shattering the air. As the attacks of the two emperors collided, space cracked apart, and a bright explosion filled the sky, pushing them back for miles. I know. But there's no other choice. Fairy Emperor took another gulp of the precious liquid and yelled. My race has lost many soldiers. We have no choice but to survive the Providence trial. Even if we withdraw now, we'll be slaughtered to extinction after the trial. The only way out is to end you all. Damn it, Xanders. Hayden's roar shook the sky. In the distance, a figure unnoticed by either emperor watched the fight with an amused expression. Pathetic. You're too weak to end the Abyssals, and we had to spend a fortune to help you out. Even after all this, are you really expecting us to pay another price to secure you from the Providence trial? The Jai Empire would be better off without Abyssals and fairies. The Zion envoy knew his race would also be punished for their involvement, but most of the blame would fall on the fairies. And it's not just 50% of the race, but 99%. For breaking the rules and using borrowed items far beyond their power range, fairies would be nearly exterminated. Only a few 100 million of them would survive. And no, there would be no confinement. They would be forced to participate in the Providence trial, and naturally, they would lose, leading to their slaughter to extinction. The law was in place to prevent higher civilizations from using lower civilizations as mercenaries to kill other lower civilizations. The Xanders would also receive heavy punishment. However, the emperor recently claimed that the matriarch was favored by a guest in the prince's palace, so the punishment would be reduced to a bearable, though still painful, level. Mad Emperor, the envoy muttered. This was entirely unnecessary. They could have killed the Abyssals slowly over a few decades without breaking any law. But the emperor did not listen. It was now too late to cry over it. The line had already been crossed. He would have to ensure the complete destruction of the Abyssals. The duchy's law enforcement had been paid enough to delay the investigation for a few months. The fairies would have to finish everything within 2 months. There were no surprises. Facing fairies who received Zion's help that went beyond the lawful limit, the Abyssals were crushed. Within another month, 15 more provinces fell. By this point, 25 of the 50 provinces were down, and the fairy army was just one province away from the capital. If the capital fell, it would be all over. Under these circumstances, the Abyss Emperor returned to the capital for one night of rest. It was one of the few precious nights he had. Staring into the sky, he thought hard about his decision and finally sighed. So be it. Under the unexpected and unprecedented invasion of the fairies, the Abyssals were crushed. One province after another fell. Tens of billions had already died. Entire cities were painted with blood and reeked of death. Despite frantic evacuation efforts, nearly 25% of all Abyssals perished. More alarming was the death toll among High Awakeners: 40% of Sovereigns, 50% of Level 9s, 55% of Level 8s, and 60% of Level 7s died defending their soil. No one, absolutely no one, was prepared to face such a catastrophe. In just over 2 months, the Abyss underwent a horrifying transformation. The once lively cities were now filled with a silent, heavy, and exhausting depression. Schools no longer echoed with the laughter of children. Every day, news of a student's loss brought tears. The bustling streets were now shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. People spoke in whispers, as if they didn't want their pain to be heard. The emergency buildings, constructed to house refugees, were already full. Now, these refugees were sheltered in the homes of many kind-hearted Abyssals. The hosts took good care of their guests but feared each day that they, too, would end up in the same condition. Those who had the opportunity hurried to the capital, but it could accommodate only so many. As a result, transport between provinces and cities was restricted. Despite repeated assurances from the newspapers and officials that these measures were for their own safety, many Abyssals began to feel abandoned by the Empire, left to rot in their cities. For the first time in decades, resentment against the Emperor began to grow, fueled by each news of a falling province. Why are we losing? Didn't the Emperor say we'd be safe? He promised to protect us. He even said it in this year's speech. What happened? I came here on a business trip, and my province was destroyed. My parents and my children are gone. All gone. The silent streets slowly turned violent. Law and order began to break down, and chaos ensued. The army was entirely focused on the fairies and had no time to address the unrest in the streets. The officials tried to appease the masses but failed. The only one who could make them listen, the Emperor, was stalled by the Fairy Emperor. As a result, violent means were used to suppress the rioters, and very strict military law was imposed on the cities. But things only got worse. The fairies continued to advance. The reserve forces had long been inducted. Now, able-bodied men and women from nearby provinces were being conscripted, given quick training, and thrown into battle. It was problematic. Most of the mid- and high-level Abyssals had already joined the army. Almost all of the new recruits were low-level Awakeners, with only a small percentage being mid- and high-level Awakeners. Children and the elderly were taken to refugee camps in the inner provinces if possible. If not, they were slaughtered by the marching fairies. Yesterday's hosts became today's guests, as the refugees moved inward into the Empire, seeking safety that was rapidly disappearing. They carried with them terrifying stories of the advancing enemy, tales of death, destruction, and defeat. Fear spread, followed by panic, and finally, despair. These three emotions had been present since the fall of Blood Province. However, the endless stream of refugees, stories of death, and increasingly strict rules only intensified the situation. Every time she returned to the capital to recuperate from her injuries, the Empress could sense the obvious changes. Hope was waning fast. It was understandable. After all, to destroy half of the Empire Abyss would take years for any comparable foe. But the fairies did it in just over 2 months. The military did not want to reveal the real reasons for such a tragedy. If the public learned that the Zyans were so hell-bent on destroying them that they were throwing such precious treasures, there would only be despair. But choosing to remain silent did not make it any better. And the Empress did not really have time to appease the masses either. She had a gigantic task herself. Lord, the Xians broke the laws and are using high-ranking materials to invade us. I implore you, please stop them immediately. The Empress bowed her head and pleaded. I understand your concerns, Lady Beatrice. The virtual silhouette in front of her, a silver body outline with no facial features, nodded lightly. But please trust our officers. We are doing our best to verify your claims. You are aware that we cannot just intervene in wars without proper evidence. So, I request you to maintain patience and wait for our results. Patience? Beatrice looked at him with a chilling gaze. Lord, we'll be dead if we remain patient. Almost half of my people are already dead. We cannot be patient. You have no choice. The silhouette's voice grew deeper and more indifferent. Your claims must be verified before we act. Whatever might happen before that isn't my problem. The Empress bit her lip so hard it started bleeding. The slightly salty, iron taste on her tongue calmed her raging anger. Taking a deep breath, she asked, What you say is completely correct, Lord. But we submitted the complaint 2 months ago. Wouldn't the verification be finished in a day at least, or a week at most? It's been 2 months already. There are circumstances, Lady Beatrice, the silhouette said in a casual tone. Circumstances? Empress repeated those words, her eyes glowing with hatred. I understand the Xians must have bribed you. But soon, the news will reach the kingdom's officers. The fairies will face suffering for their mistakes. So will the Xians. And so will you. It will take 2 months for the news to reach them, unfortunately. The silhouette shook his head as if it were a pity. WH? The Empress' eyes widened in shock as she stared at the silhouette. No way. Even the messengers are bribed? They can't be bribed, it seems, but they can still be stalled, the silhouette said lightly. And by then, the job will be done. The Empress clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Job done? My race will be over in 2 months? Big words. I'll see you in 2 months, bastard. The Abyssals won't die. Even if every single citizen of this empire is killed, as long as my husband is alive, he'll recreate this empire. He'll become your nightmare, your death. You'll regret everything. Everything. The silhouette remained silent for a few moments before sighing. He is indeed a problem. The fairy emperor cannot kill him. And after so much expenditure, I doubt even the Xians have any treasure that can directly destroy him. Injure him greatly? Likely. But kill him? Probably not. But the Xians and especially the fairies know he's the biggest obstacle, their last challenge, and your last hope. That's why they won't miss the chance to kill him. The Empress' eyes grew red with anger, and blood began to leak from her lips. My husband can't be killed by these puny things. Not by a dog of the Xians. And not by a pimp who calls himself emperor. The silhouette regarded her with an amused gaze. We'll see. Then the silhouette vanished, leaving behind a soft but mocking voice. Soon. The Empress removed the bloodstains from her face and body and entered her daughter's room. The little princess was practicing diligently. All news about the war came from her, and every word she received was verified. Yet, she seemed to judge the situation by the atmosphere in the city. She was trying her hardest in practice, perhaps hoping to help soon. Rest early, the Empress said. Just 1 more hour, Mom, the princess replied. Fine. The Empress left the room with a sad expression. She wanted her daughter to be independent and strong, but not like this. She walked through the once lively palace, now empty, with a solemn gaze. All the maids and guards, except for the princess's protectors, had been sent to the front lines. This place was lively just 2 months ago. In a daze, the Empress reached her husband's study. She heard him speaking with the Abyssals in the solar system. Don't worry. We will win this war. You win yours. The reinforcements will be there soon. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Abyssals. War and glory be our wars. The cheers from the Abyssals in the solar system echoed in the room. Reinforcements there? We can't afford to send any. In fact, it's best if we can get forces from there. Despite her reservations, the Empress did not interrupt his meeting and waited outside the study. He must have already considered these things and still promised them reinforcements. Why? A few minutes later, the door opened by itself, and the tired, injured, and weakened Emperor gestured for her to come in. Why did you she began. Listen to me, the Emperor started in a tired voice. The Abyssal Empire will fall, but the Abyssal race can be saved. Take the girl and leave for the solar system. The reinforcements I'm sending there will include you and her. That human, Varian, is thankfully gone. So is the obstacle, Enigma. There is a traitor on their side, and I'll give you a method to hurt him. Once that sovereign falls, combining your forces with the existing forces there, you can finish off the humans in a month or two and acquire the legacy. We've already shielded the solar system from other civilizations, so you won't be discovered. Lay low, rise quietly, and once you're strong enough, you can return and take revenge. What are you saying? The Empress stood up in utter shock. His words laid out a clear roadmap for the Abyssals and painted a hopeful picture of the future, but nowhere did he mention himself. This is the only way, the Abyss Emperor lowered his head and said in a guilty tone. I'm sorry, but the Empire is beyond saving. The Emperor had sworn to protect his people. Now, he was sending reinforcements under such circumstances, effectively abandoning the Empire. The only justification he had was that he was trying to give the Abyssals a second home to start over. He still couldn't forgive himself for failing his oath, but this was the best plan he could come up with. No, I'm talking about you. You come with us. We'll take our elites to the solar system. With you leading us, we can quickly grow and take revenge. We'll make them pay. The fairies, the corrupt officers, the Zyons, everyone. Husband, you're the only one who can take us to new heights. You're the only one I trust. Please leave with me. The Empress held his hands and pleaded. I'll stay, Hayden shook his head. You'll die. They planned so much to take down the Empire. They must have also planned to kill you. You'll achieve nothing if you stay here. The people here will die whether you stay or not. It's only a matter of time. But you'll die if you stay. You can live if you leave. Come with me. Come with your daughter. I beg you. The Empress yelled for the first time since their marriage. Hayden looked at the tears rolling down her cheeks and smiled softly. If I had a chance, maybe I would have. But I don't. The Empress clenched her fists at her sides and looked him straight in the eye. What are you talking about? I'm not staying because I want to stay. It's ironic, since I thought I wouldn't mind dying if my empire is falling. But after seeing you and the little girl, I don't want to die. It's selfish, I know. But I too want to live. I want to see our daughter grow up. I want to spend more time with you. I want to go to the solar system, restart our race there, and build us to be stronger than ever. I want to take revenge. I want all that. But I can't leave. The Empress' eyes shook, and her voice quivered. Can't? Yes. The Emperor sighed softly. The space gates to the solar system need the holy altars in those 8 abysses. They are the last trump card I prepared for adverse situations like these. It shouldn't have been a problem for me to take all our core elites and go there now. But... Another deep sigh echoed in the room. 2 of the altars were destroyed. The Abyss Emperor gritted his teeth. 1 by Enigma. 1 by Varian. Even though I told them to guard these altars, 2 are gone. The remaining 6 can't support me and everyone else. They can only support either me or the reinforcements. It's a simple choice for me. Rather than I go and you stay, you go and I stay. No. There must be a way. We can get them repaired. Yes, we can repair and build new altars, can't we? The cost doesn't matter. Let's send the materials there and have them build new altars. We can all go. You don't have to stay. The Empress spoke hurriedly, trying to hold back her tears. It can't happen. The Emperor hugged his love. You know why? Why? No, I don't, please. The Empress, who remained strong even in the most adverse circumstances, sobbed in his chest. The problem with the Empress's proposal was that even if they sent the materials, it would take years, if not decades, to rebuild the altars. This was precisely the reason why every Abyss King and Queen was instructed to strictly guard their altars. That's why they freaked out when Enigma broke one. They never imagined the importance of that altar. Conversely, the humans never dreamed of the altar's importance. If Enigma and Varian hadn't broken the altars, the Emperor and the core of the Empire could have easily landed in the solar system. That would have been the end for the humans. Forget winning or stalemating, not a single survivor would remain. But Enigma and Varian did destroy the altars, and the Emperor made his choice. He would stay and die while the reinforcements would go and thrive. Don't. Please. The Empress's crying pleas continued through the entire night, but Hayden remained unmoved. The next morning, he sent some items to the solar system through the space gate and returned to battle. He ordered the Empress to stay in the palace with their daughter. The elites would arrive in a few weeks, once the space gate cooled down enough to allow the teleportation of life forms. He hoped they wouldn't need to fight much after arriving in the solar system. Perhaps to prove his words right, the undead awoke after their months-long recovery. The very next day, the Abyssals acquired special materials that could boost their strength to the next level. After digesting the materials over a few days, the Abyssals followed their instructions and declared war. Humanity had been rejoicing over their silent buildup. 250 high-level awakeners, mostly level 9s and a significant number of level 8s, advanced to the next sublevel. While it wasn't a fundamental shift that would grant them unilateral victory, it certainly gave them a definitive edge, putting them in a dominant position. This was the first time in the history of humankind that they gained a definitive edge over the Abyssals. Their previous best had been roughly equal to the Abyssals, but still slightly inferior to them. However, a threshold was crossed, and humanity raced ahead. Even if a war came, it would be on their terms. Or so they thought until the Abyssals attacked. The first battle occurred on a strategic planetoid on Venus. The commander of the troops was a high-level A9 who qualified for the rare elixir and reached peak level 9. He had stabilized his power 2 weeks ago and was extremely confident in dealing with his abyssal counterpart, who was also his archenemy and a high-level 9. That's why he was overjoyed when he heard that 10,000 Abyssals had attacked the C point on the border, with 25,000 more following at the Z point. I can finally kill you. With a roar of laughter, the commander leaped into the air and flew toward the Abyssal headquarters. When the Federation ordered him to observe restraint and forbade him from making the first move, he was furious. They don't understand the hate I have. This bastard has been stationed here for the last 20 years. He killed all my teammates. Every single one of them. Today, I'll break his neck and drink his blood. The faces of his squad members when he first joined the planetoid flashed in his mind, only to be replaced by the gruesome memories of their deaths. Each and every one of them had died an excruciatingly painful death. 3 of them were subjected to brutal torture, while 4 were ganged up on and torn to pieces. The remaining 3 had their heads severed and kicked toward the human camps. Eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Head for a head. The telekinetic power enveloped him like a gentle blanket, shielding him from the turbulent wind that would have otherwise set him on fire and torn him to pieces given the speed he was moving at. There, in just a minute, the commander crossed the air defense systems of the Abyssals using sheer speed and broke through several air barriers before finally stopping above a hexagonal blue building. Yarak. You'll beg for death today. The commander raised his hand and slapped down from the air. The fierce wind solidified into a giant palm print and crashed into the blue building. The nearby Abyssal soldiers on patrol didn't even have the chance to respond before the blue building shattered. A cloud of dust spread from the wreckage, and smoke filled the air as the ruins caught fire. The commander narrowed his eyes as he sensed the presence in the ruins. He was still sitting in his chair, with his chin resting on his palm, observing the man in the air with an amused expression. "Cunt." The commander's anger soared, and he punched out. An invisible force condensed into a spiked fist and reached the Abyssal's face. If this full-blown attack from a peak level 9 hit the high level 9 Abyssal, he would die on the spot at best or within a few minutes at worst. But he would die nonetheless. All the plans to torture this demonic Abyssal would remain just that, plans. But the commander wasn't in the mood to think it through. At that moment, all he wanted was to see blood spill from the bastard and his arrogant expression crumple into pain and despair. Which didn't happen. As the attack reached him, the Abyssal snorted in dismissal, and a sea of flames emerged from him. The building burned to ashes in an instant, and the powerful punch was stalled by the wall of flames. Using the time gap, the Abyssal rose into the air with his orange flame wings and floated in front of the commander, regarding him with the same amused expression. "Why you? How did you reach peak level 9? The question never came out of his mouth. Only a snarl followed by a vow. "I'll kill you anyway." A huge fire phoenix materialized in front of the Abyssal and screeched at the commander. "Burn to ashes. Die." The phoenix flapped its wings and shot towards the commander in a flash, while the commander put his hands together and created a fierce counterattack. The tongues of the huge flames tried to devour the commander. But with his fierce effort, they were pushed back like flames pushed by the wind. A few seconds later, both the telekinetic attack and the flames disappeared. Then thousands of fire arrows rained down on the commander, who blocked them off. At the same time, tens of thousands of small daggers attacked the Abyssal with the intention to pierce him into a sieve. But a sizzling white flame enveloped the Abyssal and burned away all the attacks that approached him. The battle grew more intense, but there was no clear winner or loser. It was just like before when they were high-level 9s and hadn't advanced yet. "You're lucky you advanced. Otherwise, I'd have killed you like a dog. But well, you'll only live for a few days anyway." Yarok, the Abyss leader of the planetoid, grinned. Just a while ago, the materials sent by the Emperor arrived. Most of the Empire's treasury was used up to support the troops on the front lines, but the remaining treasures the Emperor could send were not bad either. If used in the Emperor's Abyss, they could stall the ferries for at least one more week. The fact that these treasures could make such a significant difference in a large-scale war involving tens of billions of soldiers underscored their immense value. Nonetheless, the Emperor gave them away, with "win" as his only order accompanying the treasures. After receiving the precious elixirs, herbs, natural liquids, pills, and medicines, the Abyssal army, both mid- and high-ranking, made notable progress. The change was particularly apparent among High Awakeners. After the losses from the previous war, humans and Abyssals each had roughly 500 level 9s, more than 10,000 level 8s, and over 500,000 level 7s. Nearly 70% of all High Awakener Abyssals advanced to a higher sublevel. This translated to more than 350 level 9s, 7,000 level 8s, and over 350,000 level 7s. In just a moment, the Abyssals gained a decisive advantage over the humans. Thus, despite his surprise and frustration at his human archenemy's advancement and elusiveness, Yarok, the Abyssal leader, looked forward to the future. In just a few days, the humans would be defeated. "Ha ha ha ha," he laughed, continuing his attacks. A foreboding premonition filled the commander's mind, but he shook it off and fought his archenemy. "Yarok is just a lucky bastard," he thought. "The rest of the Abyssals will be thrashed and slaughtered." The archenemies looked at each other with hatred and schadenfreude. They were both confident that, in a while, their enemy race would be surprised by their secret advancement, and the rest would be history. Both of them were right. But the first surprise came to the commander when the vice-commanders screamed in his earpiece, "The Abyssals!" B broke the first line of defense. "What? The commander gasped sharply, backing away from Yarok and turning to the border. Clouds of fire and dust rose into the sky, as if the region had been ravaged by a combination of hail, lightning strikes, and distorting space. He saw rows of ash-colored dots advancing toward the human-controlled territory. Just how did they advance so fast? I need to stop. He flipped in the air, dodging the fire dagger. It passed right beside his ear, and despite his armor, his skin was scorched red. Nah, you aren't going anywhere. Yarok laughed, condensing 3 more daggers, his eyes smiling with contempt. Your troops will be put to rest today. The commander's gaze grew heavy. Their battle continued for a full day and night. Seriously injured and on the verge of death, they decided to recuperate rather than fight to the death. The commander was worried about the state of his troops after his death. Yarok had no qualms about dying for the great cause but wanted to see his race take over the humans at last. As long as he kept his archenemy engaged, he was doing his job. As the 2 leaders returned to their camps, the result of the war was evident. The Abyssals welcomed Yarok with cheers, while the commander was met with a depressing silence. After some emergency recovery, he learned that the humans had lost all their frontline outposts and were pushed back to the second line of defense. The war was still ongoing. Thanks only to their strong defense infrastructure and the advantage of being the defensive force, they were holding off the Abyssals. While the humans were confident in holding off the Abyssals for 3 or more weeks, there was a sense of defeat in their eyes. What happened? Why did we have to fall back? In the meeting room of the headquarters, the commander sat with his 5 vice-commanders and asked in a tired but serious voice. The obsidian walls of the room echoed his words, and the air seemed to repeat them again and again. The vice-commanders looked at each other with gazes that carried fear, hesitation, and despair. What? The commander raised an eyebrow. Only then did he notice a detail he had overlooked. All 5 of his subordinates were seriously injured. If he was just on the brink of death, his subordinates had almost died and barely came back. It was a miracle that the 5 of them were even breathing in front of him. How could this be possible? Tell me, the commander's voice rose a notch, and his gaze grew solemn. What just happened? His words and tone dispelled the hesitation among the vice-commanders, and one of them spoke up. Sir, before we answer, may I ask what happened to you? Why are you so injured? Didn't you advance and become a sub-level higher than Yarok? Her words were sharp, like needles stabbing his heart. The commander's face crumpled as the truthful answer reached his throat. He felt incredibly ashamed. Before he left, he had vowed to everyone in the camp that he would slaughter Yarok like a dog and make him an example for all Abyssals. But now, feelings aren't as important as the truth. Taking a deep breath, he revealed that Yarok, by some dog's hit luck, had also advanced. If not for that, I would have subdued him in minutes and returned to the battlefield. Forget losing our land and being pushed back, we'd be taking over this planetoid today. He sighed, releasing all the frustration he'd been holding in. Then, he looked at his vice-commanders again. For some reason, their faces had gone pale, and their eyes were quivering as if they'd seen a ghost. They looked at each other and shivered slightly. The commander grew annoyed and angry. Slamming the table, he roared, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you new recruits? Can't you answer one question for fuck's sake?" The outburst was expected. Losing a match to his archenemy that he was sure of winning, losing land, troops, and strategic forts on the planetoid, and having both events happen simultaneously in a single day, these were enough to make even a veteran like the commander snap. The vice-commanders, strangely, didn't fear his feral eyes. Instead, they looked at him with pity. Finally, the most experienced one among them spoke. "Sir, all of our counterparts also advanced." The commander shot to his feet and looked at them with wide eyes. He gripped the table so hard that his fingers crushed the stone and dug in. With his chest heaving up and down, he asked in a hoarse voice that resembled a vengeful ghost, Are you kidding? Is this a sick joke? Your lame excuse for the failure?" No one took offense at his words. If any of their subordinates had said the same thing, they would have responded even worse. Out of the 5 vice commanders, only 3 received the elixir. The other 2 did not. An elderly vice commander sighed, glancing at an even older woman sitting in front of him. Unlike the 3 who could balance out their counterparts, Elizabeth and I couldn't. We were almost pushed to death. He didn't say anything more, but looking at the state of his subordinates, the commander understood. The 3 who advanced helped the 2 who didn't, and they all fought together. Still, they were disadvantaged and nearly killed. Part of the reason is that they were caught off guard. Next time, we can defend ourselves better. But we need to fight together, the youngest vice commander said. If we fight separately, the 2 will die, and it'll be a 3 versus 5. A sure path to loss. So, this is the only way, his words implied. The commander sighed. All right, you 5 stalled them. But what about the rest of the army? Why did they lose? They, too, to be precise, the level 8s and level 7s of the Abyssals, also advanced, the beautiful vice commander said. Luckily, not all of them, but more than 50% have grown stronger. It was too unexpected, and our army was caught off guard. So, our defense line crumbled quickly. Thankfully, our fortresses are good enough to hold off the Abyssals despite the strength differential. The commander's worry only grew. They had a secret potion for their improvement, and only 250 people received it. What about the Abyssals? From their words, at least thousands of Abyssals advanced. Contact the headquarters. They must know. He sat back in his seat and let out a deep breath. We already did, sir. It was just too urgent, the beautiful vice commander bit her lip. Good. Ask them to send reinforcements. We can worry about how they advanced after we beat them back to their nest. His words caused the lady to frown and sigh. The rest lowered their heads and closed their eyes. No, no. The commander clenched his fists as he swallowed his saliva. He could already guess what happened. Yes, sir, the lady vice commander nodded. Her sweet voice, which usually soothed the listeners, now sounded like the cackle of the devil. All across the solar system, the Abyssals attacked. And everywhere, more than 50% of their High Awakeners had advanced. Oh shit. A/N, how was the last volume? Please share the good and the bad. Be honest, and thanks in advance for your feedback. Humanity faced its biggest crisis to date. The Abyssals had never been more driven than they were today. With a single, unrelenting intention, they moved forward. Even if their blood dried up and their flesh was torn apart, they marched toward the future they desired, a future of victory. They paid the bare minimum care to themselves, despite the potential for future complications, and just fought. When the first news of battle arrived, military HQ wanted to send reinforcements to the suddenly attacked planetoid. The reinforcements hurried to the spaceships and were about to take off when news of attacks on other planetoids came in. Then, as if a dam had broken, more news flooded the HQ. A military alert was declared, and just over 3 months after the bloody war, the Federation announced the start of another one. Kill. Unlike the inner planets, which only had to manage their planetoids, Uranus had an additional challenge: space cities. Between Uranus and Neptune, these clusters of space cities served as teleportation centers, enabling the quick movement of reinforcements in case of a crisis. So, when the war began and troops rushed to Neptune, they had to enter these cities and teleport there. In the past few months, these cities underwent a complete transformation. Thanks to the destruction of the gangs and the black market by the Shadow Order, people finally breathed in liberty. After the last war, the army stationed there was mostly transferred to the planetoids, while the city's protection was handed over to the paramilitary. People flocked to the cities when they became free. After all, it was the most obvious path out of poverty. But as the cities grew more prosperous, they realized they could escape poverty without taking risky jobs. As a result, most left the paramilitary and joined other fields. However, some stayed, finding their work meaningful. But also because they saw it as a responsibility they couldn't shake off. Why did cities like Valos fall into such dire straits and come under gang control? Because there was no one to stand up for the cities and fight these gangs. The army was preoccupied with its own tasks, and the civilian government was corrupt. In the end, it was the common people who suffered. After decades of such suffering, those same common people now had a chance to protect their city. Even if anything bad happens in the future, they'd stand up against evil. More importantly, they'd never allow anyone to push their city into darkness again. And this beloved city, the place where we were born and have lived all our lives, is now under an existential threat. After the last war, the troops were transferred out to the planetoids to fill vacancies. Why were they relieved to go? Because we are here. They trusted us to protect this city in their absence. In the military field, where hundreds of thousands of soldiers stood at attention, a middle-aged woman with fierce eyes spoke, her hands behind her back. This city is the transit station between two planets. It's the reason Neptune can be safe. This is our great city. The Abyssals are coming for it. To tear down our homes and make this city a thing of the past. The soldiers' emotions grew agitated as the looming abyssal threat was announced. But more than fear, there was anger in their eyes. How dare those invaders dare to invade their homeland? Even though the Abyssals were a strong and well-trained force, even though they were just a paramilitary force a few months old, they wouldn't back down. We all die once. Some will die a natural death in old age. Some will succumb to internal injuries. Others will die in an accident. The woman's calm voice suddenly rose, just like her arms that pointed at them. But few have the honor to die for their birthplace. Few have the honor to die protecting something. We might be ill-equipped to deal with threats of this caliber, but we aren't unprepared to give our lives to do what's right. If our city falls, Neptune will fall. And if Neptune falls, humanity will eventually fall. We are the wall stopping that destruction. We are the shield protecting our race. We are the guardians humanity needs. Following her words, silence hung in the air for a moment before the loud cheers of conviction shook the earth. We are the warriors. We kill to protect. We die to protect. My life belongs to this land. My death is for this land. Watching the unswerving patriotism of the people who were just rogue adventurers and common citizens a few months ago, the female commander felt genuine joy and relief. She is one of the few military personnel left in the city, and she knew that if the army couldn't even send reinforcements to fight off the Abyssals coming for the city, the situation couldn't just be bad. It must be terrible. Under such circumstances, if the cluster cities were destroyed and the support to and from Neptune was cut off, there's a very real possibility that humanity might perish. Thankfully, the Valos city she's in, like all other cities in the region, developed and was heavily invested in over the past months to upgrade the defense infrastructure. But more than any machinery, the people are ready to defend their homes with their blood and flesh. If this war had happened a few months ago, they'd be sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Now they have a chance. She pointed her sword at the glittering dots that appeared far in outer space. The Abyssals were here. Charge. The paramilitary climbed into the spaceships and flew into the dark, deep space, ready to face off against the Abyssals. Each one of them had just one thought: I must win. Vanessa hated her home city, Valos, the city with the most poverty even in the trashy Space City cluster. Luckily, she qualified for a scholarship at a university on Venus. It wasn't the best, not even a first-rate university, but it was better than anything her own city could offer. Vanessa took the chance and gave it her all. She graduated with above-average grades and was enlisted into the army as the lowest-ranking officer. Unlike the geniuses who were quickly promoted due to their high grades during military academy, she had to build all her merits on the battlefield. After 2 decades of grueling work, she, a woman from the most backward area of the world, reached the peak of level 6. It was an incredible achievement for someone from her background. However, Vanessa wasn't much. The true geniuses in the academies reached level 6 in their final year. Still, she was happy that she had achieved something in her life. She relocated to Venus and started a family there. She had a little son who turned 5 this year. Even though she couldn't spend much time with him due to her duties, her husband, a medical professional, took care of him, for which she was extremely grateful. This year was turbulent and filled with danger, but Vanessa thanked her luck for weathering the war and remaining alive. What she did not thank was her sudden redeployment to Valos. With the troops transferred to planetoids and the paramilitary given full charge, the military decided they needed a few military leaders to guide the newcomers. She was one of the unlucky few. She was to train and lead a company of 250 paramilitaries. She didn't hate the job, but she did hate returning to Valos. Even though rumors and media suggested Valos had been reborn, she didn't believe it. She had seen that city for decades, and it remained the same, rotten, corrupt, poor, and disgusting. It reminded Vanessa of the filth she had come from, screaming at her about a past she had abandoned and hidden from everyone. She was forced to step back into that same filth and past once again. But to her utter surprise, Valos had changed. The city of depravity was now a city of beauty. Others would describe the transformation as clean streets, high-rise buildings, beautiful gardens, and stunning architecture, but these words didn't do the city justice. Vanessa, however, believed it wasn't the clean streets but the clean people that made the city pristine. The high-rise buildings were not as important as the high self-esteem the Valosians now displayed. No amount of beautiful gardens could compare to the beautiful smiles on the faces of the people. The stunning architecture praised by the greats across the Federation was still mediocre compared to the stunning hopes parents now had for their children. This was the Valos Vanessa faced, a Valos better than her wildest dreams. When she saw this city again after nearly a decade, she wondered if it was even Valos. She almost sent a distress signal, thinking she was caught in an illusion. Then, she spent a whole day moving around the city without speaking a word. That night, something broke inside her as she cried herself to sleep. To this day, she couldn't fathom why she sobbed so much that her pillow was soaked. Maybe I'll find out one day, Vanessa mused as she unsheathed her sword and slashed at the Abyssal approaching her. The Abyssal dodged her sword but couldn't dodge the aura that emanated from it. As a result, his left arm was severed and vanished into the dark space. Another sword slash severed his neck and ended his life. But before Vanessa could relax, the space behind her trembled slightly, and she jumped to the side. An invisible dagger passed right beside her, grazing her neck and cutting a thin red line. If I survive today, Vanessa gritted her teeth and saw the telekinetic Abyssal standing behind a horde of Plan 8 and Beast Morpher Abyssals. The two sides had already clashed. The spaceships had stopped in space, and the troops had disembarked to fight. With tens of thousands of troops from either side battling in space, it was truly a breathtaking spectacle. The space was painted with vivid colors as thousands of attacks exploded. They could feel the space fluctuations from miles away as the High Awakeners continued their devastating fight. That sort of battle was too intense for Vanessa. But she had her own battle to fight. She needed to take out these Mind Awakeners. Breakthrough. Kill the telepaths and telekinetics. Vanessa ordered her company, and like a well-oiled machine, they all assumed their roles and worked. The Beast Awakener who could transform into a giant turtle, along with a few Planty Awakeners specializing in defense, blocked the fierce attacks of the Abyssals. The Space and Gravity Awakeners tried to prevent their Abyssal counterparts from interfering with their team. The Elemental Awakeners blasted the Abyssal Defenders in front of the telepaths and telekinetics. The Defenders managed to hold their position, but the very next moment, they were hit by the Human Body Awakeners, who pierced through their formation like a hot spear and created an opening. Now! Vanessa shot through the opening like a bullet and raised her sword. All 30 level 5 telepaths would be dead in a blink. Stupid bitch. Vanessa's mind went suddenly blank as a strong level 7 psychic assaulted her senses. Her grip on the sword weakened, and her mind began to shut down. Someone had been plotting this from the start. No. Vanessa struggled, barely managing to cover her body with a layer of aura. The telepaths she was about to kill sneered at her, and their mental powers joined to attack her. Vanessa's aura slowed, and dozens of small daggers pierced her final defense. Thankfully, she had protected her vitals with the most aura. But in other places, not so much. As a result, in less than a minute, Vanessa was a bleeding mess. She had lost her non-dominant arm and suffered a huge cut to her abdomen, bleeding heavily all over. Without immediate treatment, she would die. Dead bitch. Chuckling to himself, the level 7 psychic hiding in the spaceship turned his attention to his next target. Meanwhile, Vanessa regained consciousness. Her head throbbed with pain as if hot needles were piercing her ears, driving straight into her brain. The pain was so intense that tears pooled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Her body spasmed and twitched as the pain from her injuries reached her mind. Vanessa's vision blurred as she realized she was going to die. In front of her, Abyssals were trying to finish her off. Behind her, she could hear the panicked screams of her subordinates. Though it had been only a few months, they had grown on her, and she on them. Her husband's face flashed in her mind, followed by her little son's. As the strength in her body slipped away, Vanessa sighed in relief. She was confident in her husband. He would take good care of her son. As her world began to grow fully dark, the city of Valos flashed in her mind once again. The old Valos she lived in and hated, and the new city that made her cry for reasons she couldn't fathom. There is still that job. Vanessa's eyes burned with determination, and her loose grip on the sword tightened. All the aura in her body exploded out, and her sword made a final, graceful arc in the air. As she closed her eyes for the last time, she saw 30 abyssal mental awakeners sliced in two. Her body grew cold, but her dying heart grew warm. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a syllable. Blood leaked from her eyes as her brain began to shut down. But among those drops of blood was a single tear. That hot tear slowly slid down to her lips, now curled upward. Vanessa was smiling. In her last moments, she understood why she had cried that day. And it made her smile. I really love my city. The unexpected resistance from the cluster cities stalled their destruction. If the paramilitary hadn't taken risks and laid down their lives, humanity would have received a severe blow on the first day of the war. Then, it would have only been a matter of time before Neptune fell, erasing any chances of human survival. But the cluster cities held on. Hundreds of thousands died. Each of them was a hero, an unnamed hero. Even if humanity survived this war and held a military funeral, they would only receive the most basic martyr send-off. Except for their families and friends, no one would remember or even know of their sacrifices. Unlike a level 9 powerhouse or a rising genius, their tales wouldn't be told in stories or movies. They would be one of many martyrs, nameless, one in the crowd, forgotten. Their glory wouldn't reach those alive because of their sacrifice. But these brave hearts did what they believed was right, instead of asking, "Why me?" Thanks to such people, when the reinforcements finally reached Uranus, they were able to teleport to the cluster cities and use the teleportation formations there to rush to Neptune. Once the reinforcements reached the border planet, they hurried to the asteroid belt. The reinforcements were mostly high awakeners and some of the best warriors humanity had to offer. They numbered only 300 and, at other times, would have been seen as a joke rather than serious reinforcement. Which planet's army would send just 300 awakeners as reinforcement? But now, it was the best the human army could afford. In fact, the men and women felt that too many were being sent to this distant place. It seemed unwise to leave their planets, which were already under heavy pressure. But as soon as they reached the asteroid belt, a few hours from Neptune, they understood the High Command's decision, and curses left their lips without them noticing. Damn it. You've got to be kidding. Son of a gun. Their bodies moved with practiced precision as they leaped out of the spaceship and assumed an offensive stance. Despite their vast experience, their eyes trembled as they gazed at the 100 enemies before them. The foes had the same ashen skin as any abyssal, but their eyes, completely pitch black, like orbs of night, were far more disturbing. Even more troubling was the disgusting aura surrounding them, which seemed to repel all life. Undead? Weren't they all wiped out? A lean man, with multiple minor injuries still visible on his body, asked. In fact, he had been severely injured when they first took off, but he had healed somewhat during the few hours of travel. Still, some of the cuts remained. This was the case for every reinforcement sent here. They had been pulled from battle on their respective planets, too injured to fight, and thrown into a spaceship with orders to head to Neptune's asteroid belt. It was a desperate situation, but it was the best the human army could do. They couldn't withdraw soldiers who were still capable of fighting from the front lines. They didn't dare. The undead were hunted down to the last one. Yes, the vice commander, a burly man with golden eyes and blonde hair, said as he summoned a lightning bolt in his arm. But there's one exception, the largest undead, who was believed to be dead. The commander, an elderly woman with a slightly hunched back and loose skin, added sharply. Despite her appearance, her voice was exceptionally sharp. But it was her words that shocked the group most. The largest undead, the rumored sovereign undead, was believed to be dead. And now, they saw undead in front of them. What did that imply? Don't think too much, the elderly commander chuckled, pointing her palm at the undead now rushing at them from the asteroids. Kill. An invisible force spread out from her, slicing 3 undead into pieces. The corpses wriggled, but an invisible force hammered them into meat paste, ending any chance of their resurrection. Kill. Her heavy, commanding voice pushed them toward the undead before they could even react. The 300 reinforcements, composed of 20 level 9s, 100 level 8s, and 180 level 7s, clashed with the undead. To their relief, the undead weren't too strong, with only 15 level 9s and 85 level 8s. The reinforcements themselves were yet to fully recover, so they didn't go all out and fought without taking too much damage. As a result, after nearly 30 minutes, the last undead was blasted onto an asteroid by a powerful punch, and a violet fireball burned its body to ashes. The reinforcements sighed in relief after confirming every undead was completely destroyed. Commander, if undead are here, maybe that sovereign undead has recovered, the vice commander voiced the biggest anxiety in everyone's hearts. Likely, the elderly commander regarded the team of 300 with a meaningful smile, though her eyes weren't smiling. We might have to stay here longer than expected. How long? A relatively young level 7 genius asked. He had just turned 33 and was already a high level 7. He was the ace of his university, and after enlisting, he made a name for himself. If given enough time, he was confident he could reach level 9. Even though he had no certainty, he did have a chance to try and reach the sovereign state. Perhaps that's why he was more confident in asking, Commander, my younger sister is fighting on the same planetoid I was ordered from. We don't know why, but the Abyssals are now suddenly stronger, and it's too dangerous to leave her alone. He expressed his worry and asked again, how long will the reinforcement mission be? How long will we stay here? The elderly woman turned around and didn't answer. She had received the message a few minutes ago, and even without it, she had guessed from her experience. The undead they had killed were merely a few groups of scouts. The real undead army was about to arrive. They would have reached Neptune just as the wyverns appeared on the planetoids in the previous war. But thankfully, Varian had destroyed their teleportation formations, effectively isolating Pluto from Neptune. Otherwise, the undead would have been on Neptune a few hours ago, and by the time they reached Neptune, the planetoids would have fallen. Our enemy is strong, the commander said slowly, staring into the distant dark space. There was a small red dot she could barely make out. It flickered and disappeared. Then came 2 dots, and 3, before suddenly hundreds of red dots appeared in the distance. If these undead reach the planetoids, they'll use the corpses there to multiply their strength. The elderly woman's eyes grew sharp, and she ordered, so we stop them here. We stand as the wall between them and the bodies of our martyrs. We are the obstacle stopping their success. The reinforcements got into a standard battle formation, preparing to fight off the incoming red dots, which turned out to be the undead in special red armor. As she charged into the enemy, the commander's voice rang in everyone's ears. How long will we stay here, right? Their hearts constricted, and they gripped their weapons tighter. We will stay here, forever. Blue light filled the dark space. The undead on Pluto numbered less than 3,000. Most of Pluto's army was destroyed in the previous war, and the rest were transferred to the Neptune planetoids. Varian wreaked havoc on several Neptune planetoids, creating a situation where humans occupied a disproportionately larger number of planetoids than the Abyssals. The Abyssals had to move more forces to the remaining planetoids they controlled or risk being wiped out. Consequently, Pluto was left with a very small army. A few days after the undead sovereign awoke, he managed to convert 10,000 abyssal corpses from the previous war into undead. There were no more death strands to squander. He achieved this with the whip of death strands within his own body. However, that was his limit. If he wished to increase the undead to over 10,000, these undead would need to infect humans. The infection in the previous war was supported by death strands. Now, without that support, the infection rate would undoubtedly be low. The undead sovereign, however, was not concerned. With the resources supplied by the Emperor, the Abyssals would soon slaughter a large number of humans, ensuring a substantial undead army would emerge from the carnage. More importantly, he was now a step above the peak of level 9 and was confident of reaching the sovereign state soon. Then it would be game over. The endgame was this: with the significant power boosts from the resources provided by the Emperor, the Abyssal army would crush the human army. However, the human sovereigns would remain unaffected. As long as they survived, the conquest would be incomplete. The Abyssals could wait for reinforcements from their Emperor, but they would not arrive for another month. If they wanted to demonstrate their capability, they would have to eliminate the humans before then. That is where he came in. As long as he regained his sovereign power, the undead was confident in eliminating the human sovereigns one by one. It was a grand plan with the ultimate prize. The first phase of this plan was reaching Neptune and slaughtering humans to his heart's content, growing stronger amidst all that death. Since humanity was caught off guard by the sudden war and a puzzlingly strong abyssal army, they couldn't send anyone to stop him and his undead army from reaching Neptune. Or that's what should have happened. There was a small group of human soldiers resting on the asteroids, waiting for their arrival. The undead sovereign glanced at his soldiers. They were newly born and weak, most at level 7. He had only 500 level 8s and 30 level 9s. Still, it was better compared to the human composition of 180 level 8s and 20 level 9s. Much better, in fact. The trump card of his army was none other than himself. Humans really don't know their limits. Do they delude themselves into thinking this puny army can stop my army? Stop me, the great me? The undead's eyes flashed with thick killing intent, and he waved his hand. The undead army took the order and, like a flood breaking the dam, reached the human force. Oh, fuck. I'm going to die. We can't win. It's useless. Even if we die, we can't stop them. Facing an enemy force 10 times larger than them, some of the younger soldiers got cold feet. The commander, advancing at full speed, stopped and turned to face them, her back still to the enemy. We'll all die. But our deaths won't be in vain. If General Scad had that thought, Mars would have been lost long ago. Her words sparked a fire in their frozen hearts. The fear in their hearts remained, but courage returned, growing larger than the fear. Remember, a peak level 9, the general of Mars' army, sacrificed his life to stop the Mirage Queen for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. But those 2 minutes saved his planet and a billion lives. The commander's voice was soft, without any commanding tone. It was as if a grandmother was narrating a tale in the evening, the story of a legendary hero who slew the dragon and saved the princess. But the reality was that most of them had seen the hero on the news, and a few had even met him in person. He was alive until just a few months ago. So the impact of General Scad's story was profound, striking them like a sledgehammer. When they signed up for this job, they knew they might die one day, not always in a glorious battle but sometimes in a silent corner at the edge of the solar system, fighting an unwinnable battle. Not all battles were meant to be won, some were meant to be fought despite the loss. For the human race. For my motherland. For the teacher who supported me. For the brother in arms who died protecting me. For my love. For my children. For home. For freedom. The soldiers shouted what they were willing to die for and jumped into the battlefield. It was a gloomy, dark space that sunlight couldn't reach. Now, with each elemental attack, the darkness was painted in a multitude of colors. But the strongest hues were red and purple, the blood of the fighters. From the first clash, the undead overwhelmed the humans. It was like a bike colliding with a truck, they had no chance at all. But all they wished to achieve with their lives was to hold back the undead, even if just for a little while, until perhaps other reinforcements could arrive. Until maybe someone could do something. Perhaps their sacrifices would mean nothing, and the Abyssals would succeed in their nefarious plan. But maybe, just maybe, a miracle could happen. And perhaps their sacrifice would keep humanity safe until that miracle. With hope as their only fuel, the 300 strong men and women fought against 3,000 undead. The elderly commander didn't care about her diminishing vitality and used all her strength against the sovereign undead. He was much stronger than her, but he wasn't willing to take heavy injuries. So, when faced with this crazed woman who didn't care about her condition, even he had to slow down. As the battle progressed, the asteroids continued to explode, dyeing space in beautiful colors. Every minute, the reinforcements dwindled, but they kept fighting and waited for a miracle. The reinforcement group stalled the foe, 10 times their size. They requested help from headquarters multiple times, and with each subsequent call, their distress signals revealed their increasingly precarious situation. The officer from headquarters replied that she understood their situation and honestly told them they couldn't find any more reinforcements. This woman, easily recognized as one of the master tacticians of their era, softly requested, "Please hold them back as long as you can." No help was coming, expected, but perhaps they were hoping for a miracle. It didn't come, but the hope didn't diminish. Hope, fickle as it was, blazed in times like these, making their hearts yearn for another miracle. Their rational minds didn't think anyone would come to their rescue. With each subsequent minute, one of them continued to fall under the undead horde. Their numbers dwindled, and with each passing life, their hope was passed on to the survivors. As the space burned with myriad attacks and the asteroids burst under the unending explosions, human warriors went into eternal sleep, hoping that others could at least live. Old bitch. The undead growled as he punched the elderly woman in her ribs. Instead of backing away, she formed dozens of small spears and waved her hand. They rushed at him like guided missiles, about to pierce through his vitals. If he didn't back away, he would be seriously injured. But the old woman's injuries would be even worse, and she wouldn't be far from death. Still, the undead conceded and backed away. He didn't want any more injuries. The elderly commander couldn't even relax as she felt the space around her crack. A level 9 undead was sneak attacking her. With a quick scan of her surroundings, she pushed her body toward the undead. Just a second later, the space behind her twisted and collapsed onto itself before exploding. Even though she was fast, the explosion caught up with her and broke through the defense on her back. The sharp space cracks, like ice-cold blades, cut through her armor and ripped apart her skin, exposing her old bones. The elderly woman hissed in pain as tears pooled in her eyes, and the searing sensation of her back threatened to knock her unconscious. Gritting her teeth, she used her telekinetic power to seal the wound and stop any blood from flowing out. To an onlooker, the armor covering her back was torn open, revealing a huge red spot as large as 3 palms. Blood, however, was not flowing out. And on her body, there were 5 such spots. "Why do you fight?" the undead growled as he reached her before she could properly shield herself. The experienced commander anticipated the sudden attack and swirled her body to the side, dodging the punch to her temple but unable to avoid being hit on the shoulder. Even though she expected the attack, she wasn't in a condition to fully prepare for it. As a result, the invisible telekinetic shield covering her left shoulder shattered like a mirror. Her arm was torn from her shoulder, like a branch pulled from a tree. Arg! A pained groan escaped the elderly woman's lips as her eyes turned red from the horrifying sensation in her shoulder. Her arm was gone. Despite fighting thousands of battles, having her arm torn apart was something she wasn't prepared for. The pain was already unbearable, but it seemed her senses were numbed at that moment. Only after a second did she truly feel the agony of having her arm torn apart. But she couldn't even scream. She focused on her enemy and rushed toward him, creating another set of spears to strike him down. The undead pulled back, playing a game of hide and seek with the commander. On the other hand, the undead didn't need to be so careful with their battle style. Arg! Die! Bastards! A fire awakener hurled fireballs at the undead army. However, the 4 water awakeners among them blocked his attacks, and 3 psychics assaulted his mind. In self-defense, he instinctively formed a sea of fire around him and covered himself with an armor of flames. But that didn't help when the gravity around him twisted and intensified. The flame armor flared up, protecting him from being crushed. However, the space around him cracked and swallowed the fires. Then, a long tentacle from a beast morpher undead pierced through his weakened suit and claimed his heart. As death consumed him, the fire awakener's mind cleared for a brief moment. He cursed himself for dying before even killing a single undead. But that's how it was. Even if they were hellbent on taking down 1 or 2 undead with them, they faced an enemy 10 times their size. This was especially true for the level 7s. The 20 human level 9s had to face 30 level 9 undead. It was hard, but they were holding on by fighting together. The 100 level 8s had to hold back 500 level 8 undead. They were clearly losing, but it would take time, and they were confident in fighting a battle of attrition. The level 7s had it the worst. Their 180 members had to fight almost 2,500 undead, a differential of more than 13 times. Faced with such an outnumbered foe, the undead saw no use in sacrificing their own. It also happened to be the order of their leader. So, they played it safe, took more time, but killed their targets without any losses. Even then, the human level 7s were the first to be eliminated. Only 10 out of nearly 2,500 level 7 undead died. By then, half of the level 8s were gone, and the remaining half were dying much faster than their predecessors. Only the level 9 group remained relatively intact. Only 2 human level 9s died, taking down 4 undead with them. Now, it was 18 level 9 humans versus 28 undead. But the strongest human, the elderly commander, was quickly accumulating serious injuries and growing closer to death. Once she died, the undead leader could easily kill the remaining humans. Things didn't look good at all. But in the corner of their hearts, the humans still hoped for a miracle. Another space crack dealt another severe blow to the elderly woman, incapacitating her. "You old witch! How dare you delay me for so long?" The undead leader gripped her gray-white hair, forcing her head up. The grip was so harsh that her hair was partially uprooted, and blood flowed from her scalp, dripping down her forehead. Despite the internal pain, the elderly woman defiantly glanced at the undead. Instead of killing her immediately, the undead slapped her with the back of his hand. A loud clap echoed through the space, and the level 9s fighting in the distance froze for a moment before glancing in that direction. Their faces paled, and the light in their eyes grew dark. The undead fighting them saw an opportunity and prepared to attack, but a tired, unclear, yet unyielding voice rang across the space. "Phi, HT-DE-TH." The undead glanced at the old woman, whose right cheek was completely smashed, bones visible, and blood flowing like water from a broken fountain. This was why she couldn't speak properly. But her words were heard and understood by everyone, reigniting the dying fire and causing the human level 9s to fight back even harder. Why? Why do you continue to oppose us? Why can't you just accept defeat like the inferior pests you are? The undead raised his hand and slapped her on the left cheek. Another deafening clap echoed through the space, and this time, her left cheek was also gone. She now looked terrifying, like a skull with human skin and some dark red flesh. Her hair was completely pulled off, and she was bleeding from her scalp. The only thing that looked normal was her eyes. Those old, experienced, and wise eyes continued to stare at him defiantly. If he had willed it, she would have died with a single slap. He controlled his strength enough to avoid breaking her head from her body, though he still injured her severely. He wanted to injure and humiliate her. But her eyes showed no fear. Why? Why? He growled, slamming his knee into her face. Blood splattered over his armor, and her breath grew weak. He looked at her again. Her facial features were distorted, and her once beautiful but aged face was now a bloody mess that didn't even look human. But those eyes. Bitch! His fingers pierced her eyes, gouging out the defiant orbs. Her body trembled as intense pain coursed through every nerve still working. But she didn't scream. She didn't utter a single cry, nor did she even open her mouth to let out a sound. Now what do you say? The undead laughed, looking at her bloodied face with empty sockets. Come on, glare at me. You bitch. Weren't you staring at me like that? With those eyes? As he recalled those eyes, a fear he thought he had long forgotten shot up his spine. You dared to look at me with the same gaze as that bastard Varian. How dare you? How dare he? That wretched, inferior, pathetic, and disgusting bastard. How dare he, how dare he? The undead clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed like an explosion, and his howls of rage reached the ears of the dying humans. In those howls was a name that resonated across the human world a few months ago, Varian. At that moment, they wished he were there to save them, to create a miracle as he always did. But he wasn't there. He was gone, and he was gone because he had stopped this undead and saved them once. The eyes of the surviving human soldiers lit up with a mad desire. Kill. 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 They rushed at their enemies, bursting forth with a strength they never knew they had. All died within a minute, but each took down at least one undead. The sight was both glorious and terrifying for the undead leader. You! Even after your death, you bastard! He gnashed his teeth and glared down at the dying woman, who no longer resembled a human. She was on her last breath and would die within moments. As her last spark of life faded, she raised her head to him. Her eyes were gone, leaving only empty sockets. Yet, for some reason, the undead leader felt she was staring at him with the same defiant gaze. Arg! You fucking bitch! He raised his arm to smash her head to pieces, but she was already dead. I'll kill every single one of you. He kicked her body in the abdomen, and the sheer force caused it to explode into pieces of flesh, blood, and bones. Then, he signaled to the fire awakeners in his group, instructing them to burn all the corpses to ashes. If they're lucky, they might get a funeral. But they don't deserve it. He smiled with madness. His followers, being undead, didn't notice it, but after his rebirth, the undead leader had lost most of the qualities that made him an abyssal. Now, he was driven by instinct, craving violence, pain, and suffering. As he grew more animalistic, the mission transformed from a task into a source of enjoyment. Let's go. To Neptune. To kill those pesky insects that refuse to die. To crush the resistance that halts the renaissance of our great civilization. With a roaring laugh, he led his troops forward. Silence once again descended on the asteroid belt, leaving the ashes of the warriors drifting aimlessly. Even in their final moments, they clung to the desperate hope for a miracle. But it never came. sacrifices occurred across the solar system. Hundreds of thousands gave their lives to protect their race and civilization. No one had the time or energy to pay attention to them. Every soldier, officer, and mercenary was forced to fight. It didn't end with them. Just a few hours after the war began, all reserve forces were called up. While the high-ranking Abyssals achieved breakthroughs and grew stronger, the low and mid-ranking Abyssals were bestowed with various treasures and items, making them a formidable force. As the war entered its third day, all able-bodied individuals over 16 were summoned to military districts on the planets for emergency training. Even with the reserves in play, the situation remained dire. In these 3 days, the borders of all planetoids were redrawn. The human forces were caught off guard by the reinforced strength of the Abyssal High Awakeners and the Abyssal Army. Only after retreating to the next line of defense did they fully grasp the reality. This shock affected not just the army but the entire human race. Every person with significant power realized that this time was different from any other. Even during the last war, such a disparity was not seen. The Abyssals' victories then were due to reinforcements and the undead. Their core army itself had not been strengthened. Now, the Abyssals as a whole had undergone an upgrade, forcing the entire human army back. Even some of the fiercest legions from Neptune and Earth, arguably the strongest of all, could not withstand the Abyssal onslaught and were forced to retreat. It was a show of raw strength. This also made the human powerhouses realize that if they took no action, the future outcome was certain. So, they opened their vaults and, without any hesitation, poured out all the treasures, magical items, formations, and elixirs they had preserved for centuries. These items were acquired through their blood and sacrifice over the years from the ruins. Even during the last war, they didn't touch these reserves, as they were confident of creating a stalemate. But this time, they couldn't wait more than 3 days. Thanks to this unexpected aid, which was truly a blessing, the dynamics of the war underwent a dramatic shift. The defense infrastructure on the first line of defense, the currently active line, was bolstered with all sorts of precious materials and formations. Even with a significantly superior military force, the Abyssals failed to invade successfully. To their credit, even without these treasures and aid, the army would have held up for a week on most planetoids. In a few planetoids with good defense infrastructures, it was even possible to stall the Abyssals for 3 weeks. But more than 90% of the planetoids would have fallen after a week without intervention. Now, there had been a successful shift in the war. Why is the planetoid not conquered yet? Are you eating grass? Fire King growled, slamming the table. Fire leaked out of his body, engulfing the room. But even the bright orange flames devouring everything in sight couldn't obscure the glowing white eyes that stared at the screen. Speak. The Level 9 commander sighed and wordlessly grabbed the communication crystal, shooting into the sky. The world flashed, and he appeared on a desolate purple plain. A huge, fortified silver wall stood tall, splitting the plain into 2. Nearly 100,000 abyssal armies, segregated based on their paths, formed hundreds of teams and attacked the wall without restraint. The sky was submerged in endless attacks, and the land between the wall and the army was scarred with giant craters. When the tens of thousands of attacks reached the wall, the silver barrier glowed faintly, and the human army behind the wall unleashed their own attacks. These assaults soared into the sky, neutralizing most of the abyssal strikes. However, since the Abyssals were undoubtedly stronger, some attacks still hit the wall, which the massive structure withstood without shaking. Apart from a few cracks here and there, the wall remained largely intact. Far in the distance, a cluster of dots soared through the sky. Wherever they went, space exploded, and fierce shockwaves followed. These were the High Awakeners from both the human and abyssal sides, locked in battle. The Abyssals had expected the human High Awakeners to be utterly crushed. But to their surprise, some of the humans, fewer than half, had advanced as well. This ratio still favored the Abyssals, which had previously allowed them to breach borders easily. However, this was not repeating itself. A thin but shining silver light enveloped all the high-ranking humans fighting the Abyssals, providing them with additional defense. Thanks to this, they could fight more recklessly and successfully stall the stronger foe. If some of them hadn't advanced, even these treasures couldn't have helped them. And if they had advanced but lacked the treasures, it would have been game over. But fortune has smiled upon them, the abyssal commander of the planetoid observed. His counterpart was already standing a few miles above the wall, glaring at him with killing intent. After their recent battle, both had retreated to rest, so his arrival must have been unexpected. But seeing that he was merely reporting to the Fire King, the human commander refrained from provoking a fight and focused on recovery. Why did they even advance? Our spies had no clue. The Fire King slammed the chair and smashed it to pieces. And these treasures? Where the hell did they get them? We didn't know about these either. Every race has its final cards that it wouldn't use unless pushed to the corner, Your Majesty, the Abyssal Commander, who is actually a few decades older than the Fire King, said patiently. Just like how humans didn't expect them to bring up these ridiculous treasures from the Empire and strengthen themselves, they didn't expect humans to suddenly have mass advancements and bring out these treasures. The Fire King calmed down at his words. The fire in his room disappeared in an instant, and he grinned at the experienced and wise commander. If they're forced to bring out these treasures, we can rest assured they're pushed to the corner. This is their last fight. Yes, Your Majesty, the commander nodded and glanced at the silver wall with a scrutinizing gaze. They can hold on for a month with this. Or maybe more, humans did always surprise us, after all. His Highness will send us reinforcements after a month and a half, or earlier. We should finish these humans and save the Lord this trouble, the Fire King said in a solemn tone. Indeed. They can hold on for a month, provided no other external factor intervenes. A devilish smile formed on the commander's face as he bowed to his ruler. The Fire King also understood the underlying meaning and laughed happily. With an approving nod, he ended the call. The commander returned to his camp, staring in a particular direction. Neptune. Soon, the undead will, soon. That external factor will break the stalemate and decide the fate of this war. Every minute felt like an hour to the human army. The unexpected rain of treasures, elixirs, and formations from the powerful families and institutions was a blessing that saved them from a quick loss against the Abyssals. But the fight didn't get easier. By all metrics, the Abyssals were winning. Their onslaught was slowed, but the end result didn't really change. While the Abyssals felt irritated that humans, who were supposed to be destroyed in 3 or 4 days, could now hold up for a whole month, the humans panicked that they might all go extinct in a month. No one was safe. From Mercury to Neptune, each planet's army was being slowly crushed. Besides the strengthening of the Abyssals, the treasures the Abyss Emperor granted them were another major factor. Mercury perhaps has the most cohesive army of all. They are more coordinated, more rigorous, and more cold-blooded compared to their peers on other planets. A big part of the credit goes to Sovereign Albert, who is as militaristic as a human can get. Rumors say that even when his daughter-in-law died a few years ago, he stayed silent for a few minutes and then got back to work. The most consolation he gave his son Evander was a few minutes of talk. Forget staying with him for a while or being there for him, Sovereign Albert didn't even talk to him more than usual. Trained under such a man, the Mercury army naturally became as tough as it could get. That's why, even when a very elite Abyssal Legion attacked Gyrum, one of the strategically critical planetoids, the soldiers weren't demoralized. For the past 3 days, Gyrum has seen increasing bloodshed. 100,000 Abyssals fought hard to break the defenses of the human fortifications. Gyrum's fortifications were in the form of multiple giant castles standing atop wide mountain ranges. So far, the aggressive Abyssal army has failed to make any substantial gains on these castles. However, the Abyssals overall were very close to destroying one. The reason was that this particular castle was exclusively attacked by a single Abyssal Legion. These 6,000 Abyssals, the elites, had only one difference from the rest: they all wore a shining golden bracelet. Whenever attacks landed on them, the pain and damage were transferred evenly to everyone. This applied to physical and mental attacks as well. As a result, the castle under siege had a hard time destroying this legion. The only saving grace was kill. A black dot appeared high in the sky and slapped down. The air was twisted into the shape of a palm and exploded toward the ground like a tornado. The palm was several miles above the clouds, but everyone on the ground felt a huge weight on their shoulders. The ground cracked under the pressure, and all the soldiers sank into the soil. As the palm approached the clouds, some of the weaker soldiers were already bleeding from their noses. It was clear that once the palm fell, everyone would die. Focus on your battle. A snort that sounded like thunder resounded from the sky, and a huge tail slapped the air. The palm that was fast approaching the ground collided with it and exploded into pieces. The shock waves from the collision reached the ground and swept nearly 50,000 Abyssals off their feet. Since the humans were inside the castles, they were safe. However, the castles shook violently from the shock waves. From outer space, Albert noticed that the elite Abyssals were also blown back by the shock waves, and his tense brows relaxed. The shock waves were powerful and would stall the battle by at least an hour. Since his palm was originally intended for the elite Abyssals, they were the most affected by the shock waves and would take at least 3 hours to reassemble. The crumbling castle gained 3 more hours of life. By intervening as frequently as he could, this was the highest support Albert could provide. Of course, his moves were ruthless. If the Sin King didn't intervene, everyone on the planetoid would be killed. And even if he did intervene, humans would gain a bit more time. This exchange had been ongoing for 3 days, and despite every support it received, the castle's defenses were down by 50%. It was only a matter of time before the first castle of the first planetoid of the first planet fell. And it did. After the sacrifice of nearly 7,000 human lives and the destruction of a very precious defense array, the castle crumbled a day later. The human side predicted it would last at least 3 more days and mark a week of resistance. But it couldn't even finish the 4th day and collapsed in the afternoon. The earth shook violently as the castle began to vibrate and started to disintegrate. A huge white mist leaked out of the castle and enveloped the mountain it was on. In doing so, it also covered the elite Abyssal army. The next second, the castle, the mountain, and everything within a 3-mile radius exploded. Stones and soil shot out like a tsunami, and terrifying shockwaves spread at a breathtaking pace, wiping away all resistance in their path. Once the dust cleared, the humans observed that 3,000 out of the 6,000 elite soldiers had died. The remaining 3,000 were on their knees, panting heavily as they coughed up blood. Their faces were pale, but their bracelets still glowed. Just moments ago, the bracelets had made the decision to protect half by sacrificing the other half. But this was a one-time event. The Abyssals wouldn't fall for this trick again. So, while the humans successfully halved the elite army, they failed to destroy them completely. As a result, the elite army struck back with vengeance. Since they are attacking a castle that is already under assault by other Abyssals and coordinating with them, the second castle fell in just 2 days. As humans feared, the fall of the castle triggered a domino effect. Whenever a castle fell, a disproportionate number of humans died. As a result, the Abyssals gained additional manpower. Consequently, the 3rd castle fell in 1.5 days, and the 4th took only 1 day. Even though they tried their best, the war was taking an irreversible course. Mercury had 10 planetoids, the lowest of all. The low number of planetoids allowed Albert to protect them easily in the past. But now, even the experienced Marshal wished Mercury had more planetoids. At least that way, its fall would be slower. Venus has always been a planet overshadowed by the strict Mercury and the human home planet, Earth. However, it had its own strengths. Sovereign Vianne, the head of the trade union, possessed one strength that no one could deny her: treasures. Rare, precious, and valuable treasures that she collected over time from merchants, antique shops, and ruins. As the richest person in the Federation, she was the first choice for those selling these treasures. The result? When the Abyssals attacked and pushed back the army, she opened her vault and used all her treasures. Venus had 50 planetoids, and even after Vian contributed all her treasures, the share for each planetoid was still minimal. However, even that small contribution shocked both the Abyssals and humans alike. Too many injuries. There was a defensive tower that could reduce injuries to all allied forces by 10%. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make a difference. Too slow recovery. There was a gas sprayed in the air that would increase recovery speed by 30%. Too weak. There was a drink that would boost strength for 30 minutes by 15%. Too low endurance. Take this one drop. However, the Abyssals facing the Venus soldiers were no joke. Beyond the disheartening fact that every High Awakener had a small breakthrough, all the planetoids of Venus now had a special ash altar. This altar did just one thing: it increased the strength of Abyssals by 10%. That's all, no fancy effects, no wider utility. It was that simple. But with almost all 50 planetoids equipped with an altar, the Venus army faced a tremendous challenge. Overall, the Abyssals of Venus were still strong, while the humans were still weak. Even with all these treasures, they were still losing. But with the way things were going, they might be the last standing humans. Earth, the origin planet of humans, has always been a contender when discussing the strongest planet. While many believe Neptune should be the de facto leader, the High Awakeners favored Earth. The results so far have upheld that decision. Although Earth's army couldn't protect the boundaries and was pushed back like everyone else, they displayed incredible resilience while fighting the Abyssals. Unlike the legion of 6,000 soldiers with special bracelets from Mercury or the strengthening altars of Venus, the Abyssals chose the crudest approach to deal with Earth. The special challenge was a higher number of level 9s. Demon Abyss summoned more level 9s from other abysses and ordered them to fight the Earth army. Earth had about 130 level 9s initially. 20 died in the last war, but 30 new level 9s joined thanks to Kyle's potion. Thus, Earth now had 140 level 9s. However, these 140 faced nearly 180 level 9 Abyssals, each having achieved a sub-level breakthrough. The situation was dire, with no solution in sight. When the Demon King thought Earth would be finished, he realized what it meant to be the strongest family in the Federation. The Xanders opened their coffers and used up their treasures. They couldn't afford to hold back. Any hesitation could lead to the total annihilation of Earth. Even 99.9% effort might not be enough. They had to give 100%. A wave of new boosts spread across the Earth's army. While the Xanders prioritized their own for these treasures and elixirs, many others also benefited. As a result, Earth added 30 more level 9s, and 40% of the existing level 9s achieved a sub-level advancement. For this monumental achievement, the Xanders were left with no treasures. Nearly 500 years of accumulation vanished just like that. But even this 500 years of accumulation, possibly the greatest in all human history, still wasn't enough to overwhelm the Abyssals, who had a heritage spanning thousands of years. Earthlings fought hard and managed to reach a sort of stalemate against the Abyssals. They were the most successful of all the Federation's planets. Unlike other planets, Earth's army was confident they could hold the stalemate indefinitely, provided there were no external factors. However, with the way things were going, other planets would eventually fall, and when they did, the Abyssals would gang up on Earth and destroy it. Thus, even though they achieved the best results, Earthlings remained pessimistic about the future and were in a frantic pursuit to find solutions to the current problem. They had spent everything they could and barely managed to push their own army to match the Abyssals. They had nothing more to spend to help other planets achieve parity with the Abyssals. Locked in a stalemate and with time to reflect, Earthlings grew desperate about a future they couldn't seem to change. Mars had been through a lot this year. It lost a sovereign, tens of millions of soldiers, and entire planetoids were slaughtered and nearly destroyed. Perhaps for that reason, the Abyssals weren't as focused on Mars as they were on Earth. This was something Sovereign Bali was both infinitely grateful and angry about. Old witch, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Above a giant, shining blue planetoid, he growled as he waved his hands at a spaceship in outer space. The spaceship retreated with impressive speed, and an illusion pulled Bali into a dream space. In this illusory domain, which resembled a red ocean, the Mirage Queen unleashed a torrent of attacks on Bali. The sky cracked, the air burned with flames, and countless predatory creatures leaped from the ocean to attack him. Bali channeled his powers and waved his hand. A space crack opened around him, swallowing the attacks. However, a few still managed to penetrate his defenses, striking his shoulders, legs, and chest. Bali wiped the blood dripping from his mouth and shot a flame of fire at the cocky Mirage Queen. The female Abyssal chuckled as she flew into the sky and rained another round of attacks down on him. Dual awakeners are troublesome. But without the artifact, I can keep you engaged all day, she taunted. Bali's pupils dilated for a moment before his attacks intensified. The Mirage Queen cackled at his desperation and gloated, I remember you being so brave, so adventurous, and so confident when you and that little bastard entered my abyss, killed my people, and left arrogantly. Not so arrogant now, are you? Look at you, your planetoids are going to be wiped out one by one, and you can't even save them. Bali's eyes grew red, but his mind calmed. Losing control to rage against a psychic sovereign in an illusion space wasn't wise. Conversely, it wasn't good for a psychic sovereign to lose control over the dream space. Bali's eyes flashed, and he grinned. Little bastard? Who might that be? Are you so scared of him that you can't even utter his name? The Mirage Queen's chest heaved as she gnashed her teeth. You still have the energy to talk. With a wave of her hand, the gravity on Bali increased tenfold, and his feet sank into the ground, now made of snow. Coo, Bali groaned under the pressure but continued. Let me correct you. When Varian first came and slaughtered those 10 or 20 million, he didn't bring me along. He brought a bunch of level 9s, and he did it after fooling you out of your abyss. Fooled your numbskull. Don't give me credit. You're just trying to rationalize your failure by involving a sovereign. But the truth is, you lost to a level 9, no, a level 8 guy, or maybe he was a level 7 at that time. Shut up. Mirage Queen slapped down. An invisible force knocked Bali back, but he laughed out loud. You're the biggest failure among your peers. Even your capital is gone. You're a joke. A pathetic joke. I said shut up. The roar of the Mirage Queen reverberated across the dreamscape before the world cracked apart. Without a second thought, Bali dashed toward the glowing blue planetoid. The planetoid was originally brown, but the Abyssals activated a treasure that engulfed the entire planetoid in heavy ice mana. This was the challenge the Abyssals brought to Mars, and it was also the easiest of them all. Bali wanted to destroy the treasure, only then would the Mars army not be quickly destroyed. You're not going anywhere. A shrill voice came from behind, and Bali's view twisted as he was pulled into another illusion. But before he lost himself in it, he managed to lock onto the treasure on the planetoid and exploded the space around it. Gotcha! The blue planetoid turned back to brown in a few hours, and the army, which was on the verge of defeat, managed to fight back. They'd still lose, but they could hold on for a few more days, maybe a week. Even that was good. In the current circumstances, it was the best Bali could have asked for.